an explanation for Trumpism and don't want to settle with the dispiriting everything about our culture and values discuss middle America theory that the Bernie narrative is the only new show in town right now. And he was right. That analysis was right. And we've seen they clipped you hard. You never said Abdul is a socialist. More moderate voters, some of the more conservative voters, and actually pulls off a tremendous victory against Mike Rogers, okay, that would prove that a socialist can win in a fucking swing state. Why do you traffic in lies all the time? They've been clipping you hard and randoms be posting it online, bro. Like many other Fox News talking points is wild. Yeah. No, that's precisely what it is. A left populist victory in Michigan proves that socialism can win all around the country and is not as scary as Republicans and right-wing Democrats present it as. By that guy, I meant you talking about your spell. Did you misspeak? No, I didn't. Abdul is a left populist Bernie-crat. It's true. He is a left populist Bernie-crat. He is not a socialist at all. He's never said he's a socialist, and the policies that he's promoting are not exactly socialist policies. They're just basic, moderate social democratic provisions that are necessary in this country. But Abdul's victory as a left populist means that we can go beyond. And it's ironic because I'm fairly certain that I actually bring up that Abdul is not a socialist right before this 15-second clip. I don't know if you guys have the full context. But yeah, this kind of clip chimping is just never going to stop. They're going to do it always. If this freezer holds ice cream, that means we can make ice. Yes. Get fucked Islamist Dick Ryder says Nicholas Obama ate. This is what I mean when I say these guys are primed. They have no argument against left populism. So the only thing they can say is, oh, you're an Islamist, you're a jihadist, you want to destroy America. To that, we always say the same thing. If I wanted to destroy America, if I hated America, I'm rich enough. I could be a fucking Republican. Okay? That's what I would do. I'm telling you. There is no force as destructive to American democracy, to the lives and livelihood of Americans as the Republican Party. Okay? They hate you. They hate everything you stand for. They do not care about you at all. If you're a working class stiff, if you're a regular American, if you're an ordinary American living day in, day out, they despise you. And they dupe you and delude you into thinking that they are a towering force against these scary Muslims that are destroying the country. And you fall for it hook, line, and sinker. You really think people that want to give you health care unconditionally hate your guts? You really think people that want to fight to make sure that you have a better future, to fight to make sure that you have shelter over your head, a warm meal, and an opportunity to take care of your family, a family that you will be able to create because you'll have more free time as well on a single salary, those are the guys who hate you. Your brain has been poisoned by this kind of propaganda. It's that simple. Now, of course, you might be one of the Euromagaloids who comes in here to LARP as though they are Americans, who comes in here to LARP as though you are a MAGA Trump supporter living in the American heartland. There are many such cases, which makes it even funnier because you're already benefiting from a lot of these social democratic provisions in your country that were long fought for by socialists and communists that you now despise. So enjoy your healthcare while it lasts, I guess, if that's the case. The worst thing really is to do with the state-sponsored healthcare in Europe. LARPing is an anti-communist McCarthyite soldier for the cause. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nasty business, dude. It's nasty business. What is this? This is the energy I expect from liberals. Yeah, I saw Olivia Juliana. Some of the most important lessons in growth I've had to come from busting my ass for candidates who lost. I think getting people involved and organized in primaries is healthy for democracy and good for elections. More people should understand the work it takes to win or lose a campaign. I wish more people on the left welcome bringing people into the process to learn instead of resenting their involvement because they disagree with them. 125,000 calls is no joke. Win or lose, those people who made those calls participated more in the process than a lot of the people laughing at them for supporting a candidate that lost. Good for them. Everyone has to start somewhere. Look at that. Hey, when she's right, she's right. I'll take it. It's nice of her. And is not some scary thing. I have the clip. And an Abdul. Chuck Schumer says Democrats don't necessarily need to win Michigan to flip control of the U.S. Senate. A path to winning back the Senate clearly goes through Michigan, but we have a whole bunch of different Barack Obama, man. We need Barack Obama. We're the investment in the James Tallarico. With the rest of the party refusing to back Abdul al-Sin. 138. Not going to instead of allowing that victory, the establishment is basically saying you don't have to really push for Abdul. It's fine. Signaling that they're not going to lean into that and instead dump all this investment into James Tallarico, which is a far riskier race. If we go into 2028, or not 2028, but if we go into the midterm season with the rest of the party refusing to back Abdul al-Sayed and setting up a this is a different clip, isn't it? No, it's not. It's the same clip. They just took 15 seconds out of it, zoomed in on my face, additional hurdles in front of him because they don't want him to win, and then put so much money and so much effort in the direction of James Tallarico, and then the Texas freaks end up voting for Ken Paxton, and he wins by an ass hair. I am going to lose my mind. You might not be surprised to know that the Schumer article mentions you. And these people, they are fucking demonic. I swear to God. I had a little bit of confidence initially. I had a little bit of confidence that they were going to do a full push behind Abdul. I am definitely worried. It's not like Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist either. That's what... Dude, literally, dude. Oh my God. What's so crazy about it? He's not a socialist. He's a capitalist, and they still won't back him. Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist either. That's what's so crazy about it. They're gonna literally clip it like this. Abdul al-Sayed is a social. They're gonna be like, see, we got him. We got him. That is a socialist. Abdul al-Sayed is a social. We got him. Not like Abdul al-Sayed. Nope, sorry. Hold on. Sayed is a socialist. Got him. We got him. He said Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist. I said it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. They will clip this too. What is this? Because they cannot allow a Medicare for all anti-Zionist candidate to win. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to lose. You're just doing their jobs. Dude, every single clip that these guys present, the fact that they have to edit your shit to attempt to get you should make them feel like some foul motherfuckers. I mean, it doesn't even matter. It literally does not matter. It's just like we can't even do out of context clips as a joke anymore. It's just it's crazy that in this media landscape, in this media environment that we live in, right? They will always chop it up. They will always chop anything I say up. So when people say, Hasan, why aren't you more careful about what you say? I can literally say, it's not like Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist, and they'll clip the part where I say Abdul al-Sayed is a socialist and go, there, you have it. Every news clip.
So what you're saying?
Every news clip is like that Simpsons meta. So you need a giant clock behind you? That doesn't matter, dude. What are you talking about? It's motivated reasoning. It's motivated reasoning. Okay? Turn clipping off. You think they can't clip it regardless? Oh. It's not going to work. We had one of the most famous instances of this was we had a running clock on the Zoran victory party, and they still chopped it up. And it went viral on LSF. And there were a ton of people who were like, Hasan got kicked out from the Zoran election victory party. I was there for like 3 fucking hours getting interviewed by virtually every single media outlet on the planet.
Would you rather?
Yeah, this is the Fox News meta.
Rather be gay or a gamer?
Game.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
A game.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
Gay.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
Game.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
A game.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
I'm already a gamer.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer? Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
Gay.
Would you rather be gay or a gamer?
Gay. Is that what you said? No?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, gay.
Would you
Normal people hate this shit. As soon as they see the full context one time, they understand what the Clippers are doing and stop believing any of it. Obviously not the sex best cult is. Yeah. That's basically the fucking meta, you know? Yeah, would you rather be trans or a transformer? Would you rather eat cock or a cockroach? You know, there's many different ways of doing this. But that is literally what the fucking meta is. It's so strange, dude. It is so it's just it's a byproduct of how stupid our population is becoming. Like, this is indicative of the anti-intellectual slant that has run amok in American society broadly. It's indicative of the fact that it's indicative of the reality that we do not care about context anymore. We have no intellectual curiosity. It's very frustrating. But yeah, Dave Weigel said something similar going back to the Angie Nixon race. Dave Weigel says something similar. Did Vindman's loss close the book on Resistance 1.0? Sure. Why not? George Conway, Al Green, Dan Goldman, Tom Steyer. Lots of Dems losing this year after they remind voters that they fought to impeach Trump, and voters cringe at the memory. In the first Trump term, a lot of Democrats had Watergate brain, a high-class version of the true crime podcast brain. It was so obvious that this fluke president would go down like Nixon, and no other president, foreshadowing, went down. A popular idea among liberals was that conservatives who didn't trust Trump actually wanted Pence as president anyway. So when the scandals pile up, the real GOP would reassert itself and dump Trump. And there were a lot of never Trump Republicans, you know, anti-Trump Republicans that were lifelong Republican operatives that won big in Resistance 1.0, resistance liberalism. This is how the Bulwark got invented, right? As a media outlet. This is how you got what was it? The Lincoln what was it? The Lincoln Institute? I can't even remember its name now. Oh my God. Like, there were a lot of prominent voices that got the Lincoln Project. There were a lot of prominent voices that got elevated by liberals. One of them was J.D. Vance. Remember the Hillbilly Elegy? Liberals made J.D. Vance's career. They gave him tremendous amounts of earned media. They loved him. J.D. Vance was running around talking about how Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler. What is this?
So what you're saying is it's all downhill for Mystery Inc.
No! Hey, you're doing that thing again where you take everything I say out of context. You're trying to make it look like I think Coolsville sucks. No! Don't record that!
All Fred Jones had to say was,
I think Coolsville sucks.
in light of the city's recent chaos.
Anyway, a popular idea among liberals that was conservatives who didn't trust Trump actually wanted Pence as president. Anyway, this sounds crazy if you weren't there at the time and only know Trump as a figure so trusted by Republicans that his signature can show up in an Epstein birthday book and the speaker will say, well, maybe that's not his signature. But it was a very savvy take in 2017. Lots of rumor mongering about the walls are closing in and how the Mueller investigation would undo Trump. Spielberg dusted off a Watergate script and made The Post because of the urgency of the Trump moment. Boomer corn syrup candy. Sit in the theater and think about how inevitably the good guys, you, will triumph and Trump will have to quit. Vindman was a central figure in the first Trump impeachment. which made him, like his brother, a fundraising machine. Voters had moved on. Nixon was an especially fit candidate to beat him. She got to Tallahassee as Trump was leaving office and was there protesting and losing as DeSantis dismantled the Democratic Party power and won the culture wars. Impeachment not only didn't stop Trump, the conservative movement was more powerful than Trump. There's no clear post-Trump Democratic strategy to regain what they've lost since 2016, but they know that they lost and that there's no magic "how dare you, sir" button that will remove him. Healthy, in my opinion, says Dave Weigel, and I agree. Channel 4, not sure if it's on the docket. Hassan Piker, a socialist Trump could reverse America's decline. Yeah. That's the real truth. It's going to take some time for liberals to finally come to terms with that reality, but that's been something that I've been saying for a minute now. That is the real truth. Our institutions are destroyed. We must take advantage of the moment and rebuild them, but rebuild them in a socialist manner. But yeah, getting back to Angie Nixon now.
The hard-working, everyday people of Florida sent a shockwave to the Washington, D.C. establishment.
The president posting overnight. Sleazebag Vidman loses to a radical left lunatic. How cool is that? Nixon had said she recently joined the Democratic Socialists of America.
It is not about labels. It's about the most basic rights that people here in the state need.
Now she faces an uphill battle against the Republican nominee Ashley Moody, in a state that hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate in 14 years.
My sister, who is with us tonight, says sometimes you have to fight like crazy to fight crazy.
Oh, she's got no riz, bro. She got no riz.
And we are staring down crazy in the socialists today.
Progressives and moderates have been battling throughout this primary as the Democratic Party tries to find its identity and take.
Why didn't you campaign with Nixon? Did her team just not ask? No, I was going to go to the Chomped Oligarchy rally. I just didn't have time to do it, and I mean, it wouldn't have made an impact one way or another in that close to the actual race, regardless. But yeah, she didn't need me anyway. It's great. Yeah, the Floridian Haley Stevens, this lady, Ashley Moody.
Back power from Republicans in Washington. Also in Florida, a closely watched race for governor, with Congressman Byron Donalds, backed by President Trump, securing the Republican nomination as he looks to succeed Ron DeSantis.
Are you with me to keep Florida red?
Donalds will face the Democratic nominee, former Congressman David Jolly, a one-time Republican termed prominent Trump critic.
When we win the Florida governorship, guess what? We do just that. We reshape American politics.
And another closely watched Senate race taking shape in a...
Yeah, I didn't like that Jolly immediately came out and was like, I hate the DSA. I love America. And the DSA sucks. Like, in the night of his victory party. But it does seem like he likes... I talked to some Florida folks. It does seem like Jolly really likes Nixon and will defend Nixon. You have to have these statewide races, coalesce around one another. Yeah, I reject socialism. Former Republican. I mean, that's expected.
Is this a state, Florida, that can elect you as governor, but also elect progressive Angie Nixon for the U.S. Senate at the same time?
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Look, I reject the DSA. I reject socialism. I'm a capitalist, and I think capitalism provides the greatest amount of economic mobility. I have been with Angie on the trail, and I'll tell you this, she's a fighter. She leaves it all on the field. She goes in every room talking about what I talk about. Can we improve your access to housing, affordable housing, to health care? Do you know where to educate your kids? What is it that government can do where the private sector is unable to improve your life? Angie's out there fighting for those same values. I think she and I have a very different approach to this. But look, I reject socialism. I'm a capitalist. We'll see how Florida's voters sort that out in November.
Is DSA the new Hamas? Yes. Yes. Jason, oh God, dude. Guys. We're look. Please stop linking me other candidates that you want me to go and show support to for the current duration, okay? We're tapped out. Much luck to everyone that's running in their races. Okay. We're moving on to the general. I really got to stop. Like one of the frustrating elements here is that there are a lot of people who unironically have shifted the broad focus of this community, and you know it's partially my fault too, but shifted the broad focus of this community entirely around elections. Okay, wow, the media's efforts worked in suppressing you. No, we got so much other shit to cover, man. We got a lot going on in the world. It's not just about winning primaries and winning elections in general. We got so much other shit going on. Anyway, DSA is not advocating for real socialism on their website. I don't understand why they don't call themselves social democrats. You're right, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, you see, the problem with the Democratic Socialists of America is that they're actually not radical enough from the perspective of the average American. That's what their problem is. I'm always saying that. I'm always thinking, like, you know, why aren't they doing a real, you know, Marxist-Leninist movement? Why aren't they just like dropping this whole election game and moving into real siege communism? That's what I'm always thinking. I just wish that people would go out in the real world. I wish that people would go out in the real world and like explore what the average American's attitude about this sort of thing is, and recognize that it takes a long time to even foment class consciousness amongst the broadest base of the American masses. I wish people would just, like, maybe instead of writing in here, instead of writing on Twitter, they would just go out in the real world and encounter normal Americans for once, try to understand what normal Americans think, what real Americans, regular Americans think about this sort of thing. Okay? And then maybe their perspective would just change a little bit on this stuff. Yeah, DSA is just DNC law. No, I know. That's the real problem. The problem is all their candidates go to the Democratic Party. You're right. You're right. The most robust and most active socialist movement in the country right now is wrong. You and your buddies are right. I know. You're right. Let me tell you how they should do this thing.
Alaska. Republican incumbent Dan Sullivan on defense, looking to secure a third term, as Democrats aim to flip that critical Senate seat, running former Congresswoman Mary Peltola.
It's a real.
Like, if I had any real power over the masses, anytime someone comes in here and says that exact thing, oftentimes it's trots that say stuff like that. I would magically force them to salt a factory floor. I would just banish them. I would banish them to go work in any factory floor and force them to congregate amongst the regular industrial workers in this country to develop a deeper appreciation of where most people are at. Okay? And it's not because backbreaking labor is going to, cause them to truly understand. It's just because I would want them to legitimately socialize and legitimately understand where like the average American is on these sorts of issues. Because I think it would very quickly help you come to terms with the reality that most American rank and filers inside of, labor unions and things like that do not see the world in the same way that you do. It is important for us to develop a better understanding of where they're at so that, we can message a little bit better.
Sullivan and Peltola qualifying for the general election, which will include the top 4 vote getters, one of whom could be another candidate named Dan Sullivan, a retired teacher who could earn a place on the November ballot.
Warehouse worker here. Some of my coworkers think ghosts are real. Exactly. And many Americans also think Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth, like legitimately. Like there are a fuck ton of Americans who sincerely believe that Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth. Okay. And that the rapture is going to happen. Like there's a lot of stuff like that. There are a lot of people who believe in a lot of crazy things. There are a lot of Americans who still think Israel is actually doing a great job and is a very reliable and very valuable ally. People believe in crazy shit. Many Americans legitimately believe that one day they too will hold a crumb of power and they will hold some capital on the side. That this entire process is going to work out in the long run. That they are merely temporarily embarrassed millionaires, entrepreneurs, Sigma grindset guys that dump boatloads of money into Discord servers that quote unquote, educate them on how the next big thing is right there. All they need to do is dive in and seize it. You don't have to do anything for these candidates, just a simple endorsement is all people want, which will boost their profile exponentially. You've done it with other winning candidates like Mei Wong and Anna Lilia Mia and Frederick Haynes, so why suddenly stop now? Massachusetts and New Hampshire desperately need new leadership. They literally can't get it done without you and us. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, of course. The guy that's running against Auchincloss, great. Love it. Exciting. If the expectation is I fly out there and do a rally and stuff like that, I don't think I have the capabilities to do so. Same with the dude in the person in New Hampshire, right? Keith Howard in New Hampshire, the other DSA candidate that has a major volunteer force in Cambridge. The Massachusetts, person in Massachusetts is not DSA back too. Sure, they're great. They're great. I'm in favor.
Possibly causing confusion for voters down the road. And that Senate race was not the only surprising result last night in Florida. Embattled Republican incumbent Corey Mills lost his primary to former TV news anchor Ryan Elijah in a House race based in the Orlando area. Democrats had targeted that seat as a potential pickup based partly on the scandals surrounding Mills. Savannah?
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple.
We're going to begin this hour with a big political upset in the state of Florida, drawing new attention to the Democratic Party's left wing. State legislator Angie Nixon, a Democratic socialist, won her Senate primary in a state that has shifted deeply Republican in recent years. She defeated Alex Vindman, a former national security official and well-known Trump critic. Her victory follows gains for Democratic socialists in other states. And Angie Nixon joins us now from Jacksonville. Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, I don't like these kinds of takes. This is like the election Twitter nightmare take, okay? Everyone is saying, oh, dumping any money into Florida is a lose-lose. And that, oh, well, thank God Angie Nixon won because now none of these resist libs will give that money and light it on fire, and it'll stop the National Democratic Party from spending, $150 million to lose by 20 points to the Republican. I don't like this kind of attitude in general because I think it's self-defeating. We have a very unique candidate in Florida in Angie Nixon, a real fighter. Okay? I think pushing for Angie Nixon and trying to consolidate support around Angie Nixon and pushing for her candidates should be the move here. Pushing for her candidacy should be the move here. If we are socialists, if we are people who care about improving the material conditions of the working class, Angie Nixon is a wonderful left populist, very progressive candidate. It's an opportunity for us to push. Yeah, it's a D plus 12 environment. We have no idea where we can win. We've had Republicans or neutral years in the last 3 elections. Yeah. I met a boomer lib walking around park in Seattle, and he was talking about the anti-Semite friend of Michigan Dem Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. You got to get on MSDNC to defend yourself. Yeah, that's why they won't have me on, chatter. It's not so simple. It's the reason why they won't have me on is for that reason, because they know if I go on MS Now, I'm going to make a convincing case for our movement, and they don't want that. People are going to very quickly recognize that, no, I'm not this fucking scary, dangerous, radical guy. That's the reason why they don't want to fucking have me on. What do you think? I've already told you this. I have been blacklisted from MS Now and blacklisted from CNN. They will talk about me every night. They will have guests on to talk about me. Sometimes some of those guests might even sneak in a defense or two. But ultimately, they will never have me on directly because they don't want me to make a convincing argument. They don't want me to go up there and be like, I'm not this crazy guy that you're talking about me as. I remember seeing The Odyssey a couple weeks back, and the dude next to me was mad at Ezra Klein for defending you and kept ranting about you to his date about how much you love China, and the date didn't know what to say, so he kept going, oh, okay. Wait, what? There's no shot. Won't talk about DSA member, Medicare for All pro-Palestine candidate Jason Polo. No, this is who I'm talking about. I said, great. I endorse him. I think it's wonderful. I think it's awesome. Good luck to this person. Good luck to this primary race. Okay. But yeah, I think this is a self-defeating attitude, and I don't really like it. I think people really, really want to come across as like super smart about elections. I'm not going to lie to you and say that Angie Nixon has a real like super easy run. Okay? It's tough. It's an unbelievably tough battle. Look, I'm super confident about Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan for a reason. I'm not as confident about Angie Nixon. But there's But the reason why I'm not as confident is because it's Florida. It's a very, very Republican advantaged state. And it has become increasingly more red in the last decade or so. Angie Nixon is the perfect candidate to turn this around. Having said that, it will require a tremendous amount of lift. So my attitude on this issue, my attitude on this run is, look, if the media won't save you, which they won't, but the media will be neutral. Here's the thing. If the establishment forces won't come and offer a lifeline to Nixon and will basically drop her like a hot potato because they think it's a lost cause, I will be there. Okay? The problem is many of our national progressives, even if it is the sole Democrat, will shy away. Will shy away from endorsing even Angie Nixon, but I hope that won't be the case. We're in a plus 12 environment and she's down 8. Yeah. It's moved up to plus 12. It was plus 8 before. Now it's moved up to plus 12. Yes, in the Senate, she is down 8 points. Ashley Moody has the incumbent advantage, but it also shows that Ashley Moody is not tested. And remember, I think this poll was conducted not by, I know this poll wasn't conducted by Angie Nixon's team. It was actually, I think, conducted by maybe Vindman, if I'm not mistaken. Ashley Moody is not very well known. She was appointed by Ron Dion DeSantis. She is beatable. So she's untested. Plus 8 was 2 months ago. Moody is max name recognition, while Angie was just an unknown state rep. Yeah. Please don't forget Jamie, too, whom you've spoken about before, going up against the Biden and Harris back loser and his neck and neck. Yeah, Jamie Belcito in Massachusetts 6. Jolly, the guy who won the Dem governor primary, said last night he would not campaign with Nixon and made sure to tell the interviewer he rejects DSA and socialism. No, you got duped by a bad clip. From what I understand, Jolly, the former Republican who won the Democratic governor primary, actually said he really likes Angie Nixon as a fighter. He sidestepped the issue of socialism. He said he doesn't like socialism, whatever, but that Angie Nixon is a wonderful candidate and a real fighter for Florida. So you're wrong about that. We'll see how that goes, though. We'll see how that goes. Now let's listen to Angie Nixon herself.
Good morning, Vlad. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on the win. I want to jump right into it. You were outspent by...
See, as soon as I fucking bring up one candidate, everyone literally starts this. I hate this, bro. I hate this so much. Guys, stop spamming candidates, okay? Stop. This is why I was saying, like, I can't even get through my coverage about this ginormous upset victory for a progressive senator, okay, who just won on the backs of every major Democratic black leader in the state. And I can't even do proper analysis because every single person in the chat is like, no, look at my candidate, look at this candidate, look at this candidate, look at that candidate. It's very fucking annoying. Stop. Please. Please, I beg of you. Please.
more than 20 times. And prediction markets, which I thought was really interesting, prediction markets had your opponent with a 90% chance of defeating you. Now you are the nominee, and registered Republicans, they outnumber Democrats by 1.5 million in Florida. So I just want to go through a couple of issues that you've been campaigning on. You want Medicare for all and free universal child care and pre-K. How are you suggesting taxpayers pay for that?
Yeah, for sure. So thank you for that question. I have been traveling all across the state of Florida, having conversations with folks. And what is evident is that everyone wants the same things, right? To be healthy, prosperous, and safe. And a lot of folks, it crosses party lines as it relates to universal child care and Medicare for all. And how do we pay for that? Actually, Medicare for all, we're already spending the amount we would be paying for Medicare for all right now, even while folks are still paying for co-pays and deductibles and co-insurance. And when it comes to universal child care, I think it's important to note that for every $1 we spend, that puts $3 back into.
So, Representative, how would you pay for that?
Economy. Yeah. And so how I would pay for that, right? I would repeal that big BS bill, because that's what it was. It wasn't beautiful. And I would make sure that these big time billionaires and ultra wealthy millionaires pay what they owe.
All right, so so that's another issue that you've called for. You want a billionaire tax, you want a national rent freeze. Which of these policies are you prepared to tell moderate voters and perhaps even some Republicans who may be intrigued by this that this should become federal law? And again, how do you convince them that the cost will be worth it?
I mean, we have conversations with them, and it's been resonating. I want to be clear. There are Republicans and independents that cross party lines to vote for me in the primary because they're fed up with what's happening in Washington, D.C. They realize that it's broken and that people like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump are working less and less and less, and meanwhile getting richer.
No, I
look at how aggressive
he
is, by the way.
Articulated how you would pay for it. Let me ask you about something else.
Look at how fucking aggressive this line of questioning is, bro. Dog, ZBS is out of control, brother.
Did Ashley Moody and Donald Trump are working less.
Yo, have you seen any anchor in liberal media treat a regular Republican with this level of enmity, with this level of animosity? Do we ever hear from any of the major media outlets they're talking to her like she's the head of Hamas or something? Wow. Unfucking believable, dude. I'm sure being a black woman has nothing to do with it. If she was an establishment neoliberal, they would not be treating her like this. Yes, in other outlets, like if it was Fox News, I would say you're right. And yes, black women are consistently undermined. But this also has a lot to do with the fact that this has a lot to do. What was that? You okay? That she is not only a black woman, but also progressive.
Less and less, and meanwhile getting richer.
No, I understand that, but you really haven't articulated how you would pay for it. Let me ask you about something else here. You have faced some criticism, like other Democratic socialists. You're advocating for ending unconditional aid to the state of Israel. Florida has the third largest Jewish population in the country. What would you say to those voters who are perhaps worried about your position, given that we've seen enormous spike in anti-Semitism in this country?
For sure. I'll let them know that I have continued to fight for the safety and well-being of all Floridians, despite their religion or whatever their ideology is. And I'm going to continue to advocate as such. And so back to your previous question, I did articulate how I would pay for it. I told you that I would make sure that we made these billionaires and ultra wealthy millionaires pay their fair share. A budget is a moral document.
A question to present this insane anchor is, what the fuck does defending Israel's unlimited demands for American tax dollars have to do with America and American Jews? Like, the hidden premise there is, oh, well, anti-Semitism is skyrocketing. Don't you think that Israel needs more billions of dollars? What the fuck are you talking about? And it's also crazy because he then goes on to be like, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? Okay, you know which country has Medicare for all? Israel. Israel gets to pay for it somehow. I think we can too.
Document, it lets us know what our values are. And right now, we can see that they care more about spending $1 billion on a ballroom that many of us will never get to dance in.
Okay, I just want to get, again, your position on funding and providing material and support to the state of Israel. For example, do you believe that Hamas should be completely disarmed and removed from governing Gaza?
Yes, I do.
You do. And what do you say then to those voters in the state of Florida who say to you that they're worried about the fact that the United States would not support a key ally in the Middle East?
What I would say is the same thing I would say about every ally. We need to make sure that we are scrutinizing all military aid or all aid to them to ensure that they are doing right by their citizens or their neighboring countries.
The socialist message seems to be resonating right now. Good to see you, Angie Nixon, and congratulations, too. It seems to be resonating right now in the primary. Do you think that it will resonate in the general, when it comes to the general election? Many people are very frightened of the positions, defund the police, abolishing ICE. How do you think that's going to work when it comes to the general election?
For sure. So it's not necessarily a socialist message or a progressive message. It's not about labels. It's actually just about the needs of people. And people want the same things, as I stated earlier, to be healthy, prosperous, and safe. And they want to make sure that people are looking out for these rights that they deserve, which are health care, which are housing, which are...
For the record, that is a socialist message, but I don't expect every candidate, especially ones that are running statewide office, especially ones that are not like DSA cadre candidates, to carry on that message.
Voting rights, and is actually resonating, and they're supportive of them.
Have you heard from anyone in the Democratic leadership since your win?
So we've had folks that have reached out to call us, and we are going to be returning phone calls all this week.
You've campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Mr. Piker. Do you want to see them on the campaign trail with you as well?
So I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker. Not sure where that information came from. I have campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. And so she is someone who wants the same things that I want, to make sure that government is working for people and not against it. And so I'll continue to do the same thing. But I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker at all.
Why are you on screen? Because they got the boss, they got the marching orders. Notice how Gail, instead of correcting the misinformation, then moves into, well, will you shit on Hassan Piker, please, for us? So we can get another fucking soundbite? And it's so dumb. Why doesn't CBS like you? Very confusing. I wonder why the media outlet that was purchased by the Ellisons, who put Barry Weiss as the editor-in-chief, has a particular distaste for me. You know, the outlet that was purchased by the Ellisons with the express purpose of making it more pro-Israel and more pro-MAGA. Wonder where that's coming from.
Okay, where they came from. All right, my apologies. I thought that you had. My apologies about that. Would you want him to campaign with you?
I don't really know who Mr. Piker is. I've heard about him, and so
you don't know who he is?
I said I don't really know who he is personally or anything like that. I am actually focused on Florida and making sure that I'm talking to voters here to uplift their needs and their concerns. And so that's what my focus is going to be over the next 76 days.
How do you think you pulled this off, Angie Nixon? You know, the money, you were outspent by the money. Your opponent seemed to have more appeal, allegedly, when this campaign first started. The poll numbers were not in your favor in the beginning. How do you think you pulled it off? I know you said people want to change. I hear you. But what do you think happened?
Yeah, for sure. So
here's some background information for you guys. From my personal involvement on campaigns of candidates that are, let's just say, played a pivotal role in getting a Senate majority, candidates who I did not publicly involve myself with, but worked on background. Let's just say there were some campaigns that wanted to set up get out the vote initiatives, but were too scared. And this was many years ago. This was before the Hasan wave, the anti-Hasan wave. They were worried about not just my involvement, but even the involvement of the likes of AOC. Now, of course, the attitude has changed dramatically now because AOC is a national figure, a beloved figure, especially amongst the base. But you see pieces of this so irrelevant conjecture. No, this is not irrelevant conjecture. The point I'm trying to make is that different races with a different base of support will sometimes lean into or shy away from nationally relevant progressive figures, even if they themselves are progressive. One immediate example I can show you is the fact that while Abdul Al-Sayed, of course, welcomes the AOC and Bernie Sanders endorsements in the primary, his campaign literally took the same ad that they ran in the primary and chopped AOC and Bernie Sanders out of it to reach a broader base of support, because not everyone is a fan, right? This doesn't mean that these are toxic figures or anything. It's just sometimes important to target different bases of support with the same ad campaign that, you know, is specifically tailored around Abdul Al-Sayed, or in this circumstance, Angie Nixon. Do you understand?
I worked hard, but I was a former single mom for 12 years, so I know how to make a dollar stretch. And I want to be clear, we knew we were going to win. I am a former union organizer and I'm a current community organizer, and we work hard and we go and speak to everyone. And that's what the difference was between me and Mr. Vindman. And that's going to be the difference between me and Ashley Moody, because she doesn't like to show up to speak to constituents.
Representative, really quickly before you go, you're a Democratic socialist running in a statewide race with a large population of people who have fled governments that call themselves socialists. How do you convince those voters when they hear socialists that they may see that as disqualifying?
Yeah, for sure. So I want to be clear. I just recently became a member of the Democratic Socialists. I've also just recently become a member of the Working Families Party. And I let people know that nothing's changed about me. I am someone who's going to stand up for them.
Oh, she's so awesome. I love her so much. Oh, my Lord. She's so fucking good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Having her in the Senate would be so insane. Having her in the Senate would be so incredible. This is a much tougher race than Abdul's. Oh, I don't know. I will say this much. Did I misunderstand that? That she wants to send Israel weapons? Yes, you did. She did not say that at all. She said the exact opposite, which is part of the reason why ZBS is so unbelievably antagonistic towards her. You literally took what she said and just heard the exact opposite of what she said. Dude, Eric thinks it may be linked to VRA. Another data point for black voters in the South are pissed as hell about the death of the Voting Rights Act. Black voters seem to show out for Nixon. Yep. 100%. This is actually a very good take. Also, why is the DC bureau chief of The Independent quote retweeting socialist Adri? What the fuck is going on, man? This is another testament to how unbelievably online every goddamn journalist is. She, in fact, yeah, I know. She did say this. I know. This video is very powerful. In tears, Florida State Rep Angie Nixon begs for a ceasefire and asks how many dead Palestinians will be enough. Republican Michelle Salzman shouts out all of them.
We are at 10,000 dead Palestinians. How many will be enough? I also...
Yeah, she says all of them. Michelle Salzman, Representative Salzman says all of them.
I also... One of my colleagues just said all of them. Wow. One of my colleagues said all of them. One of my colleagues also stated that this is going to dry up their fundraising if we vote on this resolution. I also want that, that's what we've become in this state. That's what we've become in this state, where we don't care about innocent babies that don't even get the opportunity to blow out their first birthday candle. We are at 10,000 dead.
What's she up to now? What's she up to now? Dog, she just won the Democratic primary for Senate last night in an unfathomable blowout victory against all odds. Oh, you mean Saltzman? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, she owns a banned bookstore, banned books bookstore in Jacksonville. Remember that bookstore that we went to in Detroit when we were stumping for Donovan McKinney? She owns a bookstore not dissimilar to that, Cafe Resistance bookstore. Look at the insignias outside the bookstore. Dude, this is why I get so fucking annoyed This is why I get so annoyed with the way that people talk about black folks in this country. Okay? This is why I get so frustrated whenever people say, like, oh, black people are so conservative. Black people are this, black people are that. It's like, first of all, no group is monolithic. But if you want to know the truth, black existence in a white supremacist country has always made black people far more radical than the average person. Okay? Like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. The way people talk about black people in mainstream news is so goddamn dumb. And you'll see she's a black woman, so they are going to undermine her so much. They are going to come after her. They're going to say she's a radical. They're going to say she's scary. They're going to say she's unintelligent. 100%. They will deploy every dog whistle they can. The Republicans will deploy every dog whistle they can in her direction. Black women are some of the most radical people in this country with their politics, and some of the most consistently undermined. They're some of the best politicians. Look at Summer Lee, Ayanna Pressley. Hopefully now, Angie Nixon will, be up there as well. We in the DSA have some discussions about endorsing her here in South Florida because of legitimate disagreements, but how can I convince my comrades that this is as important, if not more important than Oliver's race? I don't know what Angie's calculation is. From what I understand, I think Miami DSA refused to endorse her because she wouldn't say she's a socialist or wouldn't run as like a socialist. I care more. I'll be honest with you. Like, if I was thinking about this as an opportunity for DSA, you should be fucking, begging her to be associated and deploy as many of your resources you can to get her elected, because I don't think that the National Democratic Party is going to do anything with this race. I think they're going to leave this race behind. So she is going to need all the help she can get. Having said that, however, Angie might not want it. That's the other thing. Like, she might want the support, but she might not want the open endorsement because it's a very right-wing state. I don't expect her. She joined the DSA on her own, which is wonderful, right? She joined the DSA on her own during her fucking candidacy, which is crazy. What a goddamn gift for all of the Florida socialist organizations. What a goddamn gift. But she might not necessarily want that open acknowledgement or that endorsement because it's a statewide campaign in a state that is, in a seat that's like in the past been plus 16, right? Plus 16 Republican. So, yeah. But as I've said over and over again, and this is a perfect example of it, there is no socialist movement in this country without black socialism. How many times have I fucking said this? How many times have I said this in this election cycle in particular? There is no socialism in this country without black socialism. There's no socialism in this country without southern states also getting involved in this movement. And the only way to get southern states to be involved in this movement is through black socialism. So just remember that. This should be an opportunity for the DSA to make inroads with prominent black activists in the state and black leadership in the state. They should do everything in their power to organize in these communities. Okay? I've been saying this. I said this with the Zoran victory, if you remember. I've been saying this non-fucking stop. I see the vision. And Angie Nixon is phenomenal. She's phenomenal, and she is a gift. She is a gift for not only the Democratic Party, but she's a gift for all of us. A person who, on her own volition, due to her own moral convictions, decided to join the Democratic Socialists of America while she was campaigning. Didn't even get the endorsement from Miami DSA that she sought out. And she's out here telling Gail, you know, yeah, I joined the DSA. Nothing changed about me. I joined the Working Families Party. Nothing changed about me. My convictions are my own. I don't think you guys understand how insane of a gift this is, because she didn't have to join the DSA at all. She probably could have still won the primaries. And she's not even aggressively posturing against the Democratic Socialists of America. She's not even, Eric called your ass out. The Hassan the Hunt's point, I am unbelievably online, and I quote tweeted Adri because I followed her and she showed up on my feed right when I was seeing some stuff about Calais and the death of the VRA. It's true. Eric called your ass out. Yeah. So yeah. This is a Angie Nixon Stan account. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, this is an Angie Nixon Stan account. Okay? If Angie Nixon wants our help, we will be there for her. If she wants it to be quiet on the background, I will do that. Whatever, if she says, I don't know Hassan Piker, I don't want him anywhere near, I will never touch the state of Florida. I will never bring it up. Whatever she wants, we are her loyal soldiers. Okay? That's it. Just a wink and a nod, you know? And I'm there. She is FDR, and we are farmers in the Dust Bowl. Sure. Maybe not the best example, as we're talking about a black woman in the South. Perhaps FDR is not the strongest analogy, but okay. Yeah. Chowder be like, we're Dixiecrats. No, we're Dixoncrats. But yeah, I don't think people understand how phenomenal this is. The reason why I say this, by the way, is because it's twofold. One, I think from my experience, what I've seen so far is that establishment Democrats will test the waters now because she's like, you know, very critical of Israel. So that's already a big problem for them, right? Like they don't want their fucking ranks to be filled with people who are anti-Israel. Are you kidding me? So there will be like a testing of the waters moment for her behind closed doors. I suspect, I'm speculating. This is wee-woo speculation, right? And part of that process will be like, where are you at on certain issues? Are you malleable? Will you play ball with the rest of us? Right? And if they don't want to offer her aid, she will probably need help from communities like ours to you know, gain some media attention for the campaign and for the policies in general. So I'll be there no matter what.
To make sure that I listen to them and continue to fight for them and what their needs are.
All right. Representative Angie Nixon, congratulations again on the win. We'll be tracking you. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Ashley Moody and the corporate politicians in Washington, they like to label us. It's easier to try to make voters afraid of me than to defend the choices they keep making to make our lives harder. They look at this movement and they call us extreme. They call us radical. But I think people see through that. Yes, they do. Yeah. I won't let them define me, and I know you will always know where I stand.
That was Florida State Representative Angie Nixon last night.
God damn, it's so loud. Sorry.
After defeating Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman by double digits to secure the Democratic nomination.
Yeah, by the way, here's an important data point for Angie Nixon and her victory. You know how everybody talks about everybody fucking talks about how oh, whoa, DSA so white, DSA so white. Well, guess what, dude? Angie Nixon showed what is possible. Okay. Last night, Angie Nixon showed what is possible if you combine the forces of Black Democrats, some of the more moderate voices, some of the voters that are considered moderate voters who voted for the not moderate candidate, right? Why did they do that? Because Angie Nixon has delivered results in the state of Florida for them, is seen as a fighter, and had the backing of virtually every prominent statewide Black leader. Okay? So it turns out the idea that Black voters are moderate is fucking ridiculous. It turns out that they want fighters just like everybody else. Okay? This is what I was talking about when I said this is like the makings of a real movement. Okay? This is the makings of a real movement. You bring in some of the chuds who are curious about left populism, low propensity voters and the like, and you bring in the aunties and the unks, and it is an unstoppable force. A rainbow coalition, if you will. It's not like this is a new meta, right? This is a very old meta, as a matter of fact. Washington Post analysis finds Democratic Socialist Angie Nixon built an unusual coalition in Florida's Democratic Senate primary, performing strongest in counties that were younger, poorer, less college educated, and had larger Black populations. Nixon won the least college educated in the blackest counties by roughly 30 points, carried counties with median household incomes below 65,000 points by 20 points, $65,000 by 20 points, and dominated areas with the largest shares of young adults. The Post said she activated a voter base that looks very different from... Hello? Dude, her tail is so large that when she wags it behind me, my ears, I can feel the weight of it. Hello? What's happening? What, you want some Chipotle? Oh, God, your ear smells so bad. Your ears smell so mean. I love you. Oh, no. Cutie pie. Give the dog Chipotle. Let Kaya stream. No. Kaya has insight on Angie Nixon. Shut up. But yeah. If we can pull this off in Michigan, the opportunities are endless. The opportunities are ours to seize. The moment is ours to seize.
For the U.S. Senate in the state. Nixon is the first DSA candidate to win a major party nomination for statewide office. And she joins us now. Representative, I just first got to ask you, how did you win? What happened that made, just earlier in the show, that made somebody call this the greatest upset in the history of Democratic politics in the state of Florida?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me on today. First of all, our team, we knew we were going to win because we go out and talk to people and have conversations with folks. I'm a community organizer, a former union organizer, and I have been fighting for nearly 2 decades to address the issues that Floridians have been facing.
Grew up with a single mom, saw a lot of domestic abuse, union organizer, community organizer, owner of a black-owned banned bookstore, a banned books bookstore. She is so fucking awesome. I don't know what my level of involvement in this campaign would look like or what kind of like negative attention it would have brought about. But I do, or maybe positive. I mean, she dominated on her own. We are so lucky to have her. We are so lucky to have her as a part of this coalition. We are so lucky to have such a talented, bold, radical, not really radical, but like a progressive candidate like that. Like, I feel way more excited about her than I did about Peggy Flanagan. And I was pretty fucking stoked on Flanagan too. Okay. I was stoked on Flanagan. Obviously, I have a close association, a close tie to the Abdul race in general, but she is probably one of the best. Yeah. Angie Nixon result complicates a few narratives. It's a reminder that being a socialist or even a DSA member doesn't automatically net you the org's endorsement and that you can win without it if you run a good campaign. Wasn't endorsed by AOC and Sanders, yet won by a solid margin while being way outspent. Won't end speculation about their intervention could have made the difference, but may also feed discourse about candidate quality. And of course, the idea that Socialist Electoral Project crashed and burned last week because of one very important race. It helped that she was so well known in Florida before she even joined DSA, and probably also that Bernie AOC stayed out while her opponent was nationalizing the race. He just didn't take her seriously in a way he would have if she had any kind of institutional backing. Yeah. So when I end up joining the fray, for example, here's one of the problems. The opposition, and it's the same for like Bernie Sanders or AOC, they nationalize races, right? The problem with nationalizing a race is, and this is what happened with Oliver Larkin as well, all of a sudden outside expenditures will just drop a money bomb out of fucking nowhere. Now with the case like with the case of Abdul, that was already going to happen, so it's not a lost cause for him regardless. But in the case of Peggy Flanagan, that can be a problem. In the case of Angie Nixon, that could have been a problem because Angie Nixon's opponent had fundraised $16 million already. But he was waiting because he thought that he was going to easily defeat. He thought that he was going to easily defeat Angie Nixon and therefore was holding that war chest for the general. In some ways, what we call sleepy races can sometimes be what it looks like when candidates are running on policies rather than on how much money they have. Do you understand? Simply put, it's a race not dissimilar to a race where there's no money in politics, right? So we don't know what it would have looked like if this race got nationalized and then her opponent dumped like $3 million of his $16 million to win the race.
Here in the state, working to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour before I became a state lawmaker, working to stop price gouging while I was a state lawmaker, also expanding access to early childhood education for low income and hardworking people. And those are the things that Floridians and Americans care about. They are frankly just tired and fed up of these politicians, these corrupt politicians like unelected unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump, who are in Washington working less but getting richer. Meanwhile, folks like us, everyday people who are working harder than ever, basically have nothing to show.
She wasn't outspent 16-1. No. I think she was outspent like 4-1 or 6-1. It was still a crazy number. No. She was outraised 16-1. She was outraised 16-1. She couldn't even crack 1 million. She had 927K or something in her campaign fundraising. Vindman fundraised $16 million. Vindman, I believe, spent around like $5 million. I don't know how much she spent on ads. I think she had 0 TV ads. But yes, Vindman was not taking her seriously at all. He was positioning for the general the entire time. He thought that hashtag resistance liberalism from like 2016 and his work within the Trump impeachment would carry him into an easy victory amongst the primary voters. What he did not realize was that black political power in the state of Florida, is especially important right now. It is especially important in this very moment because black political power is being eradicated by the Republicans everywhere in the country. So if there's an opportunity to get representational politics, a real fighter, a beloved fighter in the state, of course black voters are going to go out and vote by Assad margins for her. And that's precisely what happened. If you look at her local endorsement list, it's crazy. You look at her national endorsements, there's like 6 people on there. You look at her local endorsement, it is virtually every black leader in every district of the state of Florida. Every single one. That's why she won. And she deserves to win, of course. She was great, but let's be fucking real. Yeah, if Jesse Jackson 88 happened 40 years later, he'd have locked it before Super Tuesday. 100%. Yeah. Rainbow Coalition by like a Jesse Jackson style figure would be unstoppable. Bar none. No question. It would destroy in the general too. But there would be no Democrat that ever makes it out of the primary. No Democrat.
For, and that's been resonating. People know I'm not a politician. They know I'm someone that's just like them, and I'm a public servant that's going to fight for them.
Let's talk about the things you believe in, things you don't believe in. You said you weren't going to allow people to define you. So let's first of all talk about the things that you've said you believe in, and then we'll get to the other things that every DSA candidate's going to be asked about from now till the end of the election. You say Floridians are ready for Medicare for all, universal child care, affordable housing, fully funded public education, and an end to senseless wars. How did that resonate on the campaign trail, especially Medicare for all, a universal health care?
Yeah, for sure. So the state of Florida, Floridians, we are the largest group of enrollees on the Affordable Care Act. And again, unelected Ashley Moody decided to vote against extending the ACA subsidies, which knocked nearly 300,000 people off the ACA marketplace. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy here in our country. And you got to think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so not only that, but childcare here in our state, it ranges anywhere from $800 to $2,400. Universal child care is something that we need. For every $1 the government would spend, it puts $3 back into the economy because it allows parents to be able to work. I am a mother of 5. Me and my husband have a blended family. I have a 5-year-old right now. Do you know how much we need childcare, and that'll free us up to not have to worry about things? And Floridians and Americans all across the state agree.
First of all, 300,000 Floridians knocked off of health care support because of the so-called big, beautiful bill. It's had a devastating impact across America. Yeah, a big BS deal has had a horrible impact for so many working Americans. I want to ask you now about some other issues, and some candidates support these issues, some DSA candidates. I know Mayor Mamdani does not support some of these issues. I'm going to ask you where you stand on defunding the police, abolishing prisons, and opening up the border again. Do you support any of those propositions?
So what I support is making sure that we have law and order in this country. And that starts with making sure there's a full release of the Epstein files and that we hold people accountable. It also is making sure that we have accountability for ICE officials who have murdered and slaughtered people in our streets on camera who unfortunately have not been held accountable and actually have been hidden, honestly. And so those are the types of things that I support. And I want to be clear, I am a union member. I recently joined the Working Families Party. I also just recently joined DSA because there were some things, the majority of things that I'm supportive of. But just like I'm a Democrat, there are some things that I do not.
By the way, Shakespearean, insert fucking fire emoji. I'm not in support of prison abolition. I, however, am in support of private prison abolition. That is insert fucking fire quiver on the book emoji moment. Fantastic. I'm not in support of police abolition. I'm in support of ICE abolition. I'm not in support of prison abolition. I'm in support of private prison abolition. Is muy caliente. It's excellent. It's great. Now, remember, a lot of people get very fucking mad. A lot of people go, oh my God, this is a betrayal, blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. The reason why I say this is because, one, I trust her in terms of her background, in terms of her worldview, in terms of her perspective. But not quiver, sorry. Quill. I fucked it up. Thank you. Quill. The quill on fire. So she's basically, shut up is such a dumbass thing to say to a chat. Yeah, well, this is back and forth communication, okay? This is not a betrayal. It's not a betrayal at all. It's opening up the door to what is possible down the line. It's not a betrayal. It's opening up the door. It's starting the conversation from an angle that is broadly popular. Yeah, sorry. She didn't say private prisons. She said for-profit prisons. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Not fully support within the Democratic Party, particularly those corporate Democrats, right? I don't accept corporate PAC money, and I want to make sure that these billionaires pay what they owe. And so there are going to be a few differences here and there, but overwhelmingly,
please stop wearing suits.
What I care about and support are what everyday Floridians care about and support, which is making sure that housing is a right and people have a place to put their heads at night.
Yeah. So you don't support defunding the police?
No, I don't support defunding the police. I do support comprehensive criminal justice reform to make sure we are addressing some of the root causes of people leading into a life of crime.
Right. Willie, Willie Geist with us and has the next question. Willie.
Congratulations on your win last night. Let me just follow up on what Joe was asking, because as you know, now that you're running statewide, your Republican opponent, Ashley Moody, already is saying the positions of the DSA and particularly of you are crazy, calling you all comrades together, et cetera. So what about abolishing prisons, which is one of the platform positions of the national...
she's going to say, I'm not in favor of abolishing prisons, but I'm in favor of abolishing for-profit prisons.
DSA. Do you support that?
I don't support abolishing prisons. What I do support is abolishing for-profit prisons because they exploit labor and they usher many of our children into the school-to-prison pipeline. Why are we incentivizing the enhancement of...
Also, well, barring some establishment, black politicians, black candidates, black politicians in general are going to never skip a beat on this because they have lived experience from their communities as far as like how to communicate around this issue. That's part of the reason why, you know, no disrespect to anybody else that's a progressive, nationally famous progressive candidate, but like she's not doing, because a lot of people were like, well, she's not doing the woke 1.0 was crazy shit. It's like, yeah, because she's a black woman. Like, it's ironic because woke one was crazy came from Chiose, a black man. Okay. But, you know, I understand how he meant it. And I even understand how AOC meant it as well, which a lot of people did not see in the same favorable light that I did. She also got off scot-free on that. Yeah, top Chi. But yeah, yeah, she literally said, I don't support, she did the same thing that I do all the time, which is not, I'm not like connecting myself to her in any way, shape, or form, but like this is something that I do all the time as well, where I say I'm not in favor of prison abolition and then describe some of the immediate steps towards a goal such as that one. Okay. Sometimes it's important to focus on what is permissible, to focus on what is possible, to focus on something that is still considered radical by a lot of people, but is not so radical by the masses, right? Sometimes it's okay if a slogan is considered far too damaged. It's okay to just say, look, I don't know about this defund the police stuff, but I believe that police have a necessary job in a normal society, and they handle far too many tasks. And what I think we should focus on is the best ways to engage in crime prevention. And part of that revolves around funding some of these other tools that foster a safer community, tackle the root causes of crime, like poverty, right? Because if we live in a world where Obamacare is unpopular, but the Affordable Care Act is, you got to work with what's popular. You understand? You have to be quick on your feet. You have to be nimble with the rhetoric. Do you understand? Especially if it's directionally in line with your goals. Hasanabi, you do not talk about the school to prison pipeline or for-profit prisons when it's discussed. No, I was referencing something else that I also reframe when we talk about prison abolition. I say there are plenty of people that I would like to put in prison, but then I also talk about how I'm much more favorable towards the prison abolitionist position than what is the norm. What do I always say is the norm in American society? For-profit prisons is the norm in American society. Putting people in concentration camps is the norm in American society. Our current unbelievably violent carceral state is the norm in American society, and I think that's unfathomable. I think that's radical. Do I not always say that? Yes. In the past, I've talked about the school to prison pipeline extensively. But if you think that I, do not bring up for-profit prisons or our carceral state and how violent it is, how exploitative it is, you're wrong. You must not have listened after I say I'm not a prison abolitionist, because you probably fucking checked out, because you heard me say I'm not a prison abolitionist and you started seeing red. Because there's probably hundreds of hours of me talking about not only our carceral state and how ridiculous it is, how violent it is, how bad it is to how bad it is at reintegrating felons back into society, normal society. How many fucking times have I talked about this shit? In my opinion, this is a good pivot because she reframes the debate back to a progressive issue that complements her moral worldview. She's not chasing the tough on crime lane that Dems basically can't win against the Republican no matter how hard they try. Yes.
For-profit prisons because they exploit labor and they usher many of our children into the school to prison pipeline.
Yeah, like every line, bar for bar, after she said, I'm not a prison abolitionist. Yeah, you're in the community of a guy who is like directly interviewed prison firefighters and talked about all of these issues extensively. It's so funny that motherfuckers forget about everything that I've done in the past. They just hear the word, I am not a prison abolitionist, and they fucking lose their minds. How can I expect random boomers not to fall for clip chimps when I got my own community that isn't even getting clip chimped? They're getting, I guess, context chimped. Because they hear something that they don't want to hear, and they don't understand the broader initiative at play.
Why are we incentivizing the enhancement of penalties and actually allow the enhancement of not actually allowing the education system to be successful? There has been an attack on public education here in our state and across our country, and that leads to children winding up in the school to prison pipeline. I don't support abolishing prisons, but I do support ending for-profit prisons, which also, when you look at it and look at some data points, you will see that there have been a lot of people that have died inside of these for-profit prisons, or you have seen there's a lot.
She could also tie it back to Alligator Alcatraz too, which is like another one of these like disastrous attempts at a for-profit detention facility that the federal government deployed, where God knows how many people were killed. Like, we still don't have answers. As a senator, she's going to demand answers on why Floridian taxpayer dollars went to that initiative. You know, there's still thousands of people missing. We don't know where they went. It was fucking crazy. This is her state, right? Like, so that's another good way to drop the salience of this issue. Like, we got the government fucking disappearing people. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. It's completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
A lot of waste and abuse and fraud within these private prisons, for-profit prisons. And so those are the types of things that I'm against.
And what about another national position, which is the free movement of people, which the DSA means open borders? They say that's what that means. Do you support open borders into the United States?
I support a comprehensive and clear pathway to citizenship for folks. I believe that Border Patrol should make sure that they are securing the border. I believe, though, that there needs to be a clear, comprehensive, and compassionate pathway to citizenship, especially for folks like Haitians and Venezuelans and Syrians. The Haitian community here in our state contribute over $2.6 billion to our economy. And not only that, it's not only just about their labor. It's actually about the culture that they bring here. They are amazing people. And so there needs to be a clear pathway to citizenship, especially if their country is still so unstable. I mean, the Department of State has issued warnings to people traveling over to Haiti. And so how can we be okay with ending TPS status for folks if we say that Americans shouldn't go back there or go visit? And so I, again, support a clear and compassionate, comprehensive pathway to citizenship, as well as making sure that our borders are secure.
One issue I'm sure you've already found as you've traveled the state, and you will find increasingly now in the general election, is the question of Israel. So I'm curious what you would say to a Jewish voter who's interested in you, likes what they've seen in many ways, your economic message as well, maybe an independent voter, Democrat, but also even a Republican who's fed up with Donald Trump, and looks at the DSA national position of just cutting off all aid to Israel, economic, military, everything else. Would you support that, cutting off aid to Israel?
So you asked me what I would say and how I would make a Jewish voter or a person comfortable with my positions. And what I would say is that they should look at my track record. I have a proven track record in history of fighting against bigotry, calling it out in all shapes and forms. I believe in the safety and well-being and dignity of all people. And I want to ensure that when it comes to military aid or aid to any country outside of the U.S., that we heavily scrutinize it. Because right now here in our state, in our country, we have veterans that are living unhoused on the streets. We have teachers that are calling my state office monthly because they can't afford to live in the state of Florida anymore. And so we need to make sure that we're putting Americans first before we go ahead and start sending money or military aid to any country outside of the U.S.
So that's fair.
Gene
Obviously,
Robinson,
I think that's why.
just as, I'm sorry, Willie. Good.
No, I just wanted to just put a fine point on that. So that's why you won your economic message, because people in your state are suffering economically. But just to put a fine point on it, would you support cutting off military and economic aid to Israel?
At this time, I believe what's happening over in Israel and in Palestine is not good for Israelis or Palestinians. And I believe that Netanyahu is a war criminal who needs
I mean, thank you.
to answer to his crimes. And I do not support sending any money or any weapons to Israel at this moment. No, I don't.
Beast mode, queen, beast mode. Oh, dude, never did I ever believe that I would see the motherfucking day. Dude, again, won the Florida Democratic Senator primary. Can you please, I need you guys to understand where we are, okay? I need you guys to understand where we are currently. Like, so many of you only tuned into this issue in the last 3 years. If you've been at this for the last 13 years like I have, this is an unfathomable but very welcomed sea change. Okay? Even if you were tuned in kind of 3 years ago, think about it now. Oh, if she goes on to win Florida, what do you think we'll say next? If she wins Florida, America is I'm not going to say anything. The American trajectory will be so fucking positive. I cannot. Oh my God. She's phenomenal, but she's obviously going to get stomped in November. You said it so many times towards the end last night that Florida is not savable. Republican votes outnumbered Dem votes by like 500. Okay, that's an insane mountain to climb. I know. But I think she has a better shot at climbing that mountain than a cookie cutter, neoliberal, centrist Democrat. Okay? And the fact that she's a black woman in a state like Florida will, in my opinion, help. Florida is very racist, of course. But also, there's a lot of black voters in Florida. And black voters are pissed the fuck off right now. There's a ton of black people in Florida. Dog. There are a ton of black felons in Florida as well. Ron DeSantis' signature accomplishment was to eradicate the gains made by a ballot measure that was voted for by a much wider margin than his margin of victory over Andrew Gillum. The first thing he did was felon voter restoration was a ballot measure. Okay. Vote restoration for felons was a ballot measure, a ballot initiative in the state of Florida that got a fuck ton more votes than Ron DeSantis did. Okay? DeSantis did. His first act, once he was governor, was to reinstitute a motherfucking poll tax, bro. Straight segregation shit. He literally went in to the governor's mansion, and one of the first things that he did was reinstitute a poll tax. We can make Florida happen. Yeah. Florida is a true purple state still. I believe. If you believe, it can happen.
The progressive wing.
Florida could happen. Okay? Because all those ballot measures get crazy, crazy support. Because remember, in the state of Florida, okay, in the state of Florida, which is how I will be referring to Florida going forward, ballot measures need 60% to pass. And Floridians vote for those ballot measures with that 60+%. They pass all the time. Super, super progressive ballot measures pass in the state. It's the Democratic Party that's not popular in Florida. The Floridians are writing abortion rights, things like that. People want it. Anyway, I do want to talk about the fucking Ad Fontes media bias chart once again, because they revealed it one more time. Now, this is like the Sex Pestiny cult's favorite bias chart. And of course, I have some choice words to say. And I'm glad that more people are aware that these guys are a fucking psyop. Like, if you dig into the founders and funders of Ad Fontes Media, Ground News, and any of these bias evaluators, their methodology is purely vibes-based, and their right-wing political project is pretty clear. Literate Machine did a great article and video about it. I wake up, there's another psyop. Only the most brainwashed will fall for your corporate media glazing bullshit. Now, a lot of people hyper-focus on the fact that I am as unreliable and as much of a liar as like Alex Jones, right? People love using that. What they fail to recognize, and I've said for years, like in an effort to show how fucking insane these guys are with their metrics, is all of the other people on the left versus people on the right. I'll give you some examples. Now, they put me down here, contains misleading information, on the hyper-extreme, hyper-partisan left, not the most extreme. Rev Left Radio is the most extreme. Breakthrough News is more extreme. They put Joe Rogan above me, right? So, like, a lot of people will look at that and go, ha, lol, owned. At least they put me a little bit above Nick Fuentes, America First, Nick Fuentes. And they put Alex Jones beneath me for the first time this year. But what's really interesting about this is not where I'm at in comparison to other right-wing sources. If you want to understand how fucking insane, how unbelievably biased these guys are, look no further than the fact that Midas Touch is also barely cracking the bottom of the opinion or wide variation in reliability metric, whereas skynews.com.au, New York Post, Daily Mail, and fucking Megyn Kelly is considered more reliable than Midas Touch, more reliable than Rolling Stone, more reliable than Daily Dot. Are you out of your fucking mind? FoxNews.com is considered more reliable than Jacobin, MS Now, FoxNews.com and News Nation TV, Fox Business, GBN. GB News is the Fox News of the UK. And GB News is considered more reliable as a news outlet than MS Now is, than Rachel Maddow is. Now, of course, I had to cook them, and I had to defend my boys over at Midas Touch, regardless of our disagreements at times, okay? I said, yes, Megyn Kelly, who has talked about Charlie Kirk being killed by hexes, is infinitely more fact-based than Midas Touch. Thank you for another incredibly biased media bias chart at Fontes Media. GB News is the Fox News of the UK. You were briefly featured in this video about how trash ground
Likewise,
news is.
the
Oh, this
rise-
is from Literate Machine. Yeah.
In the popularity of socialism in the United States over the past decade, despite capitalism practically being on holy ground here, shows just how hard it is for the Epstein class to get people to fight against their own interests when it feels like everything is collapsing around our ears.
I kind of want to watch this video now. This is because Ad Fontes is run by Wiccans, so they know the hexes are real. True. So here's the problem with this, okay? You can chalk it up to two things. You can chalk it up to one of two things. You can either say, oh, they're just trying to do both sides are kind of the same, and then they're falling for this, like both sides are actually not the same reality, right? That could be one of the reasons, right? Or you understand that from their perspective, they are heavily biased in the right-wing media direction. A couple things immediately stand out. The free press has engaged in genocide denial through lies. And the free press is in the skews right column. And the free press is considered far more reliable than the Rolling Stone, far more reliable than, you know, all these other outlets to the left, far more reliable than Jen Psaki. Some of these people on the left are not fans of mine, and I'm not fans of them. But I am not a fucking sociopath. I am not a fucking moron who literally looks at this and goes, New York Post, much more trusted and much more reliable as a news resource than Jen fucking Psaki. Are you insane? Well, the answer is yes, by the way. The 5 is not more reliable than Jen Psaki. The 5 is not more reliable than Midas Touch. And the New York Post is certainly not more reliable than Midas Touch or Jen Psaki. The idea that Taylor Lorenz is less reliable than Fox News, GBN, Megyn Kelly, Daily Mail, New York Post, Free Press, and Theo fucking Vaughn. I like Theo Vaughn. I've been on his show. That's a fucking insane standard. Theo Vaughn wouldn't agree with that. Theo Vaughn would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm more reliable than Midas Touch? Than Jen Psaki? Theo Vaughn's a comedian, man. What are you doing? Like Brett Baer, in what planet is Brett fucking Baer, who is probably one of the better anchors on Fox News, but albeit still on Fox News, in what planet is the special report with Brett Baer a more reliable news resource than even the fucking Atlantic or Current Affairs? What are we talking about? Boston Review. Like Brett Baer is on the same level of reliability and a trusted resource in news as PBS? As PBS. What are we doing? This is an insanely biased and insanely broken media chart, and I'm glad that people are, recognizing it. Where's Democracy Now? I don't think they have Democracy Now on here right now, but this is just a summary. Yeah, comparisons of the extremes on both sides is even more laughable. Yes, I know. You might have noticed I haven't worked with Ground News, even though what I do is basically what Ground News does, right? It's a perfect organic ad placement. This is the reason why. This is the reason why. I told him straight up, I was like, you have to talk to Ad Fontes. You guys rely on Ad Fontes to figure out your bias and your reliability charts. These guys are out of their minds. Because I like Ground News. I think Ground News is actually a very Ground News could provide a very important resource, and I think they do a decent job regardless. I think Ground News does a decent job when you compare it to like as a concept, I like it. As a concept, I like it. As a tool, I like it. Does that make sense? Do you understand? You guys are misunderstanding my point. I'm saying that as a concept or as a tool, Ground News would be an important resource for a lot of people who are not as fucking media obsessed as we are. Okay? We're media obsessed. We're media perverts. We are media perverts. We watch more Fox News than our racist grandparents do. We watch Fox News. We read articles on a daily basis. We're article heads. I'm sorry. The average person doesn't have your understanding. Yeah, Piker, Fuentes, and other media influencers do more than political commentary. They shape political parties. Yeah, I'm only a little bit higher than the guy who doesn't believe the Holocaust happened. You are out of your fucking mind. Anyway, yeah, lower than Joe Rogan, Mr. Anti-Vax, Mr. Ivermectin, a more trusted, more reliable source of news. You look silly. Anyway, my point is this. Ground News as a concept is good. Ground News as a concept is important and good. The problem is it's very difficult to actually chart out a decent media bias chart. Because ironically enough, those who are charting out the media bias are biased themselves. Do you understand? And for Ground News, they're not going to waste a lot of resources, creating their own version of this. And what they're going to do instead is rely on Ad Fontes Media and numerous other resources similar to Ad Fontes Media. And that's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, Joe Rogan calls out his producer Jamie for laughing when medical doctor Zach Bush says simply looking at hieroglyphics can reverse inflammation in the body. And Ad Fontes Media is like, yep, that is a more reliable news resource than myself. Do they publish their analyst list from across the political spectrum? I don't know. Jamie hates his life, dog. Anyway, this is like very, very frustrating for me as a Midas Touch defender. As a Midas Touch defender, I see shit like this and it pisses me the fuck off, okay? What's their justification for having you this low? They think that, my positions are ridiculous. So that's the reason why they say I'm not reliable as a source of information. But it's funny because these guys do see me as a reliable source of information. Like the people who are at the top of this, journalists, producers, routinely work and offer coverage on this guy down here as a decent combatter of misinformation on the internet. So it doesn't even make sense from their own perspective. Because yes, while, CNN is not exactly a fan of mine or whatever, the New Yorker, NPR, like I've been on Guardian, New York Times, I've been on a lot of these outlets with regular frequency as they cover what I do as a person who combats right-wing disinformation, as a person who combats, the bro culture and the manosphere on the internet. So it doesn't even make sense from their own framework, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, if Ground News were to fix their hyper reliance on like Ad Fontes Media, I think they would be a far better tool overall.
Are you being fed a never-ending doom scroll of media that only serves to reinforce your existing biases and may even push you into more extreme views? Well, have I got a solution for you? That's right, it's my sponsor. Not actually my sponsor. Ground News! Ground News will show you news stories like you've never seen them before. The same story presented from multiple news sources at once, conveniently categorized by political bias, as well as showing you news stories that might be getting covered by news organizations of one political leaning, but not another, to help you get out of your filter bubble. Sounds great, right? Right? Chapter 1. So what's the problem with Ground News anyway? There's this video by Ben Jordan about how capitalism is dying. Something I was researching for a certain other episode. And his video is pretty good. However, there was one part that made me do a double take. At one point in the video, he says there's a problem that
every piece of news that the average voter sees is manipulated by a third-party aggregator.
Yeah, true.
I gotta pee.
But then at the very end of the video, he turns around and says,
I suppose you want some advice on how to educate yourself about current events when an exceeding amount of news organizations are owned by billionaires and sometimes even governments. Well, Ground News. Come here, I'll show you.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Now, you might have heard of Ground News because they've been buying ads on popular YouTube channels faster than Raycons and Raid Shadow Legends. But Ground News is also a corporate news aggregator serving up stories via an opaque algorithm, right? And it's not only that, but it's a news aggregator whose chief feature is that it classifies the entirety of news output along a simple one-dimensional left-right political axis. Now, Ben Jordan says that Ground News is independently owned and funded by subscribers, but this is at best a half-truth. According to their own website, in addition to subscribers, Ground News is funded by an unidentified handful of mission-aligned independent investors. And if you look in PitchBook, you'll find a number of venture capital firms in the mix, including Techstars, which was also one of the early investors in Uber. But even if we accept Ground News independence at face value, how do they even determine the political bias of a news organization? According to them, it's based on the work of 3 other independent organizations: All Sides, Alfontes Media, and Media Bias Fact Check. I could deep dive into these 3 orgs, the opaque nature of those involved in creating their ratings, and none of them actually tell you the names of the people doing the ratings or what their credentials are, and the fact that they're all, like Ground News itself, for-profit businesses. But I think it's more telling to look at the results of their work as represented by Ground News. One could, of course, take issue with Ground News identifying the New York Times as a publication that leans left, considering the many efforts it's made under Nepo baby owner A.G. Sulzberger's ideals of neutrality and objectivity to buck that perception by hiring openly anti-woke journalists, giving voice to right-wing columnists, not to mention the famous 2020 editorial by Republican Senator Tom Cotton to send in troops to put down the George Floyd protests, and causing longtime liberal economist and Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman to quit through editing that he said toned down his voice and forced false equivalences on him. But a more concerning case, I think, is the Wall Street Journal, a publication owned by Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, which also owns Fox News, and which Ground News tells us is politically in the center, but which, as far as I can tell, has never had an opinion piece to the left of Federico Franco. As I wrote this, the Wall Street Journal opinion pages had such absolute center takes as Mamdani's socialist supermarket may put little grocers out of business, despite the fact that they're specifically aimed at food deserts, a piece called The Justices Are Finally Colorblind, celebrating the destruction of the Civil Rights Act by the Supreme Court, and Obama's legacy is the Trump presidency, with the lead line, his foreign policy was one of retrenchment, and his signature health insurance law made things worse. Does them implicitly criticizing Trump by blaming him on Obama make the Wall Street Journal centrist? What kind of a bad joke is this exactly? Or consider The Economist, another publication marked as center by Ground News, and which, for example, recently had a cover story about how best to fight Gen Z's socialism, which it portrayed as a me-first doctrine and a threat to prosperity. Or Forbes magazine, which literally has a billionaires section, and whose articles include such nuanced takes as one in June by the magazine's billionaire founder about how California's wealth tax is, quote, part of a tyrannical scheme for global economic control by people who don't understand that economic growth is limitless, something I debunked in another video. That's definitely center, according to Ground News. What do you think center is supposed to mean here exactly, and who benefits from defining it this way? And while there's long been a distinction between the news and opinion sections of newspapers, and even news-related television programs, this isn't a distinction that Ground News makes. And while the writers and newscasters of the two sections might be kept separate, they're still under the same upper management and editorial policies. The Wall Street Journal leading a story about ICE traffic stops with quotes from Trump about their importance is a more subtle form of conservative bias than an opinion piece attacking ICE protesters in New Jersey, but both go out under the same editorial auspices. In fact, it sure seems like the Times feels compelled to respond to constant allegations of liberalism by self-consciously giving voice to the right, while papers like the Wall Street Journal don't bother with any such thing for the left, which creates a media environment designed to lurch steadily rightward. It's worth noting that the notion that mainstream news organizations like the Times, ABC News, or CNN are liberal media was once highly controversial. In the 90s, for example, longtime ABC News anchor Sam Donaldson remarked, "People on the right say we're too liberal, and people on the left say we're in league with the status quo, which means we're right where we should be, right in the middle." At that time, the idea that mainstream news was liberal was an accusation from the right, but that didn't mean it was accepted by the public at large, much less the newscasters themselves. Indeed, the nonpartisan nature of the news was not only believed in by those reporting it, but was and remains something actively enforced by mainstream news outlets and journalism schools. Even opinion writers, who are obviously permitted to have political opinions, are not supposed to have political affiliations or be political activists. Consider that in 2017, journalist Louis Raven Wallace was fired from his job on the American public media radio show Marketplace because of a post on his private blog averring that objectivity in journalism was dead. While firing him, his boss, veteran journalist Deborah Clark, told him a story about how she'd been scolded by a journalism professor at university for protesting apartheid in South Africa. A journalist should be so dedicated to appearing unbiased that they can't even be seen protesting something as horrific as apartheid. Which isn't to say that mainstream media actually is or was unbiased and neutral. As I'll explore, there's all sorts of ways bias appears in news reports. But this stance of ostensible neutrality has long been used as a lever by a conservative media that seeks to portray anything to the left of far-right reaction as liberal, and then to frame media bias strictly in terms of a simple left-right political axis, such that the neutral mainstream is forced to present both reality and far-right reaction in terms of equal weight, with facts themselves becoming mere ammunition in an ongoing culture war. And this once contentious framing gets presented as established fact by ground news, or worse, served up by AI as fact based on information scraped from ground news or its sources to a credulous public. This rot begins, however, not with ground news or even with the well-funded right-wing assault on the mainstream media, but rather with the whole notion of journalistic independence itself, and particularly with the redoubling of open efforts by the Epstein class to gobble up media for its own purposes.
There's no such thing as unbiased media. I say this all the time, right? There's no such thing. It's impossible to be unbiased. Okay, so the standard for journalism should be truthful and accurate reporting. Do you understand? That's it. Wait, you're biased? Yes. And I do something that I think a lot of people, at least like the average consumer of news, doesn't comprehend, is far more truthful than just hiding my biases and saying, I'm impartial, I'm unbiased. Like, no, I tell you what my biases are. I tell you what my position is every single time. Unconditionally. I always tell you, I'm always transparent about what my perspective is on any issue that I cover. And for the average consumer of news, they look at that and they go, wait a minute, but I'm used to hearing people say that they are apolitical. I'm used to people saying that they're impartial. So there's something probably wrong with you, right? And it sucks because from a marketing perspective, I should probably just say, I'm unbiased, I'm impartial. All I'm doing is giving you the common position or whatever. But I don't do that. I don't do that because I think this is far more truthful. It's far more truthful to tell you, like, this is what I believe. This is my perspective on this issue. I'm just going to tell you exactly how I think. And then you can make up your mind if you think that I'm being like, if I'm favoring one side of an issue.
It's worth taking a look at how we got here and what this all actually means. And I promise by the end, I'll give you a better way to understand bias in media and where I think you should get your news. But first, I'll take a moment to tell you about my actual sponsor, Journalism.
So, this goes into like, this pours into the history of news media and then goes into like the right-wing biases, right? Right-wing biases throughout history of media. It's a very long and very well thought out video, it seems, right? I'm not going to get into all of it because there's still a lot of news to cover. Okay, apolitical equals right wing. Are you slow? Why do you use the N-word so much? What is the N-word? Nuclear? Oh, because I said establishment? That's what you're joking about. Okay.
Aims to establish its own neutrality and independence as a sign of legitimacy. And when those accusing the media of being biased are the same magazines, newspapers, radio shows, and television favored by the President of the United States, you start thinking maybe you're not as neutral as you think you are. On top of this, most journalists are of a certain background, college educated, and tending to come from wealthier upbringings, working in the urban centers where most news organizations are based. A problem that's only gotten worse over the past few decades with the mass shutterings of local newspapers. They also, as pointed out in Chapter 2, tend to be predominantly white and male, but obviously that wasn't an issue for the right. And so it was easy for the right to portray the mainstream media as rich elites from liberal cities who saw everything through a liberal lens. This, of course, despite the fact that most of the people in the conservative media had similar backgrounds, such as William F. Buckley, who went to Yale and lived in New York City with a second house in Stamford, Connecticut, after marrying a wealthy heiress. Not exactly a man of the people. And of course, as mentioned, the conservative movement is heavily funded by the ultra-wealthy. But this is how it always is with the right. They position themselves as champions of the common man against the elites, while simultaneously pursuing policies to undermine, disempower, and impoverish that same working class at every turn. And part of the right-wing program is to actively undermine the basic facts that are supposed to form the core of the objective, neutral approach to the news whenever those facts contradict the aims of the wealthy and powerful.
The one thing I've noticed, you do often say, I'm just a streamer, I'm just a dumbass, which to be honest, I think is disingenuous. You're media trained and smart, and it comes off as a cop-out to some of us in alignment with your position, just my 2 cents. Yeah, but...
And have established social hierarchies. For example, man-made climate change is an established fact evinced by an almost unanimous scientific consensus, but it jeopardizes the business interests of oil companies who've undergone a strategy known as the tobacco industry playbook, for how it was pioneered by tobacco companies, of funding fraudulent studies saying climate change was a hoax, spreading disinformation and doubt, and lobbying the government to prevent any legislation that might limit oil production or favor renewable energy. And so man-made climate change, and a host of other things, transition from facts to politicized points of contention. And when the mainstream reports facts as facts, it merely becomes evidence of their supposed liberal bias. And this is also why the saying reality has a well-known liberal bias makes sense. And thus, mainstream news organizations, in order to maintain their carefully honed appearance of neutrality, start to refer to well-established facts in ways that frame them as debatable, to teach the controversy, as creationists are fond of saying. But if you present both sides of an issue where one side is factual and the other side is fraudulent, if you try to be even-handed and fair, all it does is legitimize the fraudulent position. And this is even more true when the lie comes from someone in a position of authority, and you report it in a neutral way in deference to that authority. As gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson once remarked, how can you be objective about Nixon? Indeed, journalists bend over backwards to make the idiot ramblings of Donald Trump seem like normal, rational statements in a desperate effort to preserve the impression of unbiased nonpartisanship. Meanwhile, per Messengers of the Right, Conservative Media and the Transformation of American Politics by Nicole Hemmer, even when, say, the New York Times criticizes a liberal policy, quote, conservative media activists presented it not as evidence of the paper's even-handedness, but as evidence of the policy's failure. Even the liberal New York Times had to admit. Thus, evidence that seemed to undermine the charge of liberal bias could be reinterpreted to support it. And the end result is that the news media lurches self-consciously rightward in order to avoid being called liberal.
Yes. This is the classic meta. So that's why I said, remember when I said ground news or ad fontes media could be doing one of two things. They could be doing like the whole, well, we're just trying to be as impartial as possible. And that impartiality, that search for impartiality will always cause you to say, well, there are people on the left that are doing crazy stuff too, just like people on the right. And when you engage in this battle, you end up doing false equivalence. You end up doing a lot of false equivalence and yourself a disservice. If your job is to unironically, accurately manage the misinformation and information reliability of right-wing outlets and left-wing outlets, sorry, it's just not going to fucking look like a perfectly balanced chart. It's just not going to, that's not going to happen. Like, if you look at someone like myself and you look at someone like Charlie Kirk, in terms of our reliability metrics, if we are the perfectly, aligned, perfectly opposing forces, I'm infinitely more reliable. What do you mean? He does fucking right-wing propaganda at the behest of the state. Or did right-wing propaganda at the behest of the state. Behind every behind every school shooter, he found a trans person, for example. First to market all the time, talking about how, black female pilots can't actually operate a plane appropriately. Like, these are the types of things that the right traffic in with regular frequency, and it's perfectly normalized on that side of the equation. If I was doing something similar here on the left, most people would freak the fuck out on me. They'd be like, get out of here. What are you talking about? I don't even know what the opposite of that would look like, if we're being real. I don't even know what the left-wing version of that would look like, right? Yeah. I mean, Adam Johnson is great at this stuff. This is his bread and butter. But, in journalism school, they teach you not to say seen as or thought to be or long viewed without by saying whom. But at Axios, it's a bog standard way of laundering one's ideological preferences. Nixon recently joined the Democratic Socialists of America, long viewed as too far left for Florida. By who? By who? Because if you don't say by who, then you're basically saying you see it as such. Socialist MMA is the opposite. Yeah, guys like that, I guess. Here, I'll give you one other example of like a lot of misinformation flying around, or a lot of context and nuance getting lost in conversation. So Robinson Meyer of Heat Map wrote, narrative violation. Left voices like Hassan the Hun have criticized David Crowley for not adopting a data center moratorium like Francesca Hong. But Crowley's actual data center policy is much stricter than, to name one example, Abdul El-Sayed's. What remains notable about the story, and much is lost in the commentary, is that Crowley is not even a moderate on data centers. On some fronts, he would regulate data centers more aggressively than Michigan Democratic Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed would, even though the former has been branded as a pragmatist and the latter as a progressive. Crowley, of course, wants data centers to use 100% renewable electricity to cover the full grid and infrastructure upgrade costs. El-Sayed hasn't made the same commitment on clean energy. Crowley says, yeah, this stuff is also like unfavorable to El-Sayed's position in general, right? Crowley says data center developers must build with union labor, while El-Sayed will require only the facilities must be built by contractors with state-registered apprenticeship programs. I even think Crowley's insistence on local control over data centers is a more expansive commitment than El-Sayed's demand that communities must get a meaningful say. Here's the difference. El-Sayed is seen as and has openly mentioned his antagonism towards data centers, and therefore people, voters in general, obviously look to what he's saying and trust it more as someone who will control data centers. Okay? A lot of people don't understand the data center moratorium doesn't mean no data centers ever. Okay? There are a lot of people who don't want any data centers ever, right? The data center moratorium is not no data centers ever. The data center moratorium is a perfect way to identify exactly what the problems are, the environmental impact, how they must be built, and where they can be built. Okay? And to demand community consent. So if that's Crowley's perspective, and that's his framework, then he probably should not aggressively come across in conversations on data centers as not being restrictive of data centers as at all. So I said I responded to him and I said, we are talking over one another. I don't disagree with this. I'm aware of the nuances. These races are about narratives and Crowley has work to do to reframe the convo. Thinking Tiffany is anti-data centers is like thinking Trump's the peace president. Dems leave openings that GOP seizes on. The other major difference here is that Abdul's not getting corporate PAC money. Part of the secret sauce here is that a lot of the construction unions want data centers to be built because it creates labor union jobs. That's the reason why the left is also not as aggressively antagonistic to data centers, right? Or at least is not as aggressive or as upset about data centers as the masses are. The masses don't want them. Americans are all NIMBY-brained at the end of the day. You could say all this is a function of framing. It is Crowley who has declined to endorse a data center moratorium, while El-Sayed rallied against data centers repeatedly on his campaign. On a vibes basis, El-Sayed is the more anti-data center candidate, but policies are not made by atmospherics alone. And it is notable that socialists like Piker have endorsed El-Sayed's approach while begging Crowley to go further when Crowley had the stricter policy all along. Here's the problem. These guys think that elections are won on who has the more reasonable policy. Elections are won on who has the more appealing policy, who presents themselves in a contentious environment as being for or against insert whatever thing people care about. That's it. You can yell about how Kamala Harris actually had a nuanced position on Israel till the motherfucking cows come home, okay? But if she cannot win over the anti-Israel crowd, if she cannot be convincingly against Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, then Donald Trump will come in and lie about his position and will win over at least enough people. And Abdul El-Sayed has supported a moratorium on data centers, at least on this broadcast, so I don't know why the fuck this guy is lying about it. I guess nothing that he says on this outlet is considered a serious news outlet, but that doesn't matter. To say that Abdul El-Sayed is less strict on data centers than David Crowley is incorrect. Okay? To say that Abdul El-Sayed is less strict on data centers than then Crowley is just wrong. Okay? It's just not correct. David Crowley has said over and over again how he wants to make Wisconsin the data center capital of the world. When you say shit like that, of course, one, AI PACs, not APAC, but AI PACs are not going to spend against you, and they're going to spend for you, right? That's number one. That's a huge deal. The irony is that you're missing out on what the commentary is saying. Yeah. Yeah, forget about Hassan Piker. Tom Tiffany's attacking Crowley for it. Piker pointed out a weakness Crowley needs to be firmly against. Again, you never mentioned important stuff as your core argument. Instead, you agreed on the article. Why don't you mention it at all? Instead, you just agreed on everything as he said. Oh my fucking God, dude's so bad. What? I don't even know what you're saying. I'm confused as to what your argument is, what your anger is, what your resentment is at this very moment. New political cartoon dropped. Wait. What the fuck? Yo. Dude, this is what, this is awesome. First of all, why is Sam Cedar saying America deserved 9/11 while also wearing a shirt that says Hassan Piker on it and a button for the DSA? So that's what's confusing to me about this. Right off the rip, I don't know. I don't think Sam Cedar has ever said America deserved 9/11. And I didn't know that this cartoonist knew that Sam Cedar had a shirt that says Hassan Piker on it. Okay? He's wearing the newest merch. So that's number one. Number two, I think it's awesome that boomers have been so tapped in on the fuck Hassan train that now we got political cartoonists, which is a dying art, unfortunately, something that I hold very near and dear to my heart, my soul. I love political cartoons. So it makes me really happy when, like, you know, a 65-year-old political cartoonist is just like doodling me, I guess, as a dangerous radical. It's awesome. I hope it's not AI, because it kind of looks like AI. I know the other one was an AI. My goal is one day Ben Garrison making a video, or not a video, making a cartoon about me. Tom Stiglitz. I mean, this is so sick. This is so dope. I love this. This is awesome. Yeah, this is the best one, though. From the Las Vegas Review Journal, cartoons, why Democrats defend Hassan Piker. Yes, Hassan is mean and bites and is rabid, but basically he's a good dog. That's so sick. I got to get this printed and framed, honestly. It's funny because the establishment Democrats hate you. Yeah, but it's fine. This is clearly like a right-wing boomer who made this. This makes me so. You guys don't understand how honored I am by stuff like this. This is like, I never thought young Hassan, 12 years old, 13 years old, going to the bakkal, the bodega, to grab a copy of a political cartoon, never could have ever imagined being in an active political satire. Isn't the joke that that you're a rabid dog that should be put down? Isn't that like a joke about murdering you, lol? I guess. Yeah. Who cares? It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm honored. I want to print it, and I want to frame it. Leman mı uykusuz mu? Uykusuz. Penguen uykusuz. You nailed it though, article perv who likes political cartoons too. Yes, I'm an article pervert. I'm a media demon, and I am a political pervert. Let's be real. I'm a politics pervert. Penguen uykusuz lemanyak. Lemanyak en sevmediğim de arasında. Anyway. All right, let's get back to the news. We haven't covered shit today, and I have to do Wajahat Ali. I have to do Joyanne Reed's show at 3:40, and then I'm going to have the two doctors from American Doctor on here to interview them.
All right, good morning. We got a Fox News alert on trade. President Trump halting a 50% tariff on Canada.
Wow,
he
he's
says the
so
two
gracious.
countries have the makings of a deal, and it could include a comeback
This is the day Trump became president, dude.
for the Keystone Pipeline. That would be something. So more on that coming up momentarily. First, however, we move to this. Socialists are swinging for the fences yet again, this time in Florida. The card-carrying member, Angie Dixon, card-carrying member of the DSA, pulling off a stunning upset in the Senate Democratic primary from last night. So what happened?
That's it? They skipped the fucking tariff thing? They're back to... They're still talking about Angie Nixon.
Your voice, your vote.
Oh, Aisha Wahab, by the way, that race is very close, unfortunately. It's crazy how much money works, by the way. And I'm glad that we actually offered her some support. The special runoff is still being counted right now. And Melissa Hernandez is close. Melissa Hernandez is very close. So Aisha Wahab in the first run cooked, right? She absolutely destroyed. Now this is the full race. And since then, AIPAC has dumped insane amounts of money into this race. And of course, that level of outside expenditure absolutely plays a major role in these sorts of elections. They basically dump millions of dollars into a special runoff election. Yeah, this is my local. Wahab won back-to-back by 20 points in June. It's insane. Yes. But that wasn't enough. What is this? New York Times is pinning your views with El Sayed. Views you mentioned in the middle of the article. I don't... Yeah, similar to El Sayed, who'd be the first Muslim to serve in the U.S. Senate. Wahab is the first Muslim to serve in the California state legislature. What would the discourse be like if it were a different, historically marginal ethno-religious group targeted to be kept from political representation? Yeah. AIPAC's affiliated groups have poured more than $3 million into the race to replace Representative Swalwell in California to boost Melissa Hernandez over Aisha Wahab, a progressive who wants to end military aid to Israel. Wahab is expected to win anyway. $3 million, bro. $3 million. AIPAC is so aggressively pursuing every single Muslim candidate. They're not even hiding it. They're so aggressive in their posture. Okay? They're doing it to like every anti-Israel candidate, of course, but they have an extra special level of attention on Muslim candidates because they really just don't want any Muslim to ever be in office. It's an incredibly racist, openly racist run. It is very, very annoying. Next election update on California 14 is on Friday, by the way. Yeah. And that election right here is just for like 4 months. There's going to be another election for that seat, right? It's just, it's incredibly frustrating. New York Times without a paywall, I'll say it article with you in it. Why is that election taking ages to count? Welcome to California, my friend. That's just the unfortunate reality. I don't know why that archive link did not work, chatter. Yeah, and for the record, the Diaspora Affairs Minister saying out loud that their new strategy is no longer to appeal to concerns of anti-Semitism, but go all in with the European and American right on Islamophobia. Live breaking Fox News.
If
What
you
the
feel like it's taking you for
douche faster than ever. Thank you, chatter. Take a day off. Anyway. Yeah, so we don't have any
updates. The race to replace
on
former
that.
Congressman Eric Swalwell and finish out his term is still too close to call. The special runoff election was held today for Congressional District 14. Democratic State Senator Aisha Wahab is currently in the lead with 51% of the vote. Former mayor of Dublin, Democrat Melissa Hernandez, has almost 49% of the vote. The Associated Press says about 59% of the vote has been counted so far.
I don't support the DSA agenda as has been articulated by the DSA itself. Now, you're going to have individual members who have been elected in Democratic primaries, and if they are elected in the general in November, will be part of the House Democratic Caucus. It's going to be a broad caucus. There will be progressives, there will be New Dems, there will be Blue Dogs. What I'm excited about are the candidates who are running to flip seats in November to deliver us a majority that pushes back against Donald Trump's extremism and moves the country in the right direction.
That was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries on Sunday discussing the party's midterm candidates who have aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America. Joining us now for a debate on the subject, former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio and MS Now political analyst Matthew Bartlett. Matthew is a former Trump appointee at the State Department during Trump's first administration. My thanks to you both for being here. Mr. Mayor, we'll start with you. You're not a member of DSA, not a socialist, but certainly a progressive politician. Why do you think right now there is so much energy in that part of the party, the real left part of the Democratic Party?
First of all, Jonathan, that part of the party cannot be blamed for the status quo in this country. And this is really, really important. I think mainstream Democrats, unfortunately, were identified with elitism in many ways. They were identified with complacency. They were seen as out of touch. That's the story of 2024. If we in 2024 had a vigorous message of change and separating from some of the things that didn't go so well for Joe Biden, I think we win that election, honestly. But now you've got candidates. It helps that they are charismatic. It helps that they're young and energetic. But they also can say plausibly, we didn't create this situation, and we're offering really sharp change. And when you look at the polling, it's quite striking. You know, I respect Hakeem Jeffries a lot, but I disagree with him when he said on Sunday he wouldn't vote for Medicare for all. That's a majority position in America now. Higher taxes on millionaires and billionaires, majority position. Changing our policies in the Middle East, getting out of the Iran war, majority positions. So I think these new candidates, it's not about.
This is what Michael from Pennsylvania could look like if he fucking went through a shave and started wearing suits. I'm just saying, okay? That's my bestie, Bill de Bestio, okay?
about the DSA platform. It's about they represent actually views that are increasingly where the American people are.
My second favorite mayor of New York, after Eric Adams, obviously. Eric Adams is a very special place in my heart.
A lot of them are just good candidates, dynamic candidates.
So what do you say, though? There's a fear among some Democrats that they think that the Republicans will take these DSA members or DSA-aligned candidates and then put them up as a symbol and say, this is what the whole Democratic Party stands for. And they paint with a broad brush. And that gives them an easy line of attack.
I'm really sick of the hand-wringing.
Who's third? I guess we could say Zohran Mamdani is my third favorite mayor. I don't know. He's close. He's close to Giuliani.
In the Democratic Party, honestly, because some of it is fear of change. You got these candidates winning fair and square. And the ones who are running good campaigns are winning. Mamdani, amazing campaign last year, I think set the message of affordability for the whole country. El Sayed won fair and square against massive resources. Hong didn't win, wasn't as good a candidate. I think we should recognize the primary process is producing strong candidates. And we haven't always had that. Let's be honest. We lost in a lot of places in recent years we shouldn't have lost because we didn't have a sharp message. We didn't have strong candidates. This year may be one of the best crops of Democratic candidates, moderates and progressives. But everyone's talking about affordability with energy. That came from the left. Let's be honest about it.
Hey, Hong was a good candidate. Kamala has to be LaGuardia. No, I'm talking about like contemporary mayors that I've been around for, mayors that I've been alive for. I think Hong, I will stand on this. Like the idea that Francesca Hong was just a fucking bad candidate is such an insane statement because she, as an open socialist without any fucking help from anybody other than like myself and a few other people, was able to front run the Wisconsin gubernatorial race for months. The entire establishment Democrat consolidated support over and over again behind other candidates and kept crumbling. And she was still capable of bringing out more people to vote for her in the primaries than fucking Tony Evers did. So the idea that she was a bad candidate, is crazy, okay? It's crazy. She wasn't the strongest in the crop of DSA talent, especially when it came to being in the spotlight. All right? It's true. But her weaknesses were super simply solved, right? All she needed was a decent new comms direction, and she would have been golden. That's it. The best possible thing she could have done was never go on national media, right? The second best possible thing that she could have done if she went on national media once the campaign became a national news story was to always reframe the issue back on affordability and how silly it is that we're talking about old tweets. Who amongst us hasn't just like had a crazy thought every now and then? The real person canceling Thanksgiving is Donald Trump with the affordability crisis, that kind of thing. That's it. You can finally reconnect with your Chinese fans, by the way, just in Bilibili. China's YouTube is just launched globally. The app is already available on Android and coming soon to iOS. Yep. I'm already a Bilibili content creator, so exciting news. Chinese hegemony is coming, dude. It's gonna be incredible. I will be up and down that motherfucker, by the way.
Feel like you're in a cage, kind of stuck, being watched?
Your privacy violated if you don't know your privacy is violated, right?
Who happens to be the guy I'm running against? That's Mike Rogers, who wants to be Michigan's next U.S. Senator, not if I have anything to say about it. So if you believe, like me, that you shouldn't just be surveilled because you're driving along the street, then I hope I can earn your support. Because we've got to stand up to this massive surveillance apparatus that is being built behind closed doors and behind our backs.
This was a better one, in my opinion.
I don't believe that we can't have nice things. I'm not willing to pre-negotiate with the opposition who tells us that it's better for us to send our money over there to drop bombs over there than to invest in healthcare here. And my job as your senator is to go and have that conversation everywhere and try to move hearts and minds. That's the job. So how do you get it done? You actually do the work of persuasion. You actually go to the places where people don't expect you to show up and you have that conversation. And it turns out, I've been all over the state in places where people don't vote blue, quote unquote. And when you have those conversations with them, I had a guy come up to me, he's like, listen, man, I don't like you. I was like, okay. He's like, but I'm gonna vote for you. I'm like, okay. He's like, I think you really want me to have health care. I was like, I really want you to have health care. He's like, I know. So I'm gonna vote for you. I was like, okay, so why don't you like me? He's like, because you're Muslim. I was like, but I don't need you to like me. I need you to like you.
Oh God, it's so crazy. God damn it, dude. That makes me so sad.
Vitas, thank you.
I don't like talking about this stuff, and I try not to, but obviously we're gonna be talking about it now because protest and chaotic scenes at Dearborn City Council meeting is the next story of today. But it's so insane that when you're a black candidate, you just have to deal with a barrage of anti-black racism, white supremacy. When you're a Muslim candidate, you have to deal with a barrage of Islamophobia, just open Islamophobia, even from allies, right? It's just so goddamn frustrating, man. It's so goddamn frustrating that it's just, and you have to eat it. You can't even talk about it because then half the conversation is now diluted into half the conversation now revolves around Islamophobia. So you can't even talk about it. You just have to eat it for the most part until it becomes so unbearable that you just have to say something and be like, all right, enough, guys. Jesus Christ. I mean, think about it. I talked about the consultants being Islamophobic to Abdul al-Sayed in the primary. And then you had the same consultants yelling at me saying, how dare he bring up Islamophobia? Doesn't he want to win? I'm not supposed to say anything? It is so normalized that you can't even be like, look, I'm a Muslim American. I really like Abdul. He's a Muslim American. It's kind of unbearable how much Islamophobic attacks he's receiving. You can't even say that without people going, shut the fuck up. And that was a real news story. That was on Fox News. That was on CBS. That was on MS Now. That was on Pod Save America. What are we going to do about this guy? Meanwhile, the consultant class were saying Abdul al-Sayed was being anti-Semitic to Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens is Christian. She is not Jewish. What are we doing? It's just busted, man. It's broken. It's broken. It's so ridiculous. Just say the news, boy. You can't have feelings. Yeah. It's actually working, though. Triple haters. Yeah. Both Abdul al-Sayed and M. Rogers were viewed more negatively than favorably by most voters. At least 31% to 45 favorable and unfavorable for al-Sayed, 28 to 37 for Rogers. Among voters who disapprove of Trump's job performance and are unfavorable towards both al-Sayed and Rogers, the triple haters, they lean towards al-Sayed by a 26 to 15% margin, with 33% still undecided. It's literally just because he's Muslim. That's it. If Abdul al-Sayed's name was Anthony Brown Sanders, and he was a fucking white guy from Mackinac, okay, and he had the exact same policies, and he was advocating for the exact same shit, this race will be like 70-30 right now, okay? Like, what are we talking about? If Abdul al-Sayed looked like Graham Plattner, sounded like Graham Plattner, and his name was Anthony Brown Sanders, okay, he would be doing insane numbers. It's crazy. And that's just the reality. And we have to live in that reality. You can't complain about it. You can't complain about it. And I mean this sincerely. I'm not complaining about it. I try not to. I see it. I take it in. Whether I'm the victim of a similar circumstance where people rush to find reasonable ways of saying that I'm a fucking Islamic jihadist terrorist over and over again. And many liberal outlets do this too. Many liberal outlets do this all the fucking time. We just got to eat it. You just got to eat it. There's an election happening. You just got to eat it. There's nothing you can do about it. Facebook is pushing Islamophobia aggressively. It's disgusting. There was an article that says Meta won't do a damn thing about it. It's disgusting. Oh, yeah. And lo and behold, I mean, part of this is because it is the new Zionist strategy. The Israel foreign minister, Amichai Chikli, said it himself. We do not give as much of a fuck about anti-Semitism any longer. We are focusing our efforts on boosting Islamophobia. And here's a great example of this, of course. He's part of the Mike Rogers campaign leadership, and he's rallying with out-of-state January 6 terrorist Jake Lang tonight in Dearborn. Will Mike Rogers disavow this? Will he? Everybody talked about Abdul al-Sayed disavowing me. Jake Lang is a straight-up fucking Nazi, dude. Straight-up Nazi. Will the media cover it? Yeah. After anti-Semitic white nationalist Jake Lang ranted that Muslims are mongrel third worlders who are multiplying like cockroaches, MAGA pastor Lorenzo Sewell called on church elders to lay hands on, pray over, and anoint Lang with oil. I want to pray for Jake, y'all. I love that. I love you, man. That's what he said. This guy is literally working. The pastor that we're talking about is literally working with Mike Rogers. Like, I don't have a formal position on the Abdul al-Sayed campaign. And think about how much they talked about my involvement. Meanwhile, Lorenzo Sewell is literally Mike Rogers' campaign coordinator. He is the faith coalition coordinator for Mike Rogers' U.S. Senate campaign. What are we doing? Where is the standard from the news media? Where is the standard? Where is CBS on this issue? Where's ABC? Where is MS Now? Where's CNN? Do y'all not care about this at all? And the answer is no, they don't. It's because if you're a Republican, you get to do it. That double standard is glaringly obvious for anyone that pays even a little bit of attention to mainstream reporting. They know how this shit works. They see it. And this double standard is also part of the reason why a lot of people despise mainstream outlets. Now let's take a look. Oh yeah, 2 minutes. Well, I'm going to literally be talking about this with on the Joyanne Reed show right now in 2 minutes with Wajahat Ali. We are going to be talking about rampant Islamophobia, fear-mongering in modern politics, the attacks against myself, as well as how people have been able to circumvent some of these attacks and still make gains and strides. Okay. Let me boom. Okay. Okay, and then audio, mic is working. Okay, I'm in the green room. All right, I'm in the green room by myself. Wajahat Ali's been one of your strongest soldiers against the media bullshit coming your way. No, I know. I'm in there. I'm in the. Yeah, they changed my. I wrote Firebrand as my. It's so funny. Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me? Hello? You can hear me, right? Well, I can barely hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm going to put you backstage and he'll bring you in shortly, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We're live already.
All right, thank you so much. Hold tight.
Okay, we're waiting. Mushy mushy.
The wealthiest man on earth, who gave about $300 million to Donald Trump, who took over Twitter. And he's a man who is funneling, if you will, anti-Muslim memes and neo-Nazi propaganda that then is used to incite riots in the UK. I want to see this clip real quick and get your response.
Muslim?
I'm against having if people are coming to a country with antithetical views, I am against that. I'm against that. You know, I'm against I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West.
Real quick, we got it. So that's him responding to, whether or not he hates Muslims. I just want people to know that his father is accused of raping his kids. The New York Times did a piece that Elon Musk's own father allegedly raped his stepbrother and stepsister. We got Hassan Piker waiting, but I don't think people are paying attention to this.
So let me just say, well, this is important. I'm glad I can end by saying the same thing I said at the top. I wrote a big piece about that Elon Musk interview with The Economist. It was a horrific interview. 3 things worth noting. Number 1, easiest of questions, like the slam dunk. Are you anti-Muslim? All he has to say is, no, of course I'm not anti-Muslim. I'm against extremism. I'm against terrorism. I'm against Sharia law. He could have done whatever talking point he wanted to. He's so racist, he couldn't even bring himself to go, of course I'm not anti-Muslim. He goes, I'm against antithetical values. I'm against rape and murder, as if that's what Muslims do. Imagine somebody asks you, are you anti-Semitic? And you go, well, I'm against murderers and rapists. So it's a fundamentally racist answer. You can take the boy out of apartheid South Africa. Can you take apartheid South Africa out of the boy? Right. So that leads me to number 2. He says, I think people shouldn't have antithetical values. That's you, Elon Musk. You are the un-American guy. You are the anti-American.
Yeah, he
guy.
only
You are the
interviews
guy backing a
Hassan's
party
chat.
that's full of election deniers and white supremacists. You're the one trying to wreck our constitution. That's number 2. And lastly, number 3, I said Muslims are the canaries in the coal mine. Elon Musk has spent the last 2 years attacking Muslims really loudly, but not just Muslims. We're the easiest target. We're the low-hanging fruit. But who did he attack today? What did he say today on Twitter? He said, free Derek Chauvin. Elon Musk is now a George Floyd homicide denier. He says he was not murdered. Derek Chauvin did not murder him, and he should be released. This is a far-right white supremacist conspiracy theory. We all know what the medical examiner's report say. We all know what a jury of 12 people found. Derek Chauvin is in prison for murder, and Elon Musk is championing the white police officer who murdered a black man. Like I said, we're the canaries in the coal mine. They come for us first, but it's everyone else after.
Mehdi, fantastic work. Where can people find you real quick?
They can find me, wrong hand, Zeteo, zeteo.com, zeteo.com. That's our media company. That's how we're covering the news. Do support independent journalism, support Joy, support us, support Waj at the left hook, because the mainstream media has failed.
Mehdi, we're going to bring in the scary Hasan now. The moderate Mehdi Hasan is leaving. Assalamu alaikum, moderate Mehdi.
Thank you.
Give me the gong for the scariest man on earth. This is the person that the Democratic establishment is terrified of. We're finally meeting face to face digitally. Hasan Piker, the progressive Twitch streamer who works out. And my God, Hasan, you are terrifying me. Your beard, your glasses. I mean, I feel like I have to become a communist automatically. You are so terrifying, Hasan, that yesterday, Jared Moskowitz, who beat Oliver Larkin, who's very talented and will have a very bright future in politics. Jared Moskowitz, Hasan, when he won, and Jared Moskowitz is a Democrat, as he says, a Ron DeSantis Democrat. Hasan, Jared Moskowitz, instead of saying, oh, thank you to my supporters, instead of saying thank you to my family, his first tweet, and I double-checked this, Hasan. I'm like, this can't be his first tweet upon learning he won the primary. Folks, this is the first tweet that Democrat Jared Moskowitz did. Wanji, show me. My condolences to Hasan the Hun. That's your Twitter handle. And also, Hasan, I don't know if you saw earlier today, Jared Moskowitz, the Democrat, said, you know, my fellow Democratic Socialist colleagues, I don't know if some of them should get security clearance. Hasan, your response to Jared Moskowitz.
When Politico approached me and informed me about some of the other things that he had said about how he's going to go on Abby Phillip tonight, and this is most likely his line of attack. He's going to use his moment in the spotlight to not only attack myself, but also the Democratic Socialists of America broadly. I couldn't believe it. I just, I said, I think he might have some kind of mental illness, because this is insane. Like, you're a congressional representative. And you have a very tough race ahead of you in this district that was redrawn specifically to be more favorable to the Republican opposition. And instead of worrying about that, you're using your moment in the spotlight to attack a prominent critic of Israel who, of course, wanted someone who's more responsive to the needs of the base for the Democrats to be elected into that seat, instead of someone who was on the Doge Caucus, as a matter of fact, one of the most right-wing Democrats in the country. So, I guess I am a permanent fixture in the minds of many pro-Israel Democrats, and certainly the entire Republican Party nowadays. I think it's understandable for the Republicans to constantly worry about myself and the Democratic Socialists of America, but I don't know why establishment Democrats do the same thing as well, when they should be spending every waking moment talking about the affordability crisis, the endless wars that Donald Trump has brought us into, and ICE apprehensions that are taking place, the kidnappings that are taking place all around the country, the overwhelming corruption that we're seeing from the Trump administration. And there are Democrats, to give them credit, who I wouldn't say I'm ideologically aligned with, who do that very well. John Ossoff does this very well. James Tallarico does this very well. I wish they were more platform focused. I wish they were more policy focused. I wish they were advocates for Medicare for all and universal child care and all these other things that the base is demanding. But those guys, they do a pretty good job, and they are able to win their races, and or hopefully they will win their races against their Republican opposition, without having to center myself, a Twitch streamer, at the heart of their commentary to showcase how I guess moderate their views are, or how pro-Israel they actually are, in spite of the anti-Israel attitude demonstrated by not just the Democratic Party's base, but broadly the rest of America, really.
Well, speaking about pro-Israel Democrats, Jared Moskowitz proudly takes money from AIPAC. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who carpetbagged Elijah Manley's Florida's 20th district, a historically black represented district, now has Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's not black. She loves her AIPAC money. And we also know that there was one candidate who saw Israel in her dreams. That was, of course, Haley Stevens. And Haley Stevens goes on Fox, and I was really happy. Haley Stevens, you're consolidating. Okay, get behind our boy Abdul El-Sayed. Let's go take on MAGA Mike Rogers. Attack, attack, attack. If someone gives you some bullshit question, you pivot. You attack Max Miller. You attack Randy Fine. You attack Nancy Mace. You attack Donald Trump. There's so much there. I want you to respond to this video. Wanji, hit me.
Call on Abdul El-Sayed today to moderate on any specific issues.
Well, look, you know, it certainly makes sense to get rid of this Hassan Piker affiliation.
You know what I would have said? I would have said, you know what? Donald Trump is an extremist candidate. This unwinnable war with Iran is extreme. Him taking $900 million for this ballroom is extreme. The fact that our sailors are threatening to jump off the USS Lincoln is extreme. The fact that MAGA has voted to cut $1 trillion from Medicaid for permanent tax cuts for billionaires is extreme. The fact that Donald Trump ate with Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist who loves Nazis and has refused to condemn him, that's extreme. She didn't say that. She was consolidating and helping the Democrats by attacking you. Hassan Piker, what's your response?
What gives? That's my response. That's how I feel every time I see my girl Haley. I love Haley Stevens. I'm a Haley Stevens truther. I'm ride or die for Haley. I think if we're being sincere, I think the reality of the matter is, there are talking points that AIPAC pays for, and I think this is one of them. There might be one or maybe a couple very wealthy donors who have decided that I am, public enemy number one. They want to defang a prominent anti-Zionist media platform because they have falsely created this reality that they're terrified of, where I'm some sort of kingmaker, or I'm a media platform that is like responsible for why so many people are anti-Israel now. That's not the case.
You are very tall and you have muscles, Hassan. So yes.
Yeah, sure. But the reality of the matter is, like, Israel is responsible for all of the enmity that Israel is now receiving. And I think a lot of donors have basically deluded themselves into thinking that I'm somehow responsible. And this is precisely the reason why they haven't given up. They have to consolidate support behind Abdul, but they still haven't given up on the idea that, like, I'm this dangerous radical. And they're still going to present this as an electability argument. It is what it is. I kept repeatedly trying to explain to Democrats that, like, I'm obviously not going to go away. I'm a lifelong Democratic voter. I've never voted for a Republican. I've never told my my audience or my community to ever vote for a Republican, and I never will. I oppose the Republicans, and sometimes my opposition to certain centrist Democrats is because of their closeness to Republican policies and how much they lean into reactionary ideology. One of the things that I routinely brought up about Kamala Harris, like one of my major criticisms beyond her unconditional continuation of Israel's genocide of Palestinians, was the fact that she was reluctant to release the dead weight of the Biden campaign, right? The Biden presidency. And on top of that, how much they leaned into right-wing framing around immigration. The idea that for the first time ever, Democrats decided immigrants constitute a national security threat. In my lifetime, I've never heard a Democrat say that before this last election cycle. And I thought that was very dangerous. I thought that was electoral poison, because you were basically admitting, falsely, ironically enough, that there was this major problem with undocumented migrants doing crimes when the data shows the exact opposite reality. And then you were basically teaching your base, a base of Democrats and independents, that the Republicans were right, that the Republicans are correct on this issue of the migrant crisis. So, of course, a lot of people were either going to stay at home because they felt frustrated, or they were going to go and vote for the Republicans. I know many people who turned around and said, okay, you guys yelled about a border wall for 8 years, and then now you want to be the border wall party? I'm going to vote for the border wall party if that's the case. That's hypocritical. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people went and voted for Donald Trump. So
I want to remind people that the data has shown something. I rarely get "I told you so." I don't have the money. I'm a middle-aged father. I don't have the muscles. I drive a minivan. I shop at Costco. So all I get, Hassan, is I told you so. I'm trying to help the Democratic Party. And I told the Democrats that you have to move away from the Gaza genocide. You have to actually embrace and acknowledge people's pain. And it wasn't just Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians who were pissed off. The Democratic base was pissed off. I begged them. So did you, so did others. At least have one pro-Palestinian speaker. The bar is so low, it's in hell. Just bring one pro-Palestinian speaker or one Palestinian speaker to share the stage with Rose Goldberg Poland, the Jewish mother whose son was held hostage and later we find out unfortunately killed. She gave a beautiful speech, folks. Everyone applauded. You have the Jewish mom there, then you bring a Palestinian mom, you have them hold hands. Wonderful. They didn't even bring one single Palestinian speaker, but they had no problem bringing on Never Trump Republicans, and Kamala Harris had no problem campaigning at least twice with Liz Cheney, who was the number 3 Republican who voted with Donald Trump 92% of the time. But until her skin literally was at risk of being killed on January 6th, that's what caused her to say, okay, that's too much. I say all this because I see the double standards and I keep the receipts, Hassan. This is the first time you and I are talking. A couple of months ago, I called it. I said, Mallory McMorrow, who was a progressive, who used to come on my show until she announced she was running for Senate, and then she disassociated with me, which is fine, Mallory. Inshallah, one day you can come back. Mallory realized, okay, I'm running in between Haley, I see Israel in my dream, Stevens, and this scary Muslim, Abdul Said. So I'll be Timu centrist and Timu liberal. And I paid attention. You had campaigned for other Democrats. She waited until you were doing one campaign stop with Abdul Said. And then there was an avalanche of attacks. And I'm like, oh, they're going to weaponize Hassan Piker and use him as a bludgeon against Abdul Said and other Democrats. I predicted it would be the Streisand effect. For those who don't know what the Streisand effect is, it refers to when you want to bury something and then you engage in maneuvers to bury it, and what it does instead brings it to light and makes it more famous. But talking about the Islamophobia, just the subtle, blatant Islamophobia used even by liberals, we have to play this clip. Give it to me. C3, Wanji.
Been a lot of support on the left for Abdul El Sayed. He's been endorsed by Hassan Piker, who has millions of followers on social media, mainly people under the age of 30. I mention this because he is a very controversial figure. And in March, you compared him to white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Now, Piker spoke to Detroit Public Radio about that yesterday. I want you to take a listen and respond.
There's so much diversity of choice in where people can get their news from. So people can come to me directly and figure out what I'm actually about. So that was one of the reasons why that smear campaign failed spectacularly. People started looking at Abdul's campaign. People started hearing what he was saying, and they liked it. And lo and behold, he was in third place before this smear campaign started, and now he's comfortably in first place.
I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Certainly. There's a responsibility for whoever we nominate as our next U.S. Senator to recognize we have to build and expand a big tent. My opponent made a decision to bring in Hassan shortly after there was an attack on a synagogue here in Michigan where a man drove a pickup truck into a synagogue where 140 preschoolers were at school that day. And had it not been for the security measures, the bollards in place, it could have been the largest mass killing of kids in this country's history.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? Did you catch that? What does Abdul El Sayed and Hassan Piker have to do with an anti-Semitic terrorist attack? Hassan, your response.
Well, he was Muslim, Abdul's Muslim, and I'm Muslim. And that's it. That's the only reason why you make a connection like that. And that's precisely what she was doing. And I think shortly after that interview, she actually dropped out, maybe a couple months after, or maybe a couple weeks after that interview, she had to drop out. Now, look, I'm happy that she's supporting Abdul El Sayed. I don't have a mean thing to say about Mallory McMorrow, regardless of this kind of like heinous smear, this heinous, racist, bigoted perspective that that people don't even shy away from, that they demonstrate openly, because no one cares about Islamophobia, or rather, Islamophobia is not only institutionally permissible, it's actually rewarded. And we're seeing the impact of this right now. I mean, there was a Dearborn City Council meeting that took place yesterday, and there was a guy on there, and these people are not exactly fans of Jewish people either. They're very Islamophobic. They're Nazis, right? And one of the guys was talking about how, I want to like rape white women, right? Like they were talking about how because I made a joke about the Great Replacement, which is fake. It's not real. And Elon Musk has been losing his mind over it for like the past week or so.
Anti-Semitic and promoted by Nazis.
Yeah. And this anti-Semitic Great Replacement conspiracy theory is totally ridiculous. I've made a joke about it in 2018, and Elon Musk has been highlighting this over and over again. And some of these insane neo-Nazi LARPers who are dressed up in all their combat gear are now going to Dearborn and talking about what they're going to do to Muslims in general. And unfortunately, a lot of liberal media has also played a role in fomenting this Islamophobia. It was Amichai Chikli earlier, the Israeli diaspora minister, who said in an interview on Hebrew media that Israel has completely given up on on dealing with anti-Semitism. And they've realized that they are going to now align with Islamophobes. Dropsite News also had reporting on the matter as well from a while back, that the Israeli foreign ministry had realized that they can no longer salvage Israel's reputation. So what they're going to do instead is foment Islamophobia and then try to move the conversation back to, the divisive nature of Muslims existing in Western civilization and how destructive that is. So every time I see news media hits talking about how much of a dangerous radical terrorist I am, how fond of terrorism that I am, it reads to me as not dissimilar to what Mike Rogers is doing. So it's very sad to see liberals, prominent liberals, people who have positioned themselves as being against bigotry, lean into these sorts of narratives in an effort to attack Abdul and myself.
You set me up because I'm going to talk about Neera Tanden, the president of CAP, the Center for American Progress. This is the Democratic think tank. This is the liberal think tank. This is the mouthpiece of the Democratic establishment. She was also in the Biden administration. Folks, I was the lead author and researcher of Fear Incorporated, The Roots of the Islamophobia Network, published by CAP. One of the leading Islamophobes is Laura Loomer, also the fluffer and advisor to Donald Trump. She's so racist, folks, that Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks she's racist. That's how bad shit she is. You have to bring this up. C5, Wanji. This is Neera Tanden, the president of CAP, which is a voice of the Democratic establishment, who is retweeting an Islamophobic tweet by Laura Loomer attacking Hasan Piker. Taqiyya, Ninja Taqiyya, was an Islamophobic trope that says every moderate Muslim is secretly lying. And what are we lying about? Our nefarious agenda. And what's our nefarious agenda? Sharia. So here's Neera Tanden. She retweeted that tweet to the right. And then on the left, she said, not a Loomer fan, though I agree with her Ukraine view, but on this, she's right. Retweeting and praising Laura Loomer, the most hateful Islamophobe's Islamophobic tweet attacking you, Hasan. Your response.
So, Neera Tanden may or may not have played a role in the Hillary Rodham Clinton campaign early on when they released to the Drudge Report the famous image of Barack Hussein Obama wearing a turban. That was a huge deal in the 2008 primaries. She was a part of that campaign, and that campaign may or may not have released this information to Drudge Report, right, as a part of their opposition research. So she's been doing this kind of stuff for a very long time. She's an absolute mercenary, right, and a little bit of a mess. But look, I expect this. I do. It's just not anything that we can do. There's not really anything that we can do about it. I'm sorry. It's just the reality. This is a battle for the soul of this country, but also a little bit of a battle to restore some semblance of democracy back to the Democratic Party. And there are a lot of people who are in positions of power who are trying to maintain their position of power and their pro-corporate posture by any means necessary. And yes, that absolutely includes not so subtly or subtly leaning into Islamophobic lines of attack against Abdul al-Sayed or prominent figures in the media that are critical of Israel. And that's precisely what Neera Tanden is doing, because she's a mercenary. She doesn't have any values that she cares about beyond the fact that she just wants to continue defending her comfortable sinecure.
Hasan, I know you got to go, and I have a lot of questions for you. It's the first time you and I are talking, so hopefully you can come back to the Joanne Reed show, and hopefully you can come join the Left Hook.
Of course.
But I want to ask you this real quick before you go, and we bring on Aisha Wahab. We have an amazing lineup. We got Aisha coming, we got Rula Jibril coming, we got Rashida Tlaib coming. I'm telling you all, it's the Muslim Avengers coming to save us from the world's worst people. The double standard infuriates me, right? You've said a lot of crazy shit. You've owned it. There's a lot of people who listen to you like, this is too weird and wild for me. You've heard the accusations. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I was told by the Democrats, go talk to Joe Rogan's audience. Yeah. I was told by the Democrats, go on Bill Maher. And I was just on with Mehdi. I don't know if you heard, we brought the receipts about how he has a history of anti-Arab statements, anti-Muslim statements.
Of course.
I brought this receipt. I've kept this in my back pocket. Bring up C4, Wanji.
I think I know where you're going to play.
This is the great white knight. This is the man who will save us. This is the man that Democrats say can be president. White teeth, white hair, Gavin Newsom, the governor of my home state of California. On his podcast last year, folks, on his podcast, he invited Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk, where he agreed with Charlie Kirk in saying that, yeah, Democrats were wrong in allowing transgender athletes to participate in female college and youth sports. Real quick, Hasan, I'm going to do a rapid fire with you, and then I want you on the back end. Have you ever promoted the anti-Semitic replacement theory?
Absolutely not. I've combated it my whole life.
Do you agree that the Civil Rights Act was a horrible mistake?
No, absolutely not. I've also defended it and the VRA as well, which has been gutted at this point.
Do you believe that separation of church and state is a myth and that this should be a Christian nation?
Of course, of course not. I'm secular.
Do you believe black people were better off in the 1940s during Jim Crow and segregation?
No, I'm a proud supporter of a pluralistic, diverse democracy that the United States of America represents.
Everything that I just said right now is what Charlie Kirk has said.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar. I was supposed to debate him before he got assassinated. So, and I have debated him in the past.
Explain to me why every Republican is not asked to condemn Charlie Kirk, who's now made into a prophet, and why it's okay for Gavin Newsom to invite him on his podcast, but apparently you are the great devil that will make the Democrats lose.
Well, because he's a Republican, there's a major double standard that we both recognize here. I think that's the most important one, by the way, even before we talk about whiteness, right? He's a white man, but more importantly than that, he's a Republican. And when you're a Republican, you get endless amounts of favorability, endless amounts of charitability. You can say whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. They own patriotism. I mean, Donald Trump said John McCain was not a real war hero because he got captured, and he likes his war heroes not captured. And people didn't really care about that at all. Meanwhile, if I'm even remotely critical of military action in Iran, like blowing up the Manab girls' school in Iran, all of a sudden I'm a dangerous anti-American radical. I'm a terrorist. So yeah, that background certainly plays a major role. And I think last but not least, it's because I'm very critical of Israel. I'm a very prominent critic of Israel. I'm an avowed anti-Zionist. I've combated anti-Semitism my whole life and will continue to do so. But also I believe that Zionism and Judaism are totally different things. I don't think these are inseparable concepts in the way that it's presented by the likes of Nick Fuentes as inseparable concepts, and by the likes of Jake Tapper, ironically enough. And that is what really frustrates a lot of people. And that's why there's almost this bipartisan line of attack that I'm receiving over and over again as this scary, dangerous, radical Islamist jihadist. That's what the Republicans say. And then the Democrats will say, well, we got to hand it to these Republicans. I mean, he is definitely far too radical. He is definitely far too radical. We should just cut this guy out. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I have a community full of lifelong Democrats. and many people who were former Republicans who are now socialists themselves, who are, voting for Democrats all up and down the ballot, all around the country. And I think the real problem is they can't avoid us anymore. We're becoming undeniable. We're becoming an undeniable force in American politics. So in a last act of desperation, I think they're trying to defang at least one element of this independent media by constant bullying and by active demands of deplatforming. It's just not going to work, hopefully. And I'm not going to be intimidated, and I'm going to keep saying the truth no matter what. That's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. That's why I carry the flame.
I got Dr. Aisha Wahab waiting backstage. A very quick last question before I let you go. Are you going to sue Scott Jennings?
Yeah, we're working on litigation right now with Scott Jennings. What he did was unacceptable, and I think it's a part of the Republican midterm strategy, as Axios reported, that they are just going to keep clipping me out of context. If it's within the realm of reason, if it's just like negative framing, that's one thing. But completely taking something that I was reading, something that I'm unconditionally in opposition to, something as heinous as like claiming that I want to go back to a time when lynchings were happening and that was good. The fact that was what Scott Jennings and Fox News actually went with without even double checking their sources and leaned into that opposition research is unfathomable. And I think someone has to push back against these lies at some point.
Sue away, Hassan. Sue away. Come back anytime. That's Hasan Piker. Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Aisha Wahab waiting. Thank you, Dr. Aisha. I know you're so busy. We got Rula Jibril coming and Rashida Tlaib. This is the second hour of this amazing all-star.
All right. I have my guests here from American Doctor. So that's why we had to end that conversation shortly. What's up? What's going on? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm ready for him. Yeah, let's bring him in. Whoa. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna pull my notes as well. What's good, King? Good to see you guys. All right, and we're gonna open up the door so we can actually. Hey, what's happening? All right. It's going all right. Oh, thank you. What is this? Okay, free Hussam Dr. Hussam Abu Safia. Nice. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have two brave doctors that went to Gaza and were in the crosshairs of Israel as they tried to sew up the victims of Israel's genocide to the best of their ability. They are also on the movie the documentary American Doctor. We have Dr. Thayyad Ahmad and Feroz Sidwa back for a second time, as a matter of fact. Feroz is here again. First time you were here, there was another camera in the room.
Yeah.
And apparently that made it to the American Doctor, the documentary that's right. Out in select theaters in the United States and also Canada. Thank you so much for coming, guys, and thank you for all your brave work. Very excited to have you. It's a real honor to have you here. You know what? Let's start with the trailer. Also, you turned off my cams for some reason, Hannah. Okay, we turned it back on. We're good. All right, let's start here.
Take you through what Gaza looks like when a hospital's totally overwhelmed. You're getting waves of patients. Who do you prioritize? What do you have to treat them? You got no pain medicine to give the people whose legs have been blown off.
3 surgeons all working on one little girl for, 2.5 hours? And she's probably going to lose her right leg, and her left arm.
And she's starting to wake up. Let's get her warm. As a Jewish physician, I knew nothing about Gaza. Like most Americans, I thought everybody out here were nothing but terrorists because that's what I was told.
I'm not Israeli, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Christian, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish. I don't really have any connection to it. But as an American, I just don't want my government involved in crimes.
I'm a Palestinian. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm a human being. I'm a U.S. doctor who wants to see babies like my babies not be killed anymore.
What surprised me most was how the carnage was focused on journalists, healthcare workers, and children. Fist bump. Where was that?
That bomb hit the building.
There was a 15-year-old kid ready for discharge that was incinerated.
And if I had gone down and been changing that kid's dressing, there would have been 3 bodies, and I would have been one of them.
When they hit a hospital, that's a deep tragedy that people will feel in the community for the foreseeable future. We're just asking that hospitals not be targeted. Why that conversation is derailed in the United States is beyond me.
We do not have to accept that as Americans. The United States could stop sending jet fuel, bombs, all sorts of weapons. This is a political problem. We need a political solution.
We're a good pair. You talk intelligently and I talk emotionally.
It's on us to make sure that their stories are told. I couldn't go to Palestine. I got rejected. And then I come back to the United States and get detained by the Department of Homeland Security.
This is what my tax dollars did. What your tax dollars did. What my neighbor's tax dollars did. They have the right to know the truth. Perot's the right one to listen to. He is about fairness, and he is about doing the right thing.
You know we're not dating, right? You don't have to talk me up this much. I just met her 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's from Watermelon Pictures, and it's available in select theaters in the United States and Canada. I'm gonna briefly intro both of you guys, and it's gonna be awkward because I'm doing it while you're right here. But Dr. Tahir Ahmad is a Palestinian-American emergency medicine specialist based in Chicago. In April 2024, he made international headlines when he directly confronted President Joe Biden in a private White House meeting, handing him a handwritten letter from an orphaned 8-year-old girl in Rafah before walking out in protest of continued American military aid to Israel. And Feroz Sidwa, who's been on the broadcast before, is a trauma, acute care, and critical care surgeon from North Carolina who has authored some of the most searing forensic accounts of the war, including organizing a 99 signatory open letter to the White House and a landmark New York Times survey of 65 healthcare workers documenting children shot in the head and chest. Both of you guys, alongside Jewish American orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mark Perlmutter, are the primary subjects of this new documentary titled American Doctor, directed by Posey Tang, which premiered at Sundance and is currently being released by Watermelon Pictures. This was, of course, filmed under treacherous conditions, under genocidal conditions, under direct bombardment inside the Khan Yunis Nasser Hospital by local cinematographers. The film tracks you guys from emergency wards lacking basic anesthesia to the halls of Capitol Hill, exposing what happens when American doctors return home to tell the truth about what our tax dollars are funding. I personally find it very interesting that it featured 3 totally separate realities coming together, right? Realities of social conditioning. Dr. Perlmutter is a Jewish American doctor, so that totally shaped his perspective on Israel. You're Palestinian. It shaped your experience going into Gaza and then coming back from Gaza as well, because I know that there were some issues allowing you in to your ancestral homelands, ironically enough, and you're Zoroastrian, right? Or is that true?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I was born that way, but
okay. So like it's 3 totally unique American perspectives from all around the country, and you guys are united by your follow through on the Hippocratic Oath. You want to save lives, you want to help people, and you find yourself in Gaza, and then after that, your struggle and your work continues. You come to the United States of America, and you find out that the depravity doesn't end with the actions of Israel. Our own government is also turning a blind eye to these atrocities. So yeah, let's start here. So Posting is not here, so I'm going to skip the question that I was going to direct to her. Nice. And I'm going to ask you guys. Post said she wanted to make a real life medical drama like Pitt or Grey's Anatomy, except it's set in Gaza. So how did your experiences, like what were you expecting to experience when you actually got to Gaza, and how did your lived experiences change? Like how did your expectations get subverted by reality?
Well, I mean, I've been going to Gaza, the West Bank, all of Palestine for over 15 years. In 2009, the Israelis carried out Operation Cast Lead. They killed 1,200 Palestinians, 300 of them were kids. And I entered through Egypt at that time. I thought that was the worst thing I'd ever seen. I mean, it's really what made me go to medical school. This idea that, you know, you could potentially do some help when there is this really sophisticated army deciding it's going to turn its guns and its weapons towards kids. And I will tell you, Hassan, since then, I went multiple times to Gaza. When I entered in 2024, it was unrecognizable. I mean, you're coming in through Rafah, between the border between Egypt and Palestine, and it's tent city in what's usually a rural town. And there's no electricity anywhere. And, you know, the bombs are just so close. We both have worked in different conflict settings. I mean, I've been in Syria. I went to Lebanon, been in, you know, Jordan. We know how it is to operate when there's a war. This was too close. I mean, every time a bomb drops, the building is shaking. You hear the gunfire. It's blocks away. And it's just another, it just shows you that the Israeli military was operating in a densely populated area, and it was willing to have as many civilian casualties as possible. In fact, I think we both would argue that that was part of the objectives of the war, is to make the casualties so heavy and the numbers so high that either Palestinians would be ethnically cleansed or they would die, you know, in their homeland.
Yeah, you know, like for me, I've also been involved. I wasn't born Palestinian, obviously, but I've been involved with the Israel-Palestine conflict since I was 18. And I think I started editing books on the topic in 2004. So I think up from like, you know, I guess probably 69 or 70 up until 2004. I'm pretty sure I've read every human rights report in the English language on that's ever come out. And plenty of them since then. So I knew about the shooting of children. I knew about the shooting of civilians. I knew about, you know, and especially after Cast-led, like you mentioned, you know, like Human Rights Watch had a report called White Flag Killings, where they, you know, very matter-of-factly described the killing of, I forget, you know, several dozen families walking down the street with white flags, almost exclusively women and children. And so I knew that was going on, but then seeing it in person at European Hospital when I was there the first time, March and April of 2024, which is just a month after you, right? And you were at Nasser at that time, yeah. But seeing it in person, and you know, I kept a diary while I was there, and then when I left, maybe like a few weeks later, a Washington Post reporter asked me for the diary, so I was like, sure. And I hadn't even thought about it at that time, but so she asked me, how many children did you see shot while you were there? And I was like, I don't know. So I went through and counted it in 14 days, really 13 days of clinical work. I recorded that I saw 13 kids shot in the head or the chest. I probably saw more, but there were times when our hands were just like soaked in blood, couldn't pull your phone out to record something. So yeah, seeing that up close, it definitely does something to you. But more importantly, knowing that you're responsible for it. We're paying for it. We're funding, we're funding it. We're providing the arms. We're providing the diplomatic support. That's what gets to me.
Yeah. Man, you know, one thing I'll tell you that really it still sticks with us. I mean, I work in a trauma center in Chicago. He works in Stockton. We see trauma all the time. Mm-hmm. But when the hospital gets overwhelmed like that and they're just dropping bodies off onto the floor, it's, that the attacking of human dignity is so tough to deal with. I mean, we have so many moments where you're just kind of sitting there. And Tariq Lubani, he's a Canadian ER doctor. He said something once and it broke my heart because it's exactly what I was feeling. And he articulated it in a way. He said, all the humanity that you can give, all that compassion that you can give in Palestine and Gaza, it can only happen after the patient is already dead. So these kids that they're laying on the floor of the ER, these 10-year-olds, these 11-year-olds, the whole time you're trying to work on them and you're just being so aggressive and it almost feels so violent. And then when you realize that they're dead and there's nothing that you can do, that's the moment where you realize your own humanity and you're trying to give some sort of love or compassion, but they're already gone. I mean, that was recurring every single day in Gaza.
Yeah. We had a kid that probably 14 years old. He was brought in with like the most extensive pelvic injuries you can imagine. And I did, like, the operation I did on him was the most extensive operation I've ever done on a live human being.
Camera angles.
And
swamp him.
I just could not believe what was going on with this kid. And when we saw him, we were like, he's definitely going to die. There's no way he's going to live. It's like, it would be hard for him to live at like, USC or at Mass General. But here in Gaza, he's clearly going to die, but he was also awake. So it was like, what do we do? Do we just put him in a corner and let him die? Because he's not bleeding anymore, so he's going to die of sepsis in 3 days. Versus, do we take him to the OR? Because they're not going to just like, you're not going to like inject him with drugs to kill him. You're not going to strangle him. So like it's like you're saying, there's almost no dignity and humanity until death relieves you of your worldly ability to feel. It's just it's a wild place. It really is.
Dr. Tar, despite holding the same American medical credentials and board certifications as your colleagues, you faced severe bureaucratic hurdles, bureaucratic obstruction, and repeated entry denials by Israeli authorities when you attempted to return on subsequent medical missions. You were also harassed when you returned to the United States. How does the political screening of healthcare workers function as a tool to seal off Gaza and eliminate independent witnesses?
Yeah, I mean that's all a part of the objectives here. You know, I think one thing, and you had one of them on your stream actually, Big Mo, the beast from the Middle East. Mustafa, he's the
man.
Yeah,
I've had multiple now. I mean, I got one of you guys elected in the office.
That's right, Adam.
Adam's the man.
We're a cohort now of people that we've been working together trying to organize, but we have a subgroup of Palestinians who are healthcare workers, who all of us on this WhatsApp group now have continuously been denied. And you know, there was a point now, and this was I actually get really frustrated talking about this. But there was a moment in 2024, late 2024, all of these nonprofits and NGOs that were saying, hey, we need doctors, let's bring them in. They would have a line in there and they would say, not if you have any Palestinian ancestry or heritage, do not apply with us because you're going to get rejected. And so that was that's literally a part of the scheme.
That was an official communication coming from the World Health Organization.
Yeah. Like
it was wild.
Your dad or your mom or your grandparents are Palestinian, you cannot come in. I mean, reading that,
I just like the thing that's so frustrating about it is like it's so obviously an apartheid. It's so obviously a fascist, ethno-supremacist formation that we're funding and facilitating unconditionally. And there are so many liberals who defend it, and they even defend it when they find out about the truth as well. So I wonder, like, how do you guys feel after seeing it with your own two eyes? I mean, you obviously have like experienced it in your history as well, but like, how does that make you feel? The denial, like, do you have conversations with people still who will act as though it's not real?
I mean, to be honest, this is something that all Palestinians grow up with. It's just kind of, and honestly, I'll be 100% real with you right now. I sort of accepted it and internalized it to an extent. I was like, it is what it is. We would go to the West Bank, and I remember my wife was pregnant and my mom's in this car, and we would go to a checkpoint and they'd be like, you guys are Palestinians. You have to get down and you have to walk through all of these different areas. Anybody else who's not Palestinian, you can stay in the car and you can pass through. And it was like, hey, that's just the reality. It is what it is. You know, like, this is what it is. If I'm going to go to this part of Palestine, I may be subjected to checkpoints. These people are separated from us. People in Gaza never made it to the West Bank. People in the West Bank never made it to Gaza. Nobody's making it into Jerusalem. And we kind of internalized this. So, I mean, for me, it's something I think about. It's like, oh, I just sort of accepted this reality. I don't know what you think about it.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
You know,
as a former Zoroastrian,
not former, just an agnostic Zoroastrian,
as an agnostic Zoroastrian, and
but yeah, you know, actually, I guess that angle is kind of interesting. Zoroastrianism and Judaism have a quite close history, actually. The Jews were enslaved, this, you know, way long time ago. The Jews were enslaved in Babylon, and then Cyrus the Great was the emperor of a Persian empire, which was a Zoroastrian empire. He invaded Babylon, took the city, actually freed the Jews and repatriated them to Jerusalem and built the second temple from the Persian treasury to replace the one that I guess the Romans had destroyed. And there's actually this thing that's, I think, maybe misleading, but still, it's called the First Declaration of Human Rights. Was a tablet that was issued by Cyrus, declaring that the Jews have the right to worship, and, you know, like, just some basic rights. And there's a copy of that that's sitting outside the UN Security Council. You know, and it's like the plaque. I can't remember the exact words on it, but it says, you know, this is one of the first recognitions of universal rights, and that all people have the same rights, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they are. You know, that seeing that so shockingly transmogrified into this psychotic, you know, apartheid is not even, it's not the wrong term because it's not harsh enough. You know, like the African National Congress, the people that fought apartheid, they'll still say it today, they're adamant. They're like, no, the Boers never did anything like this to us.
Yeah.
This is crazy. And you know, it's really a shocking thing to see in person. I remember the first time I was in, I lived in Israel from 2004 to 2005. I was in Haifa working with a Palestinian Jewish cooperative there. And I would tour around in the West Bank, and I was going, I think, from Nablus to Jenin in a shared taxi with 3 other guys. I think I told you the story before. And we get to a checkpoint, the checkpoint outside of Jenin, and the Israeli soldier, he's this big kind of chubby dude with a mustache, like a career guy, not a young reservist. He orders all of us out of the car. So okay, we get out of the car, and you know, this is all in like Hebrew and Arabic, but he says, you know, I'm going to check your ID, and then you take 1 step over and stand here. It's like literally, there's only 4 of us. It's not hard to keep track, but whatever. So he looks at my passport and he's like, you know, whatever, this guy's an American. And then he looks at the other 3. And then the last guy, who's probably like 19 or 20, he's like, you know, he's like, he checks his ID and he says, move over 1 step. And the guy's like, I don't want to move over 1 step. You checked my ID. What's the problem? He's like, move over 1 step. And no, I don't want to move over 1 step. And so they like start shoving each other. I'm like, shit, this is getting like bad. So I got between them and I looked at the Palestinian. I was like, khalas, like, just, you know, stop. It's okay. And then I was turning around to say, like, it's okay to the Israeli guy. In Hebrew, it's like beseda. He just clocks me. And I had glasses at the time. They flew off. I like went down to one knee, and I kind of just, you know, I was scared. I didn't know what to do. So I just put my hand up like this. And then I think he realized that he hit the American. He was like, oh crap, I better stop. So he just threw all of our IDs on the floor and walked away. And when we got back in the car, none of them even thought this was weird. You know, it wasn't even like, and I was about there. I was 21 or 22 at the time. Like, none of them thought anything of this. And I was like, holy, like, this is it's inescapable when you're there, you know?
Yeah.
And that was more than 20 years ago.
By the way, Big Mo just had a baby, named him Faye. He got his wife out of Gaza.
Yeah.
But there's you talk about apartheid. There's like a real non-zero chance that his son may never be able to visit Gaza ever, even though his mom and his dad are from Gaza. So I mean, that's just the reality of it. We can say, you know, apartheid and ethnic cleansing, but this is how it plays out.
Yeah. No, it's unbelievable that it's something that we learn about in history books about, like, my whole life I've been taught, like, this is a heinous crime. This can never be repeated, never again. And then it's being repeated in broad daylight in front of our eyes. It's the first ever live stream genocide. And so now we understand why or how German society turned a blind eye to the chimney smoke and the ashes that covered these cities when people talked about it, where there's no plausible deniability in this circumstance. And yet, you know, people see it, and some people even demand more of it.
And those institutions back then were quiet about this. Many of the same institutions now, like the professional societies and the different governments and even some of the religious sort of groups, they all were quiet when it happened then. And to no one's surprise, they're quiet when it's happening in Gaza to Palestinians.
Yeah, absolutely. So your fellow volunteer surgeon, we just talked about him, Dr. Adam Hamawi, U.S. Army combat veteran who famously saved Tammy Duckworth. Duckworth's life in Iraq before volunteering alongside medical teams in Gaza, recently won the Democratic congressional primary.
That's right.
In New Jersey's 12th district on an explicit platform of healthcare, not bombs. As physicians who have spent years attempting to lobby an obstinate Congress from the outside, what does it mean for your movement to see a frontline medical colleague break through the party establishment to take a seat inside the halls of power? Does that give you a little bit of confidence?
It gives me hope. I mean, to be honest,
and you're also Palestinian, so it's like doubly. I'm interested to hear what you think about all the anti-Zionists running for office and winning.
I never thought in my life that we would be in this sort of position to see this sort of platforms and policies, even the discourse, people talking about AIPAC being dirty money. I mean, I think there's a chance. I don't know. I would love to hear actually what you think. I think there's a chance that the Democratic nominee in 2028 may be running on a "I'm not taking AIPAC money" platform.
Oh, that's a guarantee. I said that on CNN, and everybody got mad at me, and I was like,
To me, that's like it. Literally, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about that. I never thought that was possible. And,
Like,
go
like
ahead.
when you were here, when you sat in this room, did you think that a year after that conversation, we would have a frontline medical worker that came out of Gaza and ran for office and won, or the number of different like openly anti-Zionist politicians that have actually won their won seats of power in the Democratic Party? I mean, obviously there's a lot of backlash. I'm sure you guys have seen.
Yeah,
I have become somewhat of a controversial figure, unfortunately, but it is what it is. But there is unimaginable progress being made here. I mean, look, Angie Nixon just won.
Yes,
the Florida
primary.
and that's another statewide race. Just like, and she has a very similar platform to Abdul El-Sayed, who just won in Michigan. And I never in my life would have ever thought that someone like that would win a primary, and then go on Morning Joe the next day, and they say, are you going to forego weapons? Are you in favor of denying weapons, arm transfers to the state of Israel? And she goes, yeah, I am.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, that's insane. I mean, it's such a normal position when you understand the severity of the crisis, when you're like, this is a genocide. Of course we have to do an arms embargo. We should do accountability, right?
Yeah.
And yet it's still unbelievable in comparison to even a year ago, 2 years ago, or certainly 10 years
It's
ago.
also a natural position if you're a politician and you actually think that what people believe matters. Like if you even leaving it, like, suppose you have no morals whatsoever. If you want to get elected and you're paying any attention to the United States, not just like, in other words, if you think that people matter, not the money, actually that's the money. Not only that people are winning, like Nixon in Florida, is that right?
Yeah, Florida.
Yeah, I saw, if I'm remembering these numbers correctly, I think she spent just shy of $1 million, and I think her opponent spent almost 17 million.
No,
and
he fundraised 17 million. I think he spent like 5 million.
Even
total,
still, like a 5-to-1 spending ratio used to guarantee just total obliteration. Abdul El-Sayed
13 or 12 to 1.
Is that what it was? Yeah, these are wild numbers, So that just shows. And on top of that, I was just listening to an interview with those the two guys that wrote the book Israel's Lobby recently. And they were pointing out that, like, and they're correct, most of the Israel Lobby ads and stuff like that don't even mention Israel anymore. It used to be that they would just be like, this guy doesn't support Israel, and everyone's like, oh my God, how can they not support Israel? And, and that now it's like, we better not mention that he doesn't support Israel, because that would be doing work for him. Like, that would be supporting his candidacy.
I think that the crazy stat, because I think I remember seeing this in the New York Times as well, since 2022, there has not been a single AIPAC or AIPAC subsidiary ad that has mentioned Israel at all.
Wow.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
Since 2022, it's always like, oh, this is a bad Democrat. If you're in the primary, they say, like, that's what they did with Wesley Bell, Cory Bush. The first time around when it was like the historic primary expenditure, there was not a single mention of Cory Bush's position on Israel. And then after that victory comes for the AIPAC candidate, then they'll gloat. Then they'll be like, oh yeah, being pro-Israel is good politics and good policy.
But this is what bothers me, though, and you're dealing with this. This is why I don't understand. Look, Fox News is watching you like a hawk. I get it. You
might appear tonight.
It's all good. It's all good. But what bothers me, though, is the Democratic Party, the establishment. They're still making the same mistakes that they made in 2024, and this idea that they can just somehow bully this like populist progressive movement. I mean, are they going to make the same mistake in 2028 where they're going to shove a candidate down our throat who has bad politics and policy in general, but also on Palestine? I mean, this could be a disaster if we're talking about a Vance or a Rubio presidency, because the Democratic establishment can't read the room.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Okay, why?
Because look, I look at, again, last time Feroz was here, I look at where I was mentally and where I thought about like American politics was heading. And where we are now. That happened in less than 2 years. I remember getting kicked out of the DNC for calling out after being invited as a creator for Kamala Harris, I got kicked out of the DNC while a New York Times reporter was sitting next to me in front of 70,000 live viewers. I lost my credentials because I criticized the Democratic National Committee and the convention for not having a Palestinian speaker. And the final straw was when I compared them to Israel, because they were lying. They were lying about how, like, Ruva, who is part of the, or was at the time part of the uncommitted movement, like, had not sent in their speech ahead of time. And I was like, oh, just like Israel, they're lying to the media. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. They were like, you got to get out of here. And I remember feeling so discouraged about when I heard Kamala Harris say, we're going to have the most muscular military, the most lethal military, all this stuff. That was 2 years ago. That was only 2 years ago. Now everyone can't stop talking about DSA and all these like anti-Zionists winning these crazy victories all around the country. And therefore, I mean, 2 years from here on out, especially when some of these guys, I mean, look at Zoran, right? Like, he has delivered on his agenda, on his promises. He's done a tremendous amount of work in terms of like normalizing some of the sentiment as well, being brave at times when it's necessary to say, I'm not going to Israel in that New York primary debate. That was a huge moment. That was a real turning point, right? In messaging in mainstream news. All of that is building on this movement. All of that is building on this movement that centers the interest of the working class. So yes, I do think that 2028, judging by our trajectory, by the exponential growth of this movement, by all of these compounding victories, 2028 is going to have a much more positive outlook, I think.
Oh, nice. Yeah, man, I'm ready. You got me.
You got him psyched up now.
Ready to do some door knocking.
I don't foresee the 2028 Democratic primary victor being pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. It's going to be treated like abortion. Like, would you expect the 2028 Democratic primary winner to be restrictive in abortion in any way, shape, or form? No, right?
No chance,
And I think Israel will be viewed in the same exact partisan manner. There are obviously a lot of, growing pains in the process. These guys cannot contend with this reality shifting. They're so comfortable. They're so used to posture arrogantly and make maximalist demands and have a lot of those demands get satiated and fulfilled. So that's why there's a lot of backlash right now. And they're like, oh, we'll just purchase TikTok and then we'll make TikTok pro-Israel. Okay, that didn't work. But like, we'll go after prominent critics of Israel. We'll just like tar and feather them at first as anti-Semites. Okay, that doesn't work. Then we move down, we move down the line. Now they're just calling me every name in the book. And unfortunately, a lot of Democrats are also leaning into it as well. But
what was the I'm sorry to ask you this, but what was the context of, they had asked Bernie about Abdul. Right. I mean, what's the deal with that though? I just don't understand it. Honestly, I was very disappointed. Like,
wait, was Bernie saying, oh, that was, he wasn't even responding to Abdul campaigning with me. He was responding to the America Deserve 9/11 comment.
Oh, thank God.
And then they clipped it. No, because he then moves on to defend me. He's like, oh, he's on the radio for thousands of hours. Like, he turns around, he's like, Abby, I'm sure you've said something stupid in your hundreds of hours on CNN. Nice. But the media, of course, clipped it to be like, oh, Bernie condemned. No, Bernie and I we're still boys.
Good. Okay, good.
That's Unc. That's Unc. We might not always agree. We might not always agree.
No, that's
on everything, but that's still Unc.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's not even just popular opinion. Like, actually this movie, American Doctor, it actually got picked what's it called? The New York Times named it a Critics' Choice. Yep. That's like inconceivable, even just a year or two ago, totally inconceivable. Actually, we opened the movie in Toronto as well. The Globe and Mail, which is like 100 times worse than even like the Wall Street Journal when it comes to this, even they actually gave it a critics pick. And so like, I think a lot of or like Mark and I were on Amanpour's show this morning, that's like, and he and I were on Amanpour's show in probably like April of 2024, maybe
She's
May.
A little bit woke though. She's like a little bit more woke than the rest of.
No, she is. But smart. And she's an intelligent woman and she's a fair interviewer, so fine. But like when we were on there, 2 years ago, it wasn't her interviewing, it was somebody substituting for her, but every single thing we said, I saw kids shot in the head. Oh, CNN cannot independently verify this. I saw people starving. CNN cannot independently verify this. That was just the constant thing. And then PBS like took it down from their website. Like, nobody wanted to touch this. Now Amanpour herself just tweeted out part of the conversation that we just had, So like it's that things have definitely changed. Not enough yet, but we got to keep pushing, and we got to hold our, we can't make the same mistake that we did with Obama, which is like elect him and then go home.
Yeah.
It's got to be, people have to keep their, hold politicians accountable. But if we do that, there's only up to go,
So going back to the Capitol Hill side of this conversation, because you guys obviously pushed a lot when you came back. That's also part of the documentary as well. The documentary follows your transition from operating rooms to under artillery fire to the halls of Congress and hallways of Capitol Hill. What was the psychological cognitive dissonance of leaving an active mass casualty zone, boarding a commercial flight, and then walking into congressional offices where staff members treated the destruction of hospitals as, routine legislative bargaining, and also saw you guys as somewhat of a nuisance, really?
Yeah, and they were dismissive, and sometimes they were combative, depending on which office you were visiting. I mean, you're talking to over 200 Americans that have gone and volunteered in Gaza, and we all have the consistent testimonies of what we saw, the destruction, the targeting of children, just this absolute mayhem, and it's through time and space. And you've got maybe like a 21-year-old in front of you for a certain office just telling you like, well, the senator or the congressperson here is they're a steadfast ally of Israel, and that's not going to change. I just told you all of these kids are getting slaughtered in this massive amount of numbers, and that's the only thing that they could say. It was brutal. I mean, I think we would go there and we would just keep trying and trying and trying, and it demoralized us. And I think that's why Adam ran. He's like, well, these people are not going to change. They're not going to listen to what's happening here. We've got to replace them. Yeah. And so I'm glad that he did that.
Yeah, and I'm glad that young people are running. Like I'm 44. Like I feel like I'm too old to be in Congress now. Like it's like people younger than me. I mean, Adam's a little older than me, but like people younger than me are running, and they're just like, no, we don't accept this. There is no. It's not a law of the universe that Americans have to subsidize the mass murder of children. That is not. It's not a law of like gravity or that's not a thing. There is no that's not keeping anyone safe. There's no reason we have to do that. Yet we are. Throw these people out of office, or there was this was it the New Yorker? It was the New Yorker. This Anthony Blinken and Brett McGurk and Lloyd Austin and Jake Sullivan and all these I forget, Kamala Harris is the security advisor guy. All these people saying, we were, or Amos Hochstein, these people, we regret not doing more to curb Israel's excessive response to the October 7th. No, these people should not be brought back into power. Other people need to step up
100%.
And we need to put them in a position to do so.
Yeah. And they kept defending it well into the Trump administration. Brett McGurk has a CNN contributor slot. Yeah. And I saw him with my own two eyes, with my own two ears, speak endlessly about how positive it was that Trump was involved in Gaza in a similar manner to the Democratic Party, and how this was like following the trajectory of Biden. He even talked about the Iran war in a similar manner initially.
So did Hochstein. Hochstein said, if Biden was reelected, we actually thought we were going to have to attack Iran too.
We were talking about it. He said,
"Get the hell out of here!" Like that, you're crazy. That means you're psychotic. Like the fact that it really, I mean that's maybe people don't get how crazy these things are, but like that means you're nuts.
Yeah,
go away.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm glad that there are so many different things like documentaries coming out or different pieces of art coming out, or the fact that you're streaming and stuff. It's like, we've got this documented for the historical record. Jake Sullivan can give any speech that he wants at Harvard, trying to distance himself. But at the end of the day, I met with Jake Sullivan, and he was defending these allegations about what these hospitals were used for to a person that's been in every hospital in Gaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because, like, I mean, I'm sure you guys remember at the time you had USAID reports coming out and that was showcasing the atrocities, the severity of the crisis, and the famine-like conditions that were taking place, and that's an automatic that's so like unconditionally a war crime that numerous people who were very positive about Israel, including the leader of Human Rights Watch, once they saw famine, they were like, it's over. This is a genocide. This is definitely a genocide, right? And yet those reports were cast aside by Anthony Blinken.
Or even altered.
Yeah.
That's why Stacey Gilbert resigned. That Anil, what's her last name? Rodriguez, I think. That's why she resigned. Like there were lots of people in the technical departments at the state and USAID, at least at state, who resigned and said, no, like that's not what our report said. Like we clearly said, yes, Israel is blocking American-funded aid to Gaza. Yes, it is illegal to keep arming these people. And then you had you mentioned like the testimony of 99 American. When do 99 American healthcare workers, including the two of us, and Mark, and Adam and plenty of others, when do 99 American healthcare workers write the President of the United States a letter saying we saw atrocities committed by an American ally with American weapons and get literally no response, like nothing, no response at all?
And
that's wild.
And I think people should know that as doctors, the different specialties that we have, we all hate each other. We think we're all, so the fact that we can come and agree on certain things, but that is miraculous, honestly. And the fact that it was ignored is nuts. One thing I'll say is we can all agree that Huckabee is a racist lunatic. He hates the idea of Muslims or Palestinians, and he doesn't even like Palestinian Christians. But Biden's ambassador to Israel, Jack Lew, is also a horrifying figure. That famine early warning system report, this guy got the report. It says there are famine conditions in the north of Gaza, and he's trying to argue that the population calculations are wrong. Are you...
The famine early warning system is part of USAID, and it was,
Are you out of your mind that you are saying that, there's a chance that people are hungry and dying from hunger? I'm going to argue the numbers instead of saying, let's get some food in. Who cares if it's not at the level of famine, if you want to argue that? But get some food into these people. It's clear that they're starving to death.
Speaking of Mike Huckabee, I got to show you guys this. So this is the new line of defense. It's somewhat of a testament to the fact that this like unconditional support and loyalty concept is kind of falling apart. That now the question is, do you suffer from Israel derangement syndrome?
Oh man.
And Mike Huckabee says, this is hilarious and very well done. Let's take a look at the video really quickly. I'm not going to like bother you with the entire thing because it's gross and disgusting.
All right, everyone, boy or girl? Israel is committing genocide right now, and you people are cutting a cake?
Do you or someone you love suffer
AI
from
video,
Israel
of course.
derangement syndrome? My wife says I never listen to her. At least I think that's what she said.
We're giving Israel almost $4 billion of our tax money every year. Why are you silent on this? Are you funded by them too?
Israel derangement syndrome doesn't...
So what's funny about it is like they're trying to present it as like, why do you care about this thing so much? And it's so funny. From my perspective, at least, which I replied to Mike Huckabee with, this is especially funny coming from you, big dog. You literally said Israel has a right to implement the Greater Israel Project. If there's a person, if there's anyone that's like obsessed with Israel, it's evangelical Zionists.
Oh man,
people like Mike Huckabee, who I think would literally sacrifice their firstborn, or even like an entire American state in the American mainland, just so Israel gets to behave in a belligerent manner in the region. So very funny that now their attitude is like, why do you care so much about this? It's only $4 billion a year.
Facts, which by the way, that's all facts. And they're somehow saying there's some derangement there. Huckabee, by the way, is a rogue ambassador. I hope people understand this. He refuses to call it the West Bank. Because of this like insane.
He says Judea. He says Judea and Samaria.
He never says the West Bank, which of course is not U.S. foreign policy, at least for the last 5 decades. And he's like, I mean, that next thing there, the Times of Israel that you have, where he's meeting with the ex-spy. I mean, are you telling me this was approved by our State Department? Did Rubio know about this and said, hey, it's all good, meet with this guy who was, spying on us? So this guy's totally rogue, and he's just, I mean.
And meeting sanctioned Israeli ministers, calling sanctions outrageous hypocrisy. I mean, it's insane. We are run by lunatics.
The idea that Mike Huckabee, who is, as far as I understand, he's a Christian pastor or some kind, right?
The
The idea that this man does not understand that when you starve children, or when you pay someone else to shoot children, or that's something that you should be worried about, and can dismiss it as, you know, Israel derangement syndrome, and pretend that everyone's yelling at stand-up comics who make jokes about their wives, like in the middle. This is absurd. Like it's kind of hard to, I mean, I know we're laughing about it because it is pretty funny, but it's kind of hard to appreciate how psychotic that is. I mean, that's you know, I don't know. I feel like that's like, you know, somebody being like, oh, you're obsessed with Germany because they're, you know, why are stand-up comics standing up and yelling about the Holocaust in 1940s? Well, there's a reason. I mean, there is a good reason for that, actually. Like if people were doing that in the 1940s, now we would praise them for it.
Yeah.
One of the worst takes I ever heard, I don't know why he reminded me of this, is Patrick Bet David was talking about rebranding. That's your guy, huh?
No. Oh, God.
He's so funny.
Oh, I can't believe you brought that up.
Do you remember the take he said? No. He goes, Israel has a PR problem. He goes, and I have an idea. Let's do the roast of Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. It's like, wow, that is as bad as it gets, man.
Dude, it's like, it's because these guys are fucking stupid. Okay? It's because they're so stupid. I mean, I love Patrick. He won't have me on a show for some reason. He's had Nick Fuentes on, and I'm a bridge too far. These guys literally think I'm like a more dangerous radical than fucking Nick Fuentes, who they defend all the time. Yeah, no, that shows you how out of touch they are too. Like, this is just a crisis of PR. As though you can just like solve it by roasting Benjamin. Yeah, it's insane. It's like they've murdered children, and they continue to murder children right now during the so-called ceasefire. There's one element that I really wanted to talk to you guys about, because like the documentary is covering three different experiences that you know unify under this this shared experience. Was there a hierarchy in credibility when you guys came back as well? Because like, look, Mark is Jewish. You're not Palestinian. You're not Jewish, and you're Palestinian. So like, did you feel as though even in the media reception of it all, there was a difference in your perspectives, like, or the coverage itself?
I mean, for sure. And that's something that you just have to understand is the reality here. Obviously, I am Palestinian, but I also feel like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Palestine, the history, the healthcare situation. I'm a board member for, a Palestinian medical organization that works in Palestine. And this is what I do. I've been doing this for a very long time. I know every inch of Palestine. I know all of the hospitals, Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem. And I've been working there for the last 16 years. But I have to acknowledge, though, that when an American, an everyday American, maybe somebody from the Midwest, maybe somebody on the West Coast, when they see me talking about it, there is this sort of, well, he must have an agenda. He is biased. And that's part of the dehumanization. It's why these people don't acknowledge the children being slaughtered, but it's also why you can sort of just say it's these people over there, these lesser than people, these folks, these Palestinians, they're different. Like you mentioned, I heard you mention Jake Tapper, but he's somebody I always think about. It's like he has that sort of dehumanizing, racist understanding, right? So no matter what I say, I can be the smartest person in the room. He's not going to accept it from me.
I mean,
and so I think that's why I really appreciate guys like Feroz and Mark, why they do what they do, understanding that the backlash is there because they're not going to be spared. You're not going to be spared from this. But the fact that you're willing to speak up and say these things, I mean, that to me, I mean, I say that's courageous to do it, honestly.
Yeah, no, I've never, look, for the most part, for most of my career, I've been doing this for 13 years. And before people were like hyper-focused on, every little thing that I've ever said, I was still an avowed anti-Zionist, right? But most people had not like fully comprehended the issue at all. It didn't become such a salient problem for them. And most of the time they would cover me as like a white guy who's, kind of bro-y, right? I was a white cisgender heterosexual guy who's like a little bit bro-y. Post October 7, I'm Muslim. I'm the most Muslim guy that is ever Muslimed in the country. Yeah. Like, nice. It's just like, I'm still the same guy. I'm still white as hell. Like if my name was Hank, like I feel like the 90% of the media coverage would change because it would be much more difficult for them to present me as this like super radical guy. Right. But yeah, they definitely lean into that. They definitely lean into that. But the reason why I wanted to ask because I wanted to see, I wanted to hear Mark's perspective on this as well. Unfortunately, couldn't make it. But one other thing that has happened is they'll just like remove your background. Because like they did this to Brad Lander as well. Brad Lander, who's like been very outspoken about the issue. They treated his victory over Dan Goldman in a very Jewish district in New York as an anti-Semitic act. It was a Jewish district.
Where both candidates are Jewish.
Both candidates are Jewish, but one candidate is pro-Israel, the other candidate is very critical of Israel, and all of a sudden they were making it seem like Brad Lander was this like random Christian guy, I guess, like, you know, who was anti-Semitically unseating Dan Goldman.
And that's the thing is, it's not even. It is obviously there's a lot of dehumanization of Palestinians. Yeah, actually, I'll tell you, we left one. We go to these Q&As for after the screening, like after the showing of the movie all the time. And I remember we were walking out of one, and we usually hang around for like, you know, a long time and talk to people and like, you know, just try to answer their questions. And because, you know, people want, anyway, while we were walking out, I heard this lady, and she was chastising herself for this, to be fair, but I heard this lady say, because, you know, Thayer's family features very prominently, and he's got these 2 little girls who are super cute. On the way out, she literally says, you know, I can't believe this, but I never thought of Palestinians as having families. You know, it's like this is like an educated person in a major city.
Jesus Christ.
And right, but it's like, you know, where first, even just biologically, like where do you think these humans came from? Like it's, you know, but like, that's pretty wild. And this is the person who volunteered to come see the movie American Doctor at a film festival, not even in the main theater.
Well,
you
I guess that's the best person to watch it technically.
Yes, no, 100%, 100%. But she was, you know, and she was chiding herself for that. Like that's why this kind of, you know, this medium of film and this movie can help people see that kind of thing. But this
is the second time I heard you say that, and it's still honestly, I don't know how else to say this, but it hurts my feelings every time he says that.
I can imagine,
because I think about all of the kids, like even you talk about Hind Rajab, you talk about all those kids, and you're like, if more people had seen it, you know, had that realization earlier, maybe some of them would still be alive.
Yeah, because we wouldn't tolerate this. Like, you know, nobody is okay. People are okay with killing vermin, not with killing children.
Right.
That's why that has to be hidden from them what they're doing.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's also precisely the reason why the dehumanization has to set in. And I think the media is very culpable.
Oh, very much. Yeah,
like they've played such a huge role in that.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is that, like you just said, it even extends to the idea that Jewish people who don't want this done in their name, or you know, even they can be dismissed as, you know, their opinion also doesn't matter for some reason. Like, you know, now there's this new phenomenon of, I think we saw, like, maybe it was Chris Cuomo or Andrew, it must have been Chris Cuomo talking to Adam
Friedland.
That guy. And he was telling me he's a bad, I can't remember the exact words.
He's a bad Jew.
Basically told him he's a bad Jew.
Yeah.
And Friedland's like, what? Aren't you an Italian guy? Like, what is this? This is ridiculous. Like, like, and even I mean, is his name Van Jones? Is that the he's done that. Like this new phenomenon of non-Jews telling other Jews that they're bad Jews because they're not Jewing right is just crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's outrageous. So, like, you know, and anybody that, you know, the American media system can accomplish a lot of really crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable that, like, your level of Judaism is now determined by how pro-Israel you are.
Yeah.
Because they did this with Abdul El-Sayed. I saw it happen with my own 2 eyes, where they were like, you're attacking Haley Stevens, and it's very anti-Semitic. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. She's just funded by AIPAC.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the highest level of Judaism in America, according to our you know, very normal media apparatus, is like if I'm going to show you that.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
I have
that on speed dial. That's nice.
So if Israel comes to you in your dreams, it doesn't matter if you're Christian. You're now Jewish. You're honorary Jewish.
I can't believe,
or at least you can be subjected to anti-Semitism somehow, because it's got nothing to do with Jews. You know what I mean?
How does she say something like that and nobody says, what are you talking about? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
How?
Yeah.
You know, I don't. But yeah.
I mean, people say weird things at rallies. I get it, but like that is odd.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if I was like, yeah, you know, Hasan, Palestine comes to me in my dreams. You would rightly say, can you explain that dream? Because that sounds strange.
Well, I always like to say Estonia comes to me in my dreams, and Because it's like so silly.
It's
Like, just imagine being like, no, Lithuania. I
yeah.
fucking love Lithuania. Do you think Lithuania has a right to exist?
Yeah.
Why don't you, like, if you don't give Lithuania $10 billion right now a year, that means you want every Lithuanian in America to die.
Yeah.
That was a conversation that took place earlier on Morning Joe with Angie Nixon, or not Morning Joe. This was CBS, which is, of course, now owned by the
Barry
Ellisons,
Weiss,
and it's Barry Weiss is
Yikes.
the news editor.
Great journalist.
And what's crazy is they were asking Angie Nixon, and the host turns around to Angie Nixon and says, so you want to deny weapons transfers to Israel at a time when there's an unprecedented crisis in anti-Semitism here in the United States of America? And I was like, how do you connect those two things?
Yeah, that's
What
wild.
the fuck does that have to
wild.
do with American Jews at all?
That's crazy.
Like, it's
No,
such
that's
an
bizarre.
insane argument. It's so bizarre, but like, I feel like at this point they're just like they're speed running the common narratives, like, because it's just they have nothing else to lean into, so they just go, well, you know, this is really messed up. Like, anti-Semitism is going to skyrocket if we don't give $10 billion to Israel a year.
You know, that strategy even extends past this, even with the ceasefire now, or the so-called ceasefire. They're like, the only way that we can make sure that the borders are open and people can get medical treatment and food can enter is if this political group disarms.
Yeah.
How are you pairing disarmament in a political process to giving people food and water and electricity?
Children.
Yeah. How have we accepted that? Oh, this is a normal conversation. Yes, let's use food as leverage in order to get this political group to be able to disarm. It's nuts to me, and it's that same strategy.
And of course, as is the case, the government has said, oh, we don't care that they're disarming. So that was the other thing. Because Hamas has already said that they're fine with a technocratic committee overseeing control over Gaza. And now on top of that, they're even leaning into the disarmament initiative, which, by the way, how do you even...
It's completely meaningless to disarm
not like they
Hamas.
they don't have... Like, I mean, you guys were there. They don't have like I don't know, like S-300s or anything.
They do not
like
have advanced weaponry.
They have conventional small arms and like bathtub IEDs that they've made, oftentimes from unexploded ordnance from Israel. So like, I don't even know how you would disarm them in any meaningful way, shape, or form. But they said yes to it, and Israel is of course still advancing into Gaza. Lo and behold, in a manner not dissimilar to what they've done in the West Bank. There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the occupation still remains.
Nobody's talking about also them trying to build these alternative communities for Palestinians. They're trying to create a bunch of Bantustans in Gaza. And they're trying to basically say, hey, if you're a good Palestinian, you can come over here, you'll have a school, you'll have food, and you'll have shelter. If you're a bad Palestinian, you have any connections, we're going to basically either ethnically cleanse you or kill you. And the idea is there can be no contiguous Gaza, there can be no state of Palestine. That's happening. That's on the ground. It's happening right now.
It's the American Indian model of dealing with this thing.
Yeah,
it
that's
really
like
is.
54. It was initially 52%. Now it's breached past that line. Of course, it's now at I think 57% of the Gaza Strip.
There are some estimates that say it's greater than 60%.
Yeah,
and you know why that's the case. We don't know for sure. Is we have colleagues that have just entered into Gaza. They can't even before when the ceasefire happened, there were cinder blocks.
Yeah,
and they would be like, okay, this is the yellow line. Now they keep inching closer, and the only way they know is when they engage and they fire on people.
Yeah.
Yep.
When they shoot children, that they claim is like passing the yellow line that keeps expanding.
That's the other thing about this military that I hope people can understand is they had a policy of just engage with anything that breathes or moves. Even Israeli hostages that escaped.
Yeah.
They fired on them and killed
Naked,
them.
waving white flags and yelling in Hebrew.
They fired on them, and that's
Three of them
that's
killed,
how what happened to Hind happened. That's how those ambulance drivers were killed in Rafah. That's how all of these people have lost their lives when they were trying to cross the street and flee because they were told to evacuate by the Israeli military. And it's just like they told their soldiers, just fire.
Yeah.
Let it rain.
If anybody wants to read about this, Breaking the Silence, it's an Israeli reservist group that just takes testimony from them, but also Haaretz, which is it's one of Israel's major newspapers. They've both published extensively Israeli soldiers' own testimonies, just saying, yes, we were ordered to shell people waiting for a food truck, or not like an LA food truck, like a truck delivering food. We were told to just shoot anything that moves. We were told to just obliterate every building, no matter what was going on there. Like that's just like it's all out there and open. Like none of it's a secret.
Yeah. And is it not
It's amazing that
humiliating? Do you think it's not humiliating for the Trump administration to say, hey, we made a major breakthrough on Truth Social? He's like, we're advancing this agreement. And then Netanyahu holds a press conference and says, nah, we're not agreeing to any of the 15-point plan. Like, there's no response to that? We haven't even heard a response.
Yeah, I mean, he's super cucked to Israel. There's no other way to put it. Like, I mean, he was this way. I've said over and over again that like the conditions for October 7 were set by the Abraham Accords. Like what came before in the Trump administration, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, formalizing the annexation of Golan Heights, things that Trump actually openly admitted Miriam Adelson was not even asking for.
Yeah.
Like he said he threw Golan Heights in there as a sweetener for them. They didn't even ask for
Really?
it.
I didn't know that.
So all of that obviously set the stage for Palestinian militancy to recognize their desperation and that there was no other way out of this.
No, go ahead. After the Abraham Accords, I think most Palestinians were like, oh, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's over.
You know, you're getting Arab countries in the region to basically say, all right, we're going to sidestep this Palestine problem.
Yeah.
And we're going to kind of move forward. And, you know, Jared Kushner, who was supposed to bring the peace to the Middle East, he's a great deal maker. You're 100% right. The Abraham Accords was the beginning of this disaster that we're in right now. Across the Middle East.
Yeah. And not just that, but like the Gaza has been under siege since 2005. It's been getting steadily worse ever since. Gaza has been, the whole Palestinian economy has been getting worse since the Oslo Accords, not better. The Oslo Accords from 91, 92, has been getting worse, not better. Unemployment has been going up. Settlements have been getting bigger. Palestinian communities have been squeezed more and more and more. There's a misunderstanding that things were getting better, and then this second Intifada thing happened in 2000. Oh well,
yeah.
That's completely not true. That's just absolutely untrue. And then on top of that, this has been reported. Hamas actually repeatedly reached out to the Biden administration and said, "Look, you cannot just ignore this problem. This is I don't know what words they use, but this is this Gaza is a concentration camp that's going to explode." And the Biden administration just ignored them.
Yeah.
Well, okay. You cage people and treat them like animals. Eventually, some of them will act like it.
I interviewed Dr. Ofer Kasif right after October 7. He's a minister of the Knesset. He's an anti-Zionist Jew, the only anti-Zionist Jew in the Israeli Knesset, and one of the few in Israel in general.
Yeah.
And he told me he sent a lot of letters to American politicians, some of which I admire even, I won't say who, about the conditions in the West Bank and Itamar Ben-Gvir and like all of the initiatives that they were engaging in the West Bank that was inevitably going to bear out a very violent response. So like people act as though this was not, this was an unpredictable, cataclysmic event. And yet it was so predictable that the heads of Shin Bet had warned the Israeli government at the time, and they called them woke.
Yeah.
They said you're woke for saying like our militancy and our violence in the West Bank is going to inevitably bear out like a violent retaliation from Hamas in Gaza.
And they've been saying that since like 2003, just to be clear. Like the 4 former heads of the Shin Bet were interviewed, I think on Yediot Ahronot, I can't remember, some Israeli thing. And they were the way I remember the one line was, "We're acting disgracefully in the territories." There's no other word for it, Meron Ben-Venisti, who's the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem. I think he's passed away since then, but he was the founder of the West Bank Data Project. He wrote in probably 2002 or 3 or 4, somewhere around there, that the slow transfer of Palestinians out of Jerusalem, concentrating them in the West Bank and starving Gaza, was creating a community that is hostile and nurturing a desire for revenge.
Yeah.
More than 20 years before October 7th. And yet he was right.
Yeah, and 2023 was the deadliest year since the second Intifada before October 7th. Shireen Abu Akleh was gunned down by an Israeli soldier, a sniper, shot her in the head in Jenin camp. that was months before October 7th. And they were, I mean, and then
Well,
when
no, Shireen Abu Akleh was in 2021.
2021. And then also, don't forget that when Shireen Abu Akleh was trying to have her funeral procession, they had the funeral procession.
Yeah, they attacked it.
So was this sort of, you know, what did we think was going to happen as a result of what was happening? But
so speaking of that, actually, I kind of want to ask you guys what you think about this breaking news about Hind Rajab.
Yeah.
So CNN reported on it earlier this morning. The Israeli military has acknowledged firing on a car carrying 5-year-old Hind Rajab in Gaza after earlier denials, as it opens a criminal probe into the January 2024 killing. So what's really interesting about this, and the reason why your mention of Shireen Abu Akleh reminded me of bringing this up in front of you guys, is because the Shireen Abu Akleh assassination also was investigated.
Yeah.
And not a single person was actually prosecuted in the process. Not a single Israeli soldier.
Yeah.
They found that there was no wrongdoing whatsoever. So how does this make you feel when you see things like this? Do you feel like this is like the Israeli government is actually, even if it's to save to engage in a face-saving operation, do you feel like there will be anything in this criminal probe?
No, I mean, I think the Israelis are very tactical. They understand when the pressure is very high on them. They know when they have to release certain statements. They know what they're supposed to say. And so this is classic. I mean, if you look at anything that's happened that has reached like global notoriety or really high profile incidents or events, this is what the Israelis will say. This is what they will do. And this is how they calm things down. And you're exactly right about what happened with Shireen. That's exactly what they said. At first they were like, it wasn't us.
Well, first they said it was the Jenin Brigade.
Yes. Yeah.
And then obviously open source intelligence and forensics examiners looked at the area, and there were no Palestinian militancy in that area whatsoever. It was actually the Israeli snipers that were there.
Yep.
And then they had to double back and be like, oh, it was an accident. It wasn't an accident. She was clearly marked as press. She was wearing a press vest. She was wearing the helmet.
And there was no reason to be firing bullets
Yeah.
toward her. Yeah.
Yeah, and they shot her in the neck to
Yeah.
kill her. It was
Yeah.
bullshit. And she was an American, Palestinian American, and a very important voice.
Yeah,
in
constituent
the
of Cory
region.
Booker and
Really? I didn't know
yeah,
that.
New Jersey. So
You know,
go ahead.
No.
I mean, that's the other thing is they did the same thing with one of the producers of No Other Land.
Yeah.
Who the Israeli settler killed
On camera.
On camera, exactly. And now they're saying, oh, we're gonna, because there's a big extremist settler problem. And so this is, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm being pessimistic, but this is classic. This is how the Israelis play it. They're very strategic with what they're saying and the announcements that they make. And it's really to calm, I think, any pressure from the Americans or the Europeans.
Do you remember the Great March of Return? There was, I think, a 19-year-old volunteer nurse.
Yeah.
Do you remember her name? I can't remember her name. She was wearing a white coat.
Yep.
She's out there.
Hassan, I think.
That sounds right. Yeah. Tiny little woman, obviously a threat to nobody, out there treating people's wounds where, you know, in one of the greatest mass woundings of young people that's ever taken place. And she gets shot dead by a sniper. I don't know if you remember, the New York Times did this elaborate reconstruction. Like, where did the bullet come from? And they eventually, I think if I remember right, they determined that the bullet likely hit the ground, bounced up,
yes,
and killed her that way. And so they, you know, I don't remember if they concluded that it was an accident or whatever. I don't remember their exact conclusion. None of that matters.
Yeah.
What matters is that the Israelis, with our support, full support, lined up snipers and for 2 years straight shot dead people who were protesting, asking for their freedom.
Yeah.
That's what matters. And it's
Completely
exactly
peaceful
the same
protest.
thing with Hind Rajab. The Israelis might conclude that, yes, you know, soldier so-and-so, you know, Lance Corporal so-and-so fired the weapon from his, his Merkava tank recklessly 300 times, and therefore he will get a demotion. Who cares?
I think
this has nothing to do with this. This is like telling somebody that, oh yeah, this one time one guy murdered an American Indian. Yeah, but the rest of it was fine.
Yeah,
like no, this is ludicrous.
It's completely ridiculous. What I suspect is what they'll do is I think one of the commanders actually died in Lebanon,
Yeah,
so
he
they
was
might
killed
like
there,
shift the blame over to
that's right.
Shift the blame over to the dead
That's
guy,
actually possible.
and then be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
he did it. Oops," and,
Yeah.
and he no wrongdoing, regardless.
Yeah.
You know, we're still honoring him, but you know, it was him. And it's interesting because this is the same time when
from
the
World
Israeli
Central Kitchen.
decision not to prosecute the killing of aid workers in Gaza came out. Now,
Is this
here's
about the World
thing.
Central Kitchen?
Yeah.
That happened when I was in Gaza.
April.
Yeah, what's crazy about this, of course, is World Central Kitchen is run by I forget his name, Jose Andres.
He's a good friend of Biden's.
Yeah, he's a nice guy in general, but let's be real, he was brought into Gaza to do PR for Israel because he was like very antagonistic to you know the Palestinian position from the start.
Yeah.
And you know, he's friends to the Bidens, he's friends with the Israeli government.
Absolutely.
And what's interesting about that is he was brought in at a time when famine was starting in Gaza, and basically they allowed him to go in there with the World Central Kitchen, and they still triple tapped their convoy that was engaging in deconfliction with the Israeli military, as you're supposed to when you're down there, when you're out there. And now they're saying there was no wrongdoing. And I guess Jose Andres is outraged once again, saying they strongly condemn the Israeli military prosecutor's account of the deaths of our 7 colleagues on April 1st, 2024. It's just...
It's the 3rd or 4th time he's been outraged by
Yeah,
this. Yeah.
I know.
What are you going to do about it?
You said that they're very good at like leaning into propaganda.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay, let me hear it.
I think they're so arrogant and so used to unconditional loyalty and support that a big part of the enmity coming from the Western world now actually stems from the fact that they're not good at propaganda because they don't have to be, because for the last like 30 years, they already had an incredibly sophisticated influence peddling operation, an incredibly powerful lobby, and therefore they thought, and they still think, I think, that they don't have to do this. They don't have to do propaganda at all. And that's precisely the reason why most of the envoys of Israel and most of its most prominent supporters in America sound fucking insane when they talk about the issue. When you hear them speak, you're like, what the fuck? I mean, when you, the meme on Twitter is, you know, you don't ever translate Hebrew Twitter to English because you know it's some of the most racist things you've
it's
ever
pretty
heard.
wild. It's pretty wild.
But it is reality. I feel like that you only arrive at that condition if you have just never had to face accountability, and it's supremacist thought as well.
You might the reason you might be right, or you're probably right, I should say, is me and Feroz were in New York last week, and we met with the elected 10 of the Security Council. So these are not the permanent members of the Security Council. And we met with the EU, basically trying to tell them that we think the only way forward is through accountability. You have to be able to hold the Israelis accountable, because we feel that the Americans, after several visits to Capitol Hill, this is what we told them, aren't doing that. And the responses that we got essentially were, well, let's see kind of what happens with the elections, both in Israel and in the United States.
Oh my God. Like as though Gadi Eisenkot is going to change the dynamic at all of Israeli society when they're running attack ads on him for hugging Arabs.
Yeah.
They're running attack ads. If you hug an Arab in Israel, they're like, oh, look at him.
Yeah.
Now, that's actually a really interesting point that I want to hear from you guys on as Americans, right? I've often said Israel and America are 2 peas in a pod. I actually did an interview with Haaretz recently, and there was a lot of pushback when I said this. Like, we are sister nations through and through, and we're both countries that are going through a similar transformation. We're both settler colonies. We've never really acknowledged the indigenous genocide here, and its scars still very much remain. And Israel is going through its indigenous genocide right now in broad daylight with our support. And what I've always found so fascinating about that is that Israel has also become much more right-wing and much more socially conservative. I mean, look, the reality is, like, the Nakba aside, even though it's not something to wash away at all, Israel was created by a bunch of, I guess, quote unquote, woke, secular, socialist Jews.
Yeah.
So like they thought that this was going to be a somewhat more progressive project, but it can't be progressive if you're doing ethnic cleansing.
Right.
And if you don't address that, if you don't address that inception, if you don't address the ongoing atrocities, then society slowly but surely will move away from secular values, will move away from progressive values. And I think a lot of Israeli society broadly cannot contend with that reality. And they're seeing this transformation where, you know, people like Itamar Ben-Gvir are becoming much more prominent fixtures of Israeli politics. And then these liberal Zionists will go, how is this happening? Why is there so much homophobia in Israeli society now? And it's like, well, you know, this goes hand in hand with the genocide that you're defending.
Did you see, you know, Adam Smith? He's a congressman in Seattle or from Seattle,
Yes.
I think. He was on, I think it was
Breaking
Breaking
Points.
Points.
Yeah, with Crystal
I think he was
Ball,
talking to Crystal. Yeah.
Shout out, Crystal.
And she said, you know, how can you, I don't remember the exact words, but like, how do you square your progressive stance on, you know, economics and Medicare for all, whatever it might be, with this seemingly illiberal stance towards Israel? And I was honestly genuinely shocked that somebody said this out loud. He just said there is no liberal solution to Israel.
Yeah.
In other words, Israel is, you know, he didn't say it this way, but I'm interpreting it. Israel is an illiberal state, and that's fine with me. You know, that's wild. Like that's completely crazy. And that I actually just had this like kind of getting back to what you were saying before about like their propaganda is bad. I think ethno supremacy just makes people dumb. Like you kind of can't. You know, I've talked to a lot of people who were in the like very much in the anti-apartheid movement. And they said there was kind of a similar thing where, you know, South African Boers would just, they couldn't understand what everyone else doesn't understand. How can you not understand how great we are, how amazing we are?
Yeah.
Don't you understand that these Africans are barely human and, you know, they're just all crazy. If we don't control them, they'll just, you know, rip the whole place to shreds, or, you know, these like awful things. But it was so self-evident to them. And it just results in this march to the right, you know? And I really feel like, you know, like South Africa, you know, with the democratic transition, that's one way to end up resolving that problem. But the other is what happened north of there where I worked when I was in med school, Zimbabwe. And in Zim, it was a very, very violent end to this. And once the apartheid system in Zimbabwe, which was almost identical to South Africa, was dismantled, it just dissolved into this horrendous interscene violence.
Yeah.
And now, you know, the Matabele and the Shona regularly attack each other. It's just a total disaster. And that's, you know, we kind of have to decide which route do we, if you're pro-Israel, you should probably think about what you're leading Israel towards. It's, you know, it's probably its ultimate destruction. It's very, very scary. And these people, like, you know, the most, you know, like younger American Jews see this and they say, like, you know, we don't want even though we, like, you know, we don't have anything against our Israeli friends, but we're leading them down this crazy path that's going to destroy the Palestinians and Israel. It's not even good for, even if you are pro-Israel, it's not even good for them.
No, absolutely. But it's also, and the reason why I brought up the America comparison is because it's destroying the Western world.
Yeah.
It's destroying the concept of Western liberal democracy altogether, because I think it's making people recognize that there's this insane illiberal force out there that we have to demonstrate uncompromising loyalty to. And you know, in the UK, the Palestine Action protesters and people who hold up placards like, you know, pensioners, 85-year-old Holocaust survivors and 90-year-old Holocaust survivors, like they hold up placards and they get arrested. And we are in the Western world basically slowly but surely dismantling our institutions. Some might even say we've never really fully cared about these institutions, but I think this contradiction is forcing people to slowly but surely recognize that Western liberal democracy is dead. It's dying. And I worry about the illiberal, post-liberal, fascist forces that will come out of this process. And I say that as someone who is not only now barred from entering the United Kingdom. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
But but also, which is insane. Labor government, by the way.
So wild.
And a former, was it under Keir Starmer?
Yeah, it was under Starmer,
that's
right?
That's a former human rights lawyer, right?
Former human rights lawyer.
Unbelievable.
Shabana Mahmood, former pro-Palestine activist.
Really?
Shabana
I didn't
Mahmood,
know
who was
that.
the Home Secretary at the time. Yeah. And then also here in the United States of America, the American government is not exactly fond of me either. And they're becoming more openly fascist than ever before. And I worry, once again, unless we examine and try to solve this contradiction, it's going to turn into barbarism.
But there is a global trend, though, that's kind of taken place over the last decade of this very right-wing nationalist, sort of fascist kind of movement growing across the globe.
Yeah.
And I do worry about what you're talking about, but I see that there are a certain class of people that are trying to take advantage of this. When I think of folks like Peter Thiel and all of these tech bros,
techno-fascists,
they have a real opportunity here. If we continue along this trend, they're going to dominate. They're essentially going to be the rulers of this world if we continue along this trend. So I think we're seeing the same trend that's taking place in Israel, but you're seeing it in Europe. Obviously, there are some things that argue against it. Thankfully, the Hungarian elections were, I think, a good sign.
Yeah.
You know, people sort of rejecting it. But even in France, the fact that that very far right party in the most recent election got so many votes.
The Nationalist Party.
Everybody should be very concerned about that. I mean, like, you know.
Yeah, AfD in Germany.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think a lot of this goes back to what the United States actually is. There's a lot of books about this, but you could one really important book that I think people should read is called The Framers' Coup. It's actually the only academic book I know on the framing and the passage of the U.S. Constitution. And to make a really long story short, the guy, the person who wrote it, I think was at Oxford. The U.S. Constitution was basically written to undermine the radical democracy that existed in the states at the time, basically in order to pay off financiers who had taken war bonds from War of Independence veterans. And it wasn't until the Indian genocide was completed, or essentially completed, and slavery was overthrown, that we actually started to develop liberal institutions in the United States. That's when this isn't in the Framers' Code. This is my interpretation, but that's when you get and especially after World War II, you get into the 60s.
Yeah.
The 1960s are a huge moment of awakening, of political awakening, of social awakening. All of a sudden, women and students and minorities and all sorts of other people refused to be silent anymore.
Yeah.
And there was a big reaction to this. There was on the liberal side, there was the Trilateral Commission. On the conservative side, there was, the Powell Memorandum that there's a really good podcast series about that from the guys at Lever News. I forget the name
David
of it now.
Sirota.
Yeah, Sirota.
He's going to get very excited that you mentioned it.
No, it's really worth listening. There's a second part of it now, which I haven't listened to yet, but it's really,
That's my guy.
he does a lot of good work. But that's that backlash, which had, I hate the term, but like bipartisan support, like the kind of the Democratic centrists and the Republicans were both on board with this. The Republicans were more, like the rhetoric was crazier. The liberal internationalists, like, the people that staffed the Carter administration, people like that came afterwards, they were more reasoned and measured. They spoke more like Kamala Harris than like Donald Trump. But that backlash is very real. It's sustained and it's society wide. That's where student debt comes from. That's where mass incarceration comes from. All these methods of disciplining the population, and Israel or fealty to Israel is kind of a way to be in the cult. I'm in. I know. No. It doesn't matter how many kids they kill. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm good on this.
And it really is. It's a very dangerous aspect of our own society that really should bother a lot of people. Like, why is it that our society can function this way?
I think it does. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
but we can change that. Like, we have, like, and when people are trying, like you mentioned, Adam, all these people that are running, and people who are just everyday activists, they're trying to change it, but everybody's got to keep working on it.
Like, I think in a different timeline, anyone that I only have my own personal experiences to pull from, obviously, but like, if what was happening in the aftermath of all these electoral victories that we've been able to gain a foothold and like build a coalition of like openly anti-Zionist candidates in the Democratic Party that are demanding an embargo on Israel, demanding accountability for Israel's genocide. Well, that never would have happened under any other media environment. That never would have happened under any other point in American history. However, from the media reception standpoint, like if 5 years ago every outlet was calling me a anti-Semitic terrorist, it would be over.
Yeah, it'd be a
it
wrap.
would be over. Now, University of Washington cancels my speech that I was supposed to do in January. It's a publicly funded institution. This is a direct First Amendment violation. All of a sudden, you got NPR, the local NPR affiliate, actually investigating the matter. Like, there's still a lot of pressure. There's still a lot of an unbelievable amount of pressure, as a matter of fact. But like, there was a guy in Detroit that gave me a normal interview after Mallory McMorrow called me a danger to Michiganders, and Abdul inviting me to campaign with him right after the synagogue was attacked by this dude, as though I have something to do with that, or as though Abdul has something to do with that. What's our connection to this person?
Right.
We're all Muslim, right?
Yeah.
The Muslims
and this person was like asking me questions about all of that. They demoted him.
Wow.
7 years. He was the All Things Considered NPR host.
Wow.
For the NPR affiliate in Detroit. And they demoted him, so he quit. So like, there's still this level of pressure that's taking place. I mean, I'm still blacklisted from MS Now, CNN, and Fox News, but at the end of the day, that we still have independent platforms, and we can still, congregate around these issues and still engage in advocacy. So I think that there is a real, real opportunity to make changes.
And they clearly, I mean, even the Trump administration feels the pressure from everyday Americans when they went into this Iran thing this year. I mean, they thought it would be very simple. I'll come out there and I'll say, we can't do this. This is the right thing to do. People rejected that totally on both sides of the aisle. He lost his boy Tucker in the process of this.
Yeah.
So I mean, I
don't know. I don't really fully trust him, but
what do you mean? Tell me.
With Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
I think he's far too close to Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
He never talks about Palantir. He never talks about Peter Thiel. He believes in all of these different conspiracies.
Yeah.
He believes that, you can be spirits can take over your body, but he won't entertain the real world conspiracy of Palantir, like mass AI backed surveillance technology from Peter Thiel, a man who has blood boys, one of which is JD Vance. JD Vance is not his actual blood boy, but he does have real blood boys, or did. And he's also very close with JD Vance as well. So I think he's gonna
100%. But why do you tell me what you think about why then so publicly be so against the decision to enter into the Iran war for him? Because I'm trying to piece that together.
Because just like there's factional disagreements within the State Department, I think that there are. There's a concept amongst especially the right called no dumb wars, which is a way to sidestep the issue of being anti-war unconditionally or anti-violence unconditionally, to say, there are some wars that are worthwhile, but this one is dumb. And conservatives peddle that propaganda all the time to basically boost their credibility as like isolationists in name only, I guess. And I suspect that's kind of what Tucker is doing, because like, it is a dumb war to go to war with Iran. I mean, look, who else is against the war with Iran? The godfathers of the neoconservative movement, like Bill Kristol and Robert Kagan, guys who spent their entire lives initially advocating to do this war with Iran. And now that it's come, now that it's happening,
and now that it's being prosecuted entirely incompetently.
And there is no competent way to prosecute it anyway, because like you can't overcome geography. Like, it just doesn't. It's 21 miles wide. The Strait of Hormuz.
That's the interesting thing there. Like, the United States could defeat Iran. We would just have to mobilize our entire society, except having a 4 million person army, maybe accept 500,000 combat deaths, and probably rip the place to shreds, probably killed, 10 million Iranians in the process.
It would destroy
and
America
we would have to, and then we could spend 30 years doing this. Well, that doesn't seem like a good idea at all. So instead they want to, they kind of want to have their cake and eat it too, of, we'll just lob some missiles and that's it. And then we'll just pray that the Iranian government is overthrown and we can claim a victory.
That's something I still
It's
struggle with
ridiculous.
is apparently so many people knew that would not work, right? I mean, that's the
Yeah.
whole idea. But still, this guy comes in and does a
did you see
PowerPoint
just-
presentation. Netanyahu
Yeah.
comes in and does a
Yeah.
PowerPoint presentation, and then suddenly
And Lindsey Graham too.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Apparently, it just came out yesterday or the day before. Amman, like the Israeli military intelligence, was saying it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But they went, like that's. I mean, these people aren't stupid. I mean, they're not.
Yeah. So what was interesting to me, because I was covering it nonstop and I kept repeatedly explaining that this was going to be a disaster if we actually implemented it over and over again. And I'm some random guy from the outside. You know what I mean? If I can see it, I'm sure military analysts can too. But one thing that also always was very interesting to me is leading up to the buildup of the Navy Armada, when everyone knew exactly what was about to take place.
Yeah.
General Dan Kane, who is the top pro-Trump general, head of U.S. Central Command, very clearly tried to spell out that we would not be able to maintain air superiority over Iranian over the Iranian airspace, and that we would inevitably run out of our standoff munitions that were lobbing the Tomahawk missiles, and we would run out of defensive munitions as well in the process, and erode American military supremacy around the globe, and be declared a paper tiger, as we are currently seeing unfold in real time. And because Trump didn't listen to him, he went to the media.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very interesting, because this is a Trump loyalist, right? And he went out there, he went chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, not CENTCOM. CENTCOM is another guy who's insanely pro-Israel, Brad Cooper, I think.
Sounds right.
Yeah, he's a very strange guy. Anyway,
Yeah.
So in any case, Raising Cane, he went to the media and he leaked it. He leaked that this was not going to work. And yet they still did it. And I cannot understand, like, is Trump that easily manipulated? Like, that he was just like, oh, I got a massive victory in Venezuela. This is going to be the same decapitation strike. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, complete societal collapse. They're not even thinking about the success of that campaign, because that would have still, I think, yielded a tremendous instability. Because even if the decapitation worked, and let's say they armed the Kurds, and then there was ethnic tensions that they were able to successfully foment, and then there's mass instability. This is an unbelievably diverse country with 93 million people.
It's a huge place.
Yeah.
It's a huge country with a massive defense industry in and of itself, with varying degrees of hardliners that, are going to seek out revenge. Like, even the most successful initiative would have collapsed the entire region. Because then, even if the IRGC, like some of the units, decided, all right, we're blowing up every oil refinery in the region, then what do you do?
Yeah.
It just blows my mind.
But that's what the Israelis wanted. They wanted a failed rogue state, right?
Yeah.
With no air defenses.
Yeah, they wanted Libya.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think that was actually the model.
Yeah.
And so, but it's just, nobody said this. The Israelis' interests here are very different than ours. Yeah, they're our boys, but this doesn't make any sense. I mean, it seems like Rubio, Vance all knew that it was a terrible idea. They just didn't have, I don't know, the backbone. I'm not sure. I know the pitch to Trump was clear. It was, no president has ever been able to do this. You're going to kill it. Everybody's going to love you. This is phenomenal. You got to do it. You'll be the best ever. And he's like, okay, run it. I'm sure that was the pitch, but you have all these people around you just, not able to say this is the worst idea you've ever heard.
I think it's part of the general decline in American governance that's been going on. Again, go back to the backlash to the 60s. Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, whatever you think about them, they're very intelligent. They were micromanagers. They really into the details. Like if you read Carter's memoir about his time at the Camp David, trying to get the Egyptians and the Israelis to sign a peace agreement. He's just talking to me like the micromanaging these details. It's really quite incredible. Same thing with Clinton. Not that I agree with either one of them about almost anything, but they're still impressive people. Then you get to somebody like Barack Obama, who's not, like George Bush, Barack Obama era. These people are both just kind of celebrities. They're not They're not really that into the details. They're not really that into actually.
But at
like,
least they had a
actively
competent
managing.
team that they
At
were.
least, yes,
that they were
that's
listening
exactly what I was going to
to.
say. Yeah, at least they had like competent human beings about them. Then you get to Biden and Trump, and you're just like, both of these people are surrounded by sycophantic lunatics,
and it's a small circle.
It's a small circle where they don't want to talk to anybody else.
Yes,
they don't. You know,
I mean,
like
Hoxton
Biden
served in the IDF.
Yeah,
he
like
did.
that's
Yeah,
insane.
yeah.
He's the top guy in charge
Yeah.
of like Israel
Lebanon.
relations
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Lebanon, and he served in the IDF. And Brett McGurk has like business ties to the entire region,
Oh, yeah.
including to Israel as well. And these are the two primary people that are in Biden's ear.
Yeah, they
and
have
Biden himself was a zealot
Biden,
too.
yeah, Biden himself is a committed zealot and also, you know, obviously very confused most of the time.
Yeah.
But like this also goes to, this is all like this change in American governance is really compounded by Citizens United, just my opinion. But
Oh, yeah.
it's
That was
like
the end
because
of it.
well, because like at that point, like, you know, Trump is kind of a like a unique example of it. He's basically in power because of tech billionaires, Zionist billionaires,
Unitary executive
yeah,
theory.
exactly, and yeah, all of which is, you know, developed under the Bush administration. 9/11 gives it a real kick in the, or I should say the reaction to 9/11 gives it a big kick in the pants. You know, we did this to ourselves. And the you know, and actually it brings up a good point, like all of that, you know, all of the post 9/11, like the Patriot Act, the, you know, all of these changes in the way our society works. Al Qaeda didn't do that to us. Al Qaeda blew up the towers. We decided to take away our own civil liberties. We decided to ruin our own election
Homeland
system.
Security,
We
ICE.
decided to create this system that bothers Thayer and detains him when he comes home from not even getting into Palestine. He just went to Jordan and hung out in the what is the Amman Paradise Hotel. We both spent way too much time in that place. You know, this is we're doing this to ourselves. This fealty to Israel, we're doing this to ourselves. We do not have to live like this, but we got to make the choice. You know, we gotta get off our butts and do it.
And
Do
one
something.
thing I'll say about Biden, which again points to the fact, like, really, this is the sort of the end of democracy, is you're exactly right. I mean, I saw this guy, I looked at him, and it's clear he did not want to die thinking that his legacy may be tarnished by doing something for the Palestinians. He is somebody who grew up in that generation that the Holocaust was the worst thing ever, and that supporting Israel was the moral imperative.
Was the right reaction to the Holocaust,
no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And so he wanted to die. If you have, that's the president of the United States thinking in that way about his legacy, like he knows he's in his final days. I mean, we're in trouble. And it's the fact that he's got only a few people around him that are willing to say, "You're right, boss, all good."
Yeah.
You know? I mean, and then the
or
Trump thing.
even telling him like this is a good idea,
Yeah.
like even giving him additional tools, like
yeah,
because again they were zealots, like it was an entire team of zealots, up close and personal that were also just as like ideologically invested. In the great Israel
Lincoln, Hochstein, McGurk, these people are all. I mean, they'd be more or less ideologically, I don't know, than Biden, but they were much more coherent and much more capable in those ways. Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
I'm just surprised, and I hate to bring up Rubio again. I don't want to give him too much, honestly, space, but like, I'm surprised he stayed in that position because of how emasculating it is. You're not the Secretary of State. Witkoff and Kushner are the Secretary of State. Anytime Papa Trump needs serious work done, he sends those guys. You're just kind of sitting around and kind of on this quest when it comes to like Latin America or South America, but you're not really making any real decisions. Like, why is that guy still in place? And we've got these two other folks who are securing the business interests of Trump while also dictating our foreign policy in the Middle East. It blows my mind.
You remember the primary when Trump was just ruthlessly mocking Rubio and Ted Cruz, you know, impugning their wives, and all sorts of like I don't don't think pride is part of their calculation.
It's power. It's power.
It's a lust for power.
Proximity
It's
to power.
pathetic.
Like for Rubio, I think it's all worth it at the end of the day because he gets to do things that we're doing, things that we're aiding.
Whatever he wants to do to Cuba.
In Cuba and in Latin America as well, the Donroe Doctrine and whatnot.
It tells you something about an American politician that he's willing to emasculate himself. He's willing to wear the wrong size shoes that Trump demands. He's willing to let Trump humiliate him and embarrass him in all these ways for like 8 years straight. First in the primary and then all through the Trump or through the Biden administration, and then and then now, all so that he can destroy an entirely defenseless island off the coast of Cuba that he's never been to. It's just shocking. It really gets back to what our society is and what we need to do to change it.
All right, so we got to wrap this up. You guys have given us so much time, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks
This
for
was a wonderful
having us, man.
conversation.
Appreciate you.
Film American Doctor is premiering in theaters across the United States and Canada. How can people watching at home find tickets to screenings near them?
Please, if it's not screening near you, talk to your independent theaters and tell them you want American Doctor to be screened. Otherwise, we're going to major cities, Chicago, we'll be in all across the U.S. Please buy tickets to this. It allows us to push the conversation forward about Palestine and Gaza and continue to kind of push this message forward. The more that we get sort of butts in seats, the more that we're able to show everybody that people still care about Palestine, even though it's out of the news networks.
And you can follow American Doctor Film on Instagram, and AmericanDoctorFilm.com, I think, has all the locations.
Yeah. So last question, you gave me this pin, Free Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, and you were wearing it on your Democracy Now! Interview as well. He's been held without charge for nearly 2 years now, reportedly beaten with a hammer. His son was killed. What do you want people who've never heard his name to know about the good doctor?
I mean, Dr. Hussam did things that I don't think any single American or European physician would be able to do. He's in his hospital while the Israeli military surrounded while they killed his son, to bury his son, compound hospital. He had multiple options to get to safety out of Gaza with his family, and he could not abandon his patients. And for that reason is precisely why the Israeli military had to abduct him and is keeping him without charge, along with 13 other senior Palestinian doctors. They don't want the guys that should be leading the recovery and the reconstruction and healing Palestinians actually doing that, because it will promote the ethnic cleansing and the forced displacement of Palestinians.
Hussam Abu Safia, people come up to us after these screenings and they're like, "Oh, you guys are heroes. I'm so proud to get to meet you in person." It's like, no, you should meet these Palestinian healthcare workers. These people are just shockingly decent, and Hussam is one of them. I've never, you've met him. I haven't. I never got to meet him. But he's being slowly killed in an Israeli torture chamber right now. It's called the Rakafet prison, or I'm probably mispronouncing it, but and he will die in that prison if the U.S. government doesn't force Israel to release him, and we have to. We can't just abandon him there.
He wrote,
along, like you said, but along with more than a dozen others.
He wrote 2 op-eds in the New York Times.
Yeah.
He's a very funny guy. He's a sweet guy. The world should know who this guy is. He should not be trapped behind bars. The world should actually know who this person is. And many of the people there, Dr. Nahed, Dr. Mahmoud, all the people that are in these Israeli dungeons, they are the best of us, and we're both physicians in our careers now. We're not junior docs. We know when we see talented people, and these people in Palestine, these healthcare workers, man, they are good at what they do. They do so much with so little. And it's a damn shame that they were targeted along with the journalists and so many of the other professionals that helped build that amazing society despite the siege and the blockade.
Yeah.
All right. American Doctor, hopefully coming to a theater near you.
Oh, and Hassan, sorry, but you have the backing of all of the doctors and nurses that went to Gaza. Any way we can support you. Your voice is so important. Please keep doing what you're doing.
No, it's vice versa. I should support you guys. I'm good. I'm doing all right, But thank you.
We're here for each other.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Good to be
And
back.
I'll probably see you guys at the. You're going to be at the screening, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll see
absolutely.
you there then. I'll be
Sweet.
there.
Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody. I'm going to take quick photos with our guests here, but we will get back to the story coming out of Dearborn. Oops. Okay. There it is. Kicking them out. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm kicking them out. All right. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that interview. It's a great interview.
And we start this morning in Dearborn, where tensions were high ahead of a city council meeting last night. Anti-Islamic protesters clashed with folks in Dearborn and their supporters. There were many arguments between the groups throughout the day. One protester taken into custody for throwing a punch at a police officer. The crowd tried to rush through the library doors just before the start of that meeting, but crowd control measures that they were used to push them back. Here's what people on both sides had to say.
We are a Christian nation. We love Jesus, and that's why we're here. To take freedom of speech, and it's a free country, and that's why we're here.
I think we should all stand united together as one. you know, and I don't think there's room for people like Jake Lang to come cut us up, divide us.
The majority of protesters left before the end of the city council meeting. For more on what happened inside that meeting, we go live now to our Jordan Burroughs, who's in Dearborn for us this morning. And Jordan, what was the scene like there last night?
Yeah, Sandra, perfectly described when you were talking about that one protester arrested. So there were periods of tension, but all in all, it really was just this protest and this crusade. And mostly was just people disagreeing with one another, but at a high level, you know, loud conversations, people being boisterous. Like you had mentioned, don't know exactly how many arrests there are, but some people were arrested inside the meeting. Less tensions, but maybe more severe being talked about in this city council. Nonetheless, that city council meeting was not business as usual. It's never usually held at the Henry Ford Centennial Library, and it was moved here so law enforcement could work on crowd control and make sure that the community felt safe. This Jake Lang character, someone that we've been talking about, you know, for a couple weeks since we've heard that he was planning this protest, he gathered for what he called this Christian Crusader March. He and his supporters and then several community members crowded that meeting space here at the library. But we know residents in Dearborn and surrounding communities also traveled here as well to make sure that their voices were heard. Like you had mentioned, Sandra, the crowd tried to rush to the doors ahead of the meeting with police providing.
Is it still
crowd
effing?
control.
I don't know what's going on, chat. Yeah, it's been effing. It was effing towards the end of the. Yeah. I saw the bit rate go down. It's still going down. It's red right now. It just keeps going in and out. Wait, why? Doesn't the backup work? Okay. Pig on losing WeHo is eating the internet. Yeah, so these white nationalists, these Nazis storm the Dearborn. Your internet was a hater a couple times in the interview. Is usually brief. Okay. Oh, heavens F. Okay, calm down, everybody. It's gonna be all right. There's gonna be a micro F. But yeah, as I was saying, hold on, let me lower my audio a little bit. This is the best interview I've seen you do. Truly wonderful. Okay, thank you. Yeah, M. Israel Chai, of course. Please stop destroying my internet. Benjamin Netanyahu, Big Yahoo, please. Please don't destroy my internet, Big Yahoo. Clandis just mentioned you. What does she say? Can you show the pin? The free doctor Hossam Abu Safia pin or the one I'm wearing? This is the one I got in Ireland. She thanked your donation. She loves you, she said. Wait, what? Good job letting your guest talk between questions. Unironically, you did much better than usual with that interview. What? This interview and your first were both well done. She loves you and she said she loves your commentary.
All right, you guys.
Wait, what? I can't tell if y'all are fucking with me or not. Candace thanking you?
This idea that I am united with Hassan Piker. He is a streamer on the left.
The fuck? Clandenistas rise up. Abdul was on Don Lemon and didn't condemn you. Yeah, I saw. Hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Look. Going back to Dearborn and the unlimited amounts of Islamophobia, right? So, what I was gonna say is this. Does she know she has you blocked, Lamont? Okay, guys, lock in. We're not talking about Candace right now. So in the Dearborn event, there were a lot of people that came in, white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and the like, and said, like, America's never going to be a Muslim nation, fuck Sharia law, all this stuff, right? Like, it's like very racist nonsense. And one of the guys also talked about me, apparently, and brought up the fact that I was going to take all the white women. That came from the Elon Musk clip of me in 2018 making a joke about the Great Replacement being fake. So what's wild about this shit, what's crazy about this shit is that, like, they are gearing up, they're tuning up some of the most psychotic individuals in American society right now to take action, to take matters into their own hands. Like, and it frustrates me to no end that we're putting these Muslim communities in a compromised position. And it's very clear that, like, a lot of liberals are also leaning into it. So earlier in the day, we talked about Israel actively fomenting Islamophobia because they know that they have no defense whatsoever against the wave of anti-Israel sentiment. This is it. This is a byproduct of that. And that's why it's not a fucking accident, and it's not a secret that so many of these institutions, these supposedly liberal institutions, are also either refusing to reckon with the Islamophobia, refusing to criticize it, or outright endorsing it. Okay? They're outright fucking endorsing it. And it's very frustrating to see. Because these kinds of hateful narratives are not going to stop with Muslims. They never do. Okay? It's not. It's going to design a society that you do not want to live in. This is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. And that is precisely what's happening once again. So, if you think that if you're pro-Israel, and if you think like, oh, it'll just stop with trans people, it'll stop with Muslims, it'll stop with undocumented migrants, it won't. It won't. Those in positions of power will always use tribalism and will always try to divide and conquer. And the antidote to that is solidarity. The antidote to that is to fight back. The antidote to that is to say, this is not America. America is the most diverse nation on the fucking planet. So stop leaning into this shit, man. I know that in the interim, you might think, oh, well, they're taking care of my enemies. This guy, he hates Israel. Fuck this guy. He's a terrorist. And you find yourself swept away with this argument, this notion that, you know, as long as we can ham up the Islamophobic narrative, as long as we can say all of Israel's critics are just obsessed. They've lost their minds on Jew hatred. They're obsessed. You might think that it helps you in the interim, in the short term, but it's not. It's not going to be helpful for you at all in the long term. Your whiteness is also conditional. Your whiteness as a part of the in-group is also conditional. And even then, are white Hispanics white? And then, are Slavs white? Are Jews white? These will be the next conversations that they're having. And you won't have any allies by your side at that point to defend you. So we got to nip this in the bud ASAP. This is what's happened in the past, and it's happening now. Sammy Gold says, Islamophobia is the anti-Semitism of the 21st century. It's focused on an insular, upwardly mobile minority who others use as a scapegoat for their grander conspiracies. Islamo-leftism is the same valence as Judeo-Bolshevism. What was the Jewish equivalent of ISIS in 9/11? People blamed the ills of capitalism and the existence of communism on the Jews. Yeah. I hate how much it sounds like you're talking in 1930s Germany. Well, in many respects, that is what we're doing right now.
We heard from Lang. We heard from city council members, and we also heard from community members before, during, and after this city council meeting.
This is an invasion on all fronts. Our people are being pushed out of the workplace. We're being pushed out of city councils. That smug face of the Taqiyya Muslims.
Oh, Taqiyya, you know, the thing that Neera Tanden accused me of by way of Laura Loomer.
Needs to be wiped off these people's faces.
They would have you believe our city is under siege. This is no more than an attempt to stoke fear and could not be further from the truth.
To those who came to Dearborn looking to spread fear and division, I say to you, come see the real Dearborn.
The majority of community members in Dearborn were calling on unity. Live in Dearborn, Jordan Burroughs, CBS News, Detroit.
And we should mention that we reached out to both Senate candidates who are running right now for that important office, Mike Rogers and also Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. We did not hear back from Mike Rogers, wanted to know if he had any comments, thoughts about what it is that happened in this state in which the entire world was watching. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed did agree to talk to us. He joins us now live via Zoom. And Dr. Al-Sayed, good to see you. Thanks for joining us here today. I want to ask you, this is not the first time we've seen this type of thing happen with Jake Lang or, for instance, with Terry Jones many years ago. How do you think it was handled? How do you think it went?
Yeah, Roop, first, thank you so much for having me. And I'm sorry to have to meet under these circumstances because, what you're seeing here is a bunch of out-of-state agitators coming in defiance of the broad, incredible America that we exemplify here in Michigan. A guy like Jake Lang.
Bro, if we fucking hated America, we would be Republican. I will keep repeating this over and over again, okay? Like, who would put up with this shit? That's what's so crazy, especially with Abdul. I mean, he loves America all the way. I don't think I've ever met someone who loves America as much as this man does. Or even sometimes I'm like, all right, man, I get it. Okay. And it's so crazy. Like people will constantly do this to me too. They're like, you fucking hate America. It's like, bitch, I live here. I can live anywhere I want. Why do I live here? And then the answer is, oh, because you want to destroy America from within. Well, if I wanted to do that, why am I not a Republican? Like, can we get over this ridiculous nonsense? The idea that like Muslim Americans are here to destroy the country. Why would anybody want to live in a country that they're destroying? Yeah, if you're rich, you could live easily. It really doesn't make sense in an argument. Exactly. I would have moved in your position. I know. I mean, plenty of people probably would have. But I'm endlessly stubborn. I'm a socialist, man. I'm a socialist in the United States of America. You have to fucking have backbone. You have to be super, super stubborn. Like every single person that comes in here and says that I am an Islamic jihadist who must be assassinated, I want them to have health care. Okay? I want all of them to have free health care. I want all of them to be able to go to college for free. There's so much potential in this country that we're just casting aside at the behest of the almighty dollar, at the altar of the almighty dollar, so that a handful of psychopathic, bloodless, parasitic capital-owning monsters can generate unfathomable amounts of profit over and over again, destroying everyone else in the fucking process.
Is coming to try and make news, to try to highlight something he doesn't understand, which is the notion of an America that is big enough for all kinds of people. You know, I think about my household. I was raised by my father, who's an Egyptian immigrant. My stepmom, Jackie, who's a daughter of the American Revolution. Chances are her family's been here longer than Cenk Lang's. And I got to grow up in this incredible household where we understood that whether I was talking to my parents who are Muslim, or my grandparents who are deacons at the Presbyterian Church, or my uncle who's atheist, that the things that brought us together are so much bigger than the things that tear us apart. Now, it's always been this competition. Small people like Jake Lang or Donald Trump or Mike Rogers, for that matter, want to make America a lot smaller than we know it to be. But I've had the privilege to travel across this state for the past year plus. I've been to 110 different cities, and people aren't as interested in how you pray. They're interested in what you pray for. If you pray, what you hope for, what you want for your kids. And that's the kind of America I know. That's the kind of Michigan I know.
Dude, look at Roop Raj, my goat.
People like Jake Lang don't understand that.
You know, you came to the forefront again after 2018 running for governor, and now in the Senate race. The visibility of that race, of course, across the world has been watched. So much has been written about you, your wife, your family, your grandparents. Do you see a rise in this kind of sentiment from Jake Lang because of your ascent into the limelight?
You know, they've been trying to battle for a small America where only some kind of people get to belong. And the thing about that they don't understand is, you know, we just celebrated 250 years of an America built around the idea of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, around the idea that there shall be no religious test, around the idea of e pluribus unum, out of many one, and the idea that somebody who has a name like mine or prays like I do could be elected by his or her fellow Michiganders. That's contrary to what the America that they want it to be, but it's exactly the America that our founding fathers understood our country to be a part of. And I just want to say to all of the folks out there in Dearborn, all the folks out there who are afraid today because of how they pray or because of where their family comes from or because of what their name might be or who they love or how they identify or all the different ways that people like Jake Lang might say that they don't belong, that you do belong here, that this is your America too. And the things that bring us together are what we believe in about what our country can be, what we can build together when we reach across those divides, not because we're all the same, but because we all want the same things when we look our kids in the eye. And that's the opportunity I'm reaching for.
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, we thank you for your time here today. Again, we should mention we reached out to you at the same time, reaching out to your opponent to see if they wanted to offer any thoughts as well. We thank you for taking the time to join us here tonight, keeping it relatively, unpartisan here and just having the conversation that's very, very important. Thanks for your time here tonight.
You know, there's been a effort.
Abdul dye his beard? I don't think so. He's so good, man. He's so good. It's crazy. We are fucking... We're blessed with an incredible crop of talent. I will admit, though, I mean, if this is... I don't even want to put that out in the world, but if these guys disappointed, if this new crop, if this new gen disappointed me, I'll probably check out politics permanently. Just, you know... Well, I mean, I check out electoral politics permanently. It's like one last great attempt. Don't say that. No, I'm just saying, like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. These guys are not going to disappoint us. Yeah, new Senate poll in Michigan from Susquehanna. El-Sayed at 46, Rogers at 39. Seems like the base consolidation operation is working. I didn't mean I'd check out of politics completely. I'm sorry. I meant electoral politics. My faith in institutions, everything is hanging by dental floss. I won't trust the polls for the next 20 years. Asmongold appeared on Nick Fuentes' stream. Really?
Son, his vice president, the Joint Chiefs, Tucker Carlson, who visited him 3 times.
Oh my God. Isn't that nice? Oh my God. Asmongold decided to show up.
But Charlie Kirk was going to tip the scales? Why?
Oh.
Because Charlie Kirk had a personal relationship with Trump?
Oh.
So did Lindsey Graham. And contrast Trump's reaction to Charlie Kirk's death with his reaction to Lindsey.
Crossover episode with Asmongold. Oh, that's so nasty. What the fuck? That's nasty as hell, dude. Someone posted Asmongold impressed. Oh man. Anyway, all right, folks. AI image. Why is he outside? Yeah, you know it's an AI image. Here, I'll run this last. Don Lemon. We're all lemon heads around here. Ask Abdul El-Sayed, Hasan Piker about me, Hasan Piker.
Do you think this is happening? Why are they making this such a central part of the opposition or opposition research or questioning about you? Do you wish you had done something differently? Should you? No. Are you going to continue to campaign with Hasan?
They are desperately trying to distract us from the fact that you can't afford a full tank of gas. Desperately trying to distract us from the fact that you came in trying to buy steak and ended up with some ground chuck. Desperately trying to distract you from the fact that your car that you really, really wanted to replace this year, not going to happen for you because you don't have the money. Desperately trying to distract you from the fact that you're worried about your job being automated out by AI. And let me just tell you, Donald Trump, Mike Rogers, these are folks who actually did things to create the circumstances that you're living in. Donald Trump is wasting your tax dollars fighting a war that's raising your gas prices. He's done nothing about the inflation crisis except for making it up. And he's more interested in the drapes in his ballroom than he is about whether or not you actually can afford a house with another bedroom. So, you know who didn't do those things? A Twitch streamer. Hasan Piker didn't raise your gas prices. Hasan Piker.
Well, you don't know that, man. Maybe I did. Okay. Maybe I did. You know what? Fuck it. I'm taking credit for it too. You know, at this point, might as well.
never did anything about your grocery prices. So they can go after him if they want. And all that says is you don't even have anything on me. Because you know what I did? I rebuilt the health department in the city of Detroit. I led.
Damn, bro, let me out. Hung me out to dry. He said, you can go after him. No, Abdul. Abdul be like, yeah, go after him, not me. It's fine. I can tank it. Fuck it. Come after me. God damn it.
Wayne County's Department of Health. I made sure your kid had glasses. I made sure that you weren't swimming in medical debt. I made sure that your kid wasn't drinking leaded water in their schools. So it's funny because they're trying to attack me by way of somebody else who's not actually responsible for the problems that I'm actually trying to fix. It just shows that they've got nothing to actually run on. If you're Mike Rogers and your whole record was voting 19 times to raise prescription drug prices, what are you going to say? Yeah, oh, look at him. He's got a name. You probably never met anybody with a name like his. My name didn't raise your gas prices. My name didn't vote to raise prescription drug prices. Mike Rogers did that. So, keep coming at us. At the end of the day, you can come at Hasan, you can come at me, but I want to make sure that folks understand that what's at stake right now is whether or not we want a sock puppet for Donald Trump to be worn from the Oval Office, to continue to offer zero check on policies that are wasting your tax dollars, that are leaving our servicemen and women stranded, that helped to expand access to opioids and push the opioid crisis from a guy who decided he wanted to live in Florida. And that's both of them, Donald Trump and Mike Rogers. So I welcome their discussion. If you were trying to attack me by way of a Twitch streamer, go ahead. But, I got a lot to say about what you actually did.
It's a good take. What is this?
I can have dinner with anybody I want, and I'm not asking Benjamin Netanyahu's permission to do it.
What the fuck is that clip, bro? What the fuck? The market will stagnate so long as a resolution to Hormuz is not achieved. Trump signaled this week he's in no rush, and the markets are reacting to that. Now the admin has to pull whatever tricks it can to ease the situation and put off a nosedive over the next few months. But really, there are only so many tricks in the bag. All right, last but not least, we got to look at Candace.
And I learned in this clip that I'm about to show you that Blake Neff tweeted, because it's their new line of attack against me. Here's what Blake Neff wrote. He wrote, Hasan Piker is openly celebrating Candace Owens, calling her a queen because she single-handedly undermined the effort to martyrize Charlie to go after the violent radical left. Hasan says that Tyler Robinson probably did it, but my heart says go Candace go, because she is helping the left so much. The radical pro-violence left knows exactly what a gift Candace and her ilk are to them. Okay, so I would like to actually hear, or have you guys hear, what Hasan Piker said, and I would like to respond to this, since they're all pushing this around, because we're supposed to accept the Fed slop of left versus right. And again, you're going to hear him say that I've had him blocked for years, so it's even more ridiculous that they're trying to pretend or allude to the idea.
It's true, she has. Candace, unblock me, queen.
Of this partnership between me and Hasan Piker, but take a listen to what he says.
I can't speak out against this queen because this is a queen that successfully and single-handedly undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that example to crack down. Dude, you know what's really funny? All these people posted this clip, and like half of them were like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with them. Like Ben Shapiro did a fucking video about agreeing with me on this. And then everyone in the comments were like, oh, this guy's so stupid. Why is he revealing it? It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter, dumbass. I'm right. But who cares? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like all of these people, they're like, I cannot believe Hasan Piker is just admitting this. Is he fucking stupid? Like for so many of these people, they don't realize like, maybe I just had the wrong opinion of this dude. Maybe he is capable of critical thinking. You know what I mean? It's always funny, like their immediate reaction is just, wow, what an idiot. Can't believe you've just openly fucking admitted it, dude. I'm always going to say the truth. It's that simple. On political dissent. She dropped a grenade on the discourse. You understand? So I'm with her. It's hard. It's hard for me. My brain says, no, it's probably Tyler Robinson. But my heart says, go, Candace, go. Keep cooking. You know? Does that make sense? I can't like her tweets because she blocked me many, many years ago. This is before she became our hero. Okay? Many, many years ago, Candace Owens blocked me. I've not been a fan of Candace Owens. I am a fan now.
I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to have a problem with. And this is kind of the running themes of what we are seeing in Brandy Zajazny's article, is that essentially they are saying Candace ruined an opportunity to pin this on the left, however wrongly, to unite the Republican, to create this sort of Republican initiative to just start attacking the left, however wrongly, doesn't really matter, after Republicans were kind of fractured because people actually care about pedophilia on the right. The Epstein files mattered. And we weren't accepting this idea of get focused, midterms are around the corner, ignore the Epstein files. We said, no, we are not going to ignore children being harmed. We're not going to see ourselves as just Trump supporters who should be supporting him no matter what, even when he effectively ran. You could certainly say Vance, everyone around him constantly said, as soon as we get in there, here's what we're going to do with the Epstein files, Kash Patel. His administration was running on something that we cared about. This is what they're essentially saying. They're saying you ruined an opportunity to, however wrongly, have us unite around Charlie's death and stomp out the left for something that they didn't actually do. Now, here's what I'm going to say and offer back to the left. All I did here was pursue truth. I didn't do this for the left. I didn't do this for the right. I did this for my friend Charlie Kirk because I want to know who actually killed him. And I am not convinced this had anything to do with LGBTQ rights. If I did.
Bro, this is going to hit that mom from that family podcast. Dude, we just unlocked an entirely new base. Okay? We just unlocked an entirely new base. We unlocked the radical, true crime-loving wine moms. Okay? This is big. This is huge. This might be the biggest base that we've unlocked. Okay? Not left, not right, simply carrying the flame. You understand? Have you ever thought about repurposing the phrase suicidal empathy? It's so weaponized on immigrants, but really you, Zoran, and Abdul are keenly aware of how much this country hates you, yet you keep on. That's not suicidal empathy. It's just we understand that, we want to leave the world a better place than we received it. Like, the fuck? Just being an empathetic person.
If I was convinced of that, I would certainly be the biggest voice against it. I think you guys probably know that. But I want you to remember this, because this is not the first time, as what Hasan is describing, we had an event that could potentially, I'll say allegedly, be coordinated by the feds, which was meant to cause a left-right war. Here is your homework, Hasan Piker. Look into what actually happened on January 6th. You took the bait. The left took the bait. Okay, this was a different world. Yeah, I would say in 2020, I think that's when that happened, January 6th, 2020.
No, it happened in 2021. That's crazy. She said, do your homework, and then gave the wrong assignment. Also, I was there. Like, not physically there, but I literally was as close to being there as you possibly can be, because I covered it live alongside like 300,000 Americans watching. I watched it in real time unfold. There were feds on the ground? Wow. No way. What? A massive gathering in the Capitol? And you're telling me federal agents were there? Yeah. Nick Fuentes was there. Fucking got him. Some of the federal agents couldn't make it there because they got protection ahead of time, like the head of the Proud Boys. Fucking got him times 2. Yeah. On-duty cops, off-duty cops.
It was a different world. We were all more divided. I count myself among that as well. But none of us were willing to take a look at the facts. And we were going, oh, I'm team left or I'm team right. And as more and more have come out, more and more has come out about what transpired on that day, it was without question an opportunity for us to look up and see who rules over us and who benefits from that.
Wait, what does she mean by this? Did the Jews do January 6th? Also, Charlie Kirk was there. Charlie Kirk bussed people to January 6th. Is that what you're saying? The French? Well, everyone knows. If you're a clandestine operator like I am, everyone knows the original Jews are the French. Come on, this is advanced. I have done my homework. Everyone knows the Egyptians are French and the French are Jewish. Okay? Come on. Foreign Legion at the scene of the crime. Foreign Legion also there at January 6th. Clandestinos already defending you? Okay, dude. Fucking Christ. Take a day off.
And people were wrongly arrested. People who
53-month subscriber, Tom the Catman. Where do you stand on Israel? Just curious. Yeah, to all the Jews in the chat, you might not know this, but you're actually French. And perhaps maybe even a little bit Egyptian too.
who were encouraged to go into the Capitol on that day. If we're all seeing now for the first time that there is an effort by a minority, a very powerful minority who doesn't actually care about left or right, to seize power from citizens full stop by allowing something terrible to take place and then saying, here's what we must get done and here's what we must pass, a la 9/11, then we both sides, so to speak, needs to do its job and be realistic about it. So I'm not anybody's hero or anybody's queen. I am somebody who cares deeply about what happened on September 10th because my friend was killed. And I have the sense that we are being lied to about it, particularly by the federal government. In particular, I feel the federal government is lying to us. And I refuse to accept that it is my duty to blame it on the left if the left didn't do it. The left does plenty of things that they've been caught doing. And
it's so crazy, dude. The anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools is just forever. Like it's forever a lock. People who inch so close in the direction of the correct interpretation of what's going on, like people who are in positions of profound power, operating alongside their class interest, and then immediately pivoting it to like, no, it's a shadowy group of puppeteers who happen to all be Jewish. That's what it is. Jewish people somehow both killed Charlie Kirk and got him to do January 6th. Yeah. She also ends up saying, no gods, no masters. She's like, I'm not your hero. I'm not your queen. I'm just looking for the truth.
use my platform to go after them. I have no issue doing that. I'll do that tomorrow if that is the circumstance. If they're doing something radical and wrong, I'll do that. But I'm not just going to become a cheerleader.
She says she's not anyone's queen. A leader who does not want to crown is the one who deserves it the most. She is a queen. Yeah.
For the right. and know that they are engaged in something very wrong and say, well, it's okay because at least they vote Republican at the end of the day.
Kleiner said Jewish Bolsheviks killed 60 million Christians. I know. I think even Finkelstein was like, no. Even Finkelstein, who was sitting there, that was the only time where he was like, enough. That's not true.
That's a nonsense. All of us need to raise ourselves above that sort of discourse in the future. And yeah, I think it's actually happening. So there is something that I would say is a positive that has come out of this. I mean, I don't think anybody would.
Yeah, I think it's really funny that I saw that clip someone was bringing up in the chat. Nick Fuentes wearing his Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip while talking about how Jews are responsible for all Bolshevism, all progressive initiatives. And it's really hilarious to do that while wearing a Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip, you know, covered in bugs, I guess. But it's nowhere near. It'll never be as funny. And I keep thinking about this over and over again. It'll never not be hilarious that Nick Fuentes' entire career, his trajectory, his downfall, and now his resurgence all revolves around the idea that organized Jewry is responsible for everything that's ever happened in Western civilization that's wrong, including Jews doing 9/11, including Jews doing the war on terror, including Jews killing JFK. And except for Charlie Kirk. And to me, that is more insane and makes less sense than Candace Owens' theory, which is, no, Jews did everything and Charlie Kirk. It'll never not be funny to me that a guy who literally thinks Jews did all of these things, but just the Charlie Kirk one is a bridge too far. Okay? So, of course, his fan base is like, what are you, a federal agent? You've told me Jews did JFK. You told me Jews did 9/11, but now you're saying they didn't do Charlie Kirk? Of course, they're going to fucking go to Candace Owens. They're going to be like, no, I'm looking for someone who will tell the truth. It's just so funny to draw your line in the sand on Charlie Kirk. That's it. They did 9/11, but not 9/10. Okay? Here's the clip. Yeah, the Jews created communism. Please buy my Epstein merch. Yeah, and it's always funny because these Groyper accounts will be like, Nick Fuentes names who created the left. Behind every left-wing movement, you have Jewish lawyers, Jewish judges, Jewish organizations, Jewish billionaires, Hart-Celler Act, Civil Rights Movement, women's liberation, gay liberation. It's like, yeah, that's not a... Like, why am I supposed to look at that and be like, that's a bad thing? I mean, there's a little bit of truth to that. Yes, Jews, very progressive Jews were... you know, at the scene of the quote unquote crime, I guess, but like, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. That's why it's like insane. Thanks for giving us credit for all the best aspects of America. No, but it's just like funny to just literally say Jews are responsible for societal decay. Organized Jewry has done all of these things, but the Charlie Kirk thing, no. That's where I draw the line in the sand, okay? That's the one thing Jews didn't do. It's just such a funny point to make, and he's just so frustrated that his audience are becoming what he calls stupid anti-Semites, as though there's a level of anti-Semitism that's smart. But somehow these guys are, you know, going past that point. This vulgar anti-Semitism, not the intellectual anti-Semitism that he demonstrates. Yeah. In some ways, it's kind of funny because he's going through the Ben Shapiro route. Ben Shapiro trafficked in these idiotic conspiracies over and over again, obviously not anti-Semitic ones, but he trafficked in everything that a neo-Nazi would inevitably come in and say, yeah, Jews did all of that. Like, it's the same fascist conspiracies that Ben Shapiro believes in, right? But instead of blaming Jewish people, Ben Shapiro always said, oh, it's like societal elites. It's societal elites that are doing this. It's liberals that are doing this. And some bad Jews that are doing this. That's like Ben Shapiro's response to it, right? And then his audience were like, oh, thank you for educating me on, the dangers of the third world that have come here. Who's brought them here? And then someone else came in and said, oh, yeah, Ben's lying to you because he's Jewish himself. It's the Jews that brought them here. And everyone was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. And now that's someone who ate away at Ben Shapiro's audience. Nick Fuentes is losing his audience to Candace Owens because she's pushing it past the Charlie Kirk assassination limit. This totally arbitrary line that Nick Fuentes, for some strange reason, has presented. Jews did cultural Marxism, Frankfurt School. They did everything. They are doing unlimited third world migration. They're doing everything. They did 9/11. They did the JFK assassination, but not Charlie Kirk. Can you talk about anything other than Israel and the Jews? All the time, my friend. If you had working brain cells, you would understand that I'm actually making fun of dumbass anti-Semites right now. But of course, you don't have any fucking working brain cells because you're a dumb fuck Israel supporter. Dumb fuck Israel supporter who hears me making fun of prominent anti-Semites and being like, this is all ridiculous nonsense, and immediately goes, oh, no, you ain't talking about anything other than Jews. I came here out of curiosity. Why are you so aggressive? Why am I aggressive? Because you're a fucking idiot. Because you're fucking cattle. This is your opportunity to exercise critical thinking skills and be like, I thought this Hassan guy was this fucking vicious anti-Semite, but here he is making fun of vicious anti-Semites. You're putting false labels on people all the time. I don't support Israel. Okay, so why'd you say, can you talk about anything other than Israel and the Jews? That's your first ever comment in here while I'm shitting on an anti-Semite. Yeah, bad faith hidden as just curious. I'm just curious. Yeah, came here for the first time, but apparently knows what I talk about all the time, which seemingly is always about Israel and the Jews. Which is it? Which is it, buddy? I'm not making those claims. Stop your victim complex, please. No. We got to have this guy on. We got to hear more from this fucking dickhead. Asking for a friend. Don't ask who. Can you please stop talking about Israel? Hey, longtime watcher, first time caller here. Really like the commentary. It'd be really cool if you just stop talking about Israel. Shh, just don't worry about it. Don't talk about it. I unbanned him, but we need more pets. That's what we need. I miss my pets. Also, I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm talking about the French. That'll never not be funny to me, man. All right, that's all I got for today. That's all I got. Tomorrow, instead of Israel, we're going to be talking about Estonia, the glorious nation. Estonia, my first love. Estonia, the best nation on the planet. Estonia, that deserves $10 billion in annual defense spending. Yeah. I love Estonia. My life for Estonia. Estonia comes to me in my dreams. I'm also going to have Madeline Somerville on. Remember that lady who like defended me on Will Kane and then had to apologize for it? Yeah. I'm going to talk to her in person, as a matter of fact. So that's it. Tomorrow, dual stream on Bilibili. Yeah, I'll get back to the Bilibili team and see if we can start dual streaming on it again. Because I'll be down. I'll be down to do it for sure. But yeah, folks. Love you guys. And see you tomorrow. Your tie game has been really exciting. Thank you. Shouts out to
Just you wait. Just you wait.